Chapter 151 Rank Up 1 Boom. Boom. Boom, thunderous footsteps and a fierce cacophony of roars shook the walls of the fortress as countless beasts charged out of the forest. Beasts of all types charged without discrimination, intense bloodlust leaking from their bodies. The eyes of these beasts contained a maddening light, some even showing a hint of unwillingness that would go unnoticed by everyone present. Still, they charged without care, they stampeded over each other, even killing fellow beasts in the process. Some even turned outright and began devouring their brethren as they charged the thick metal walls they were approaching. The scene was truly chaotic, from the top of the fortress walls. Two women watched this scene play out. "Do you think we can work safely within a tide like that?" The blue-haired woman asked. "It's no problem. My illusions should be perfect for this kind of situation." A pink-haired woman responded. After they entered Ja City, the girls were almost immediately thrust into action. Barely anyone paid attention to them, simply pointing them towards the location they should be situated and leaving them be, and only an hour or two later, another beast ride approached. The process of events was rapid to the point where Rose wasn't able to examine the black strings she saw on the cultivators, and Elena was also forced to suppress the nagging feeling in her heart. As the tide appeared closer to the city, a booming voice rang out, attracting the attention of every able fighter in the vicinity. "All right. No time for talk. Everyone charge." A wave of elemental attacks flew into the coming tide, with many cultivators equipped with a variety of weapons following close after. Among these were Rose and Elena. However, unlike the others, they didn't attack head-on. At speeds faster than sound, they arrived in the middle of the beast tide before descending rapidly. Boom! The impact of their descent crushed a few beasts below them and forced the others to scatter. But Rose wouldn't allow them to get away. Illusory throne. The world became gray and a massive dome trapped all beasts within a 100-meter radius within it. However, the beasts were none the wiser. Even the cultivators outside had no idea this was happening. Go wild. I should be able to hold this domain for many hours without rest, Rose said, encouraging Elena. Elena gave her a deep look before charging into the crowd. Her body became a streak of light, and in the next second, howls of pain could be heard from the beasts. Shying, the sound of a blade being drawn resounded through the domain, and following it, 10 beasts were immediately bisected. Without hesitation, Elena moved to her next target. Taking one hand off of her katana, she waved it towards her back, causing golden white ropes of light to bind a beast that was charging her. But she ignored it, continuing her forward charge. Behind her, those ropes tightened around the beast. The light it was created from burning through its body until it was eventually diced into mincemeat. A group of 10 more beasts suddenly pounced at her from every direction, while a flying beast dove down to ambush her. Facing this barrage, Elena stayed calm. Luckily enough, all the beasts she had fought so far were at second class, allowing her to blaze through them. Yggdrasil. Hundreds of thick tree roots exited the ground and surrounded her in a protective field, growing into a towering tree. The tree reached 1/2 kilometer in height, which would have been a sight to behold if anyone else on the battlefield could see it. The attacks of those beasts landed on the trunk of the tree, causing only light scratches, and that flying beast was skewered by the tree as it formed. Once the trunk had branched out, Elena's voice resounded once more. Her words fell onto the ears of even those rampaging beasts, causing them to look in her direction. Her voice was like a melody that attracted them to its source, call of life. Every beast within Rose's domain found a new target within the massive tree. Previously, they were attacking randomly, some not even having opponents. However, now, they had a unified cause: find whatever was in the center of that tree. It was truly a sight to behold. The sky was almost blotted out with the number of aerial beasts. The ground was a sea of darkness cast by the shadows of those running. And at the center of it all, a beautiful tree emanating a wondrous aura of life. As the battle continued without pause, Rose had been slightly increasing the size of her barrier, trapping more beasts. Like this, the number only increased instead of decreasing, providing Elena with a steady source of experience. As for the danger that would come if Elena ran out of mana, there was none. Everything happening was within Rose's palm, and all the beasts so far were weak enough to be crushed by a single move from her. In Earth terms, she had built an EXP farm for Elena's convenience. As for her, she simply sat back on the illusory throne that only she could see and watched the events in amusement. On Elena's side, the sea of beasts had finally reached her tree. The branches extended, becoming akin to massive whips that maneuvered through the crowd below her and bisected everything in their path. As for the aerial beasts, judgment. A familiar skill was cast as a beam of light left Elena's body and shot into the sky. It transformed into tens of swords, showcasing her progress after her first fight with Rose, and charged into the crowd of beasts flying towards her. Scary. Screeches of pain rang out, but they were drowned by the cacophony forming below. The swords of light in the sky continued unhindered, slicing many birds and winged reptiles into shreds. And on the ground, those beasts were being crushed into meat paste. It was a symphony of death, with blood spilling wantonly and assorted body parts flying through the air. Oddly enough, though, not a single drop landed on Elena. Well, that part could be considered a small gift from Rose. Slowly but surely, the sounds of roaring and stampedes died down, leaving only a single tree standing within the gray world. The ground was painted red, the massive tree was green, and the sky itself was gray. It was truly a beautiful contrast. However, the silence was quickly interrupted. Growling, a low growl could be heard within the domain as a single beast walked forward proudly. It was a massive lion with two pristine wings on its back. Its mane was billowing even without a breeze, as if it was blessed by the wind. Human, I cannot say I do not understand the reason for your actions, but you do not understand ours either. Regardless of wrong or right, you must die today. A deep and hollow voice left the mouth of the lion. Its aura was released wildly, clearly outlining its strength. It was a mid-level third-class beast, perhaps even higher level than Rose. Chapter 152. Rank up. 2. Elena glared at the beast with apprehension, unsure if she could take it on. She was able to fight Rose successfully during their spar, but neither of them were aiming to kill that time. This time, her opponent was leaking bloodlust greater than any she had ever faced. Assuring her that losing meant death, however, even with the presence and aura of a beast seemingly in the core expansion realm, the gray world around them didn't break. If that's the case, then Rose should have the situation under control. And just as she thought, a voice suddenly rang in her head. How far are you from your class change? Checking her status, Elena smiled. Not even 1000 EXP. This kill should be more than enough. From her position on her throne, Rose slightly nodded. With such a small amount of experience left, Elena only needed to land the fatal blow on the beast to level up. I'll take this one. When you see an opportunity, go for the kill. Although she was slightly hesitant, Elena relented. Her main goal at the moment was just that, a rank up. The gray world made her forget, but the beast tide was still raging around them. After leveling up, she'd be able to fight stronger beasts as she pleased. The massive tree Elena was standing on slowly receded back into the ground, its vines and roots untangling. The swords of light around her turned into particles before merging with the surroundings. As for Elena herself, she jumped back and made a good amount of distance from the opposing beast. The lion was confused by her actions, but didn't think much of it. Making distance was a normal move, especially in combat with a much stronger opponent. However, he immediately became wary when the air in front of him coalesced into another figure who radiated an aura that was only slightly weaker than his own. Isn't it a little rude to pick on someone weaker than you? How about you get past me first? Rose didn't speak anymore before initiating combat. She raised her hand, causing tens of bladed weapons to shoot up from the ground under the lion. Whoosh! The lion took to the air, narrowly dodging before opening its mouth and letting out a thunderous roar. Light green mana raged in the atmosphere before turning into multiple tornadoes that charged towards Rose. A wind affinity? Just like me, she said as she formed her own tornadoes to match. The two sets of wind element attacks met and diffused each other, causing the ground beneath them to shred into dust particles. While the lion prepped for another attack, it suddenly felt pain in its side. Ha! It uttered before realizing that one of its wings had been severed. How? He hadn't felt any movement of mana nor any threat before it happened, only realizing it after the action had already taken place. Before he could think further, he felt the same pain on the adjacent side as his other wing fell to the ground. I guess you thought highly of yourself before coming here. Well, I'm a kind person, so let me explain. You are in my domain. My word is law. Simple. Right? From the start, there was no competition. Any being even close to Rose in strength was completely subject to her will within her illusory throne domain. It was the reason why the concept of domains was largely feared. Unless one had their own domain to fight it, it was nigh impossible to win if the strength of both sides was even. Why? The lion stuttered as fear began to overrun him. However, regardless of how he tried to flee, he found himself unable to move. Elena, the rest is up to you. With those words, Rose once again vanished. Elena watched the scene in awe, realizing how vast the gap between them was. It wasn't raw power, rather it was a difference in comprehension. Shaking her head, she rid herself of stray thoughts. Still, she felt a bit competitive. Purify. Mana gushed out of her body in droves, becoming a wave of light that crashed through the surroundings, illuminating the gray world. The golden-white sea continued unimpeded before crashing into the lion and swallowing it whole. The light attribute mana seeped into the lion's body, infecting his being with its color. Slowly but surely, he was purified into the most prime form of essence. He wasn't even able to release a sound as he died. As she watched the scene, Elena saw a series of holographic screens cloud her vision. Your achievements have reached the required threshold to change your class. Choose a new class from the list below. Choose a class. 1. Sword Saint. 2. Prime Saintess. 3. Valkyrie. 4. Nymph. Elena took her attention away from the receding sea of light and contemplated her options. The first two were immediately ruled out, as she had no interest in following either path. As for which of the last two to choose, she had to think further. Valkyries were geared towards war, and in the legends, they dominated battlefields and led deceased souls to the afterlife. As for nymphs, they were something akin to the embodiment of nature. Although she was sure this path would grant her immense power, it wasn't one geared towards fighting, which was her strong suit. Making her decision, she picked her class. You have become a Valkyrie. Valkyries are warriors who paint battlefields red with the blood of their enemies. Though you walk a path of bloodshed, you strive to remain pure of heart. The souls of the deceased recognize your intentions, calling out to you. Your existence becomes closer to death, increasing your battle prowess. Your legends have been enhanced. By becoming a third-class being, you have obtained the qualifications to choose a subclass. Choose a subclass. 1. Saintess. 2. Enchantress. 3. Alchemist. 4. Blacksmith. 5. Beast Tamer. Subclasses were an odd concept as they didn't seem to aid much considering the power of main classes. But they did help keep and enhance some abilities that might be discarded with the change of class. Due to this, she chose Saintess. Her healing capability was something she deemed necessary, especially if anything untoward happens to Damien or Rose. While she basked in the information that entered her mind and the elevation of her league, Elena opened her status. Elena Pierce, human, female, age 21, level 100, Valkyrie, experience value, 0/150,000, titles, not applicable, affinities, light, life, physique, none, magic power, 14,000, STR, 300, AGI, 315, Def, 290, INT, 300, DX, 320, skills, high level. Recovery level 2, Holy Magic level max, Life Magic level max. Mid-level regeneration level 8, Sword Mastery level 7, Judgment level max, Call of Life level 7, Souls of Valhalla level 1. Elena smiled wholeheartedly. She had finally reached third class, becoming in existence on the same level as Damien and Rose. Perhaps their levels were ahead of hers at the moment, but as long as she tried, it wouldn't be hard to catch up. Looking to her left, she noticed a figure appearing from the air. Congratulations, Rose said cheerfully. She was also genuinely excited for Elena's progress. However, Elena merely smiled as she looked at the scene outside of the gray world for the first time. The battle between humans and beasts was becoming more and more ferocious as time passed. This is definitely something to celebrate, but we can do that later. For now, I'm itching to test my new power. Chapter 153 Devil Worshippers 1. 2 days passed in a flash for the outside forces staying in Dahlia City, and the sun slowly rose once more to signify the day of the raid. Currently, Damien and Longchin stood in the midst of a crowd of cultivators as they waited at the south gate of the city. Their wait didn't last long, however, as a massive flying beast landed at the front of their ranks. On its back stood the valiant figure of Shinli draped in his usual beast hide cloak. The time of our raid starts now. When we reach the destination, question nothing and leave none alive. This is our only mission. He had already given his extended speech 2 days ago, so there was nothing left to say. With these final words, his flying beast took off into the distance, followed by the crowd of cultivators. the journey wasn't long at all, taking only a day to carry out, and throughout the whole thing, no nervousness could be felt. It was almost like they weren't going into a battle where many of them would die. Instead, the atmosphere was filled with greed. The extinction of a sect didn't simply end there, instead, it was a gateway to more wealth. Usually, this wealth would be claimed by the ruling power in the area, but since they were directly participating, they might have a chance to squander some of it. When Shinli's beast came to a stop, it hovered over a large canyon in the midst of the snow-covered land. The direct contrast of abyssal black and pure white was truly a sight to see. Within that canyon stood a small city that was painted in a red aura. It was similar to any other city in the northern continent when it came to architecture. Well, that was only if one didn't factor in the massive bloody mansion in its center. Usually, the aura around the city would contain a clear and visceral scent of blood, as it was created by refining the blood of many beings. However, such a smell was faded. The air still reeked, but of something much more putrid. As Damien descended into the canyon with the rest of the cultivators on the raid, he was immediately able to identify the smell. It's them again. Before even leaving Earth with the elders of the Burning Sun sect, he was aware that the threat of the Nox was also looming over the cloud plain. And though he wasn't surprised seeing something related to them, he was still taken back by how obvious it was. It was as if they were making no attempts to hide their desire for conquest, blatantly provoking the people on the planet who knew of them. Still, Damien found it strange that in such a situation, talk about war wasn't more prominent, and it wasn't even just that. The beguiled devil sect itself was acting strange, as even with their obvious and unbidden descent into their territory, they didn't make a move. Something's not right. His intuition was screaming at him about the discontinuity between the currently calm atmosphere and the situation that should be taking place, and he wasn't one to ignore his intuition. Zara also understood his intentions, quickly pulling forward and staying at the front of the crowd, and Longchen also followed. Although he wasn't aware of Damien's reasoning, he had learned through their various spars that Damien wasn't someone to make stupid moves for no reason, and quickly, his choice was proven right. Assorted yells started ringing out from the back of the crowd, and a loud shout shifted the entire mood of the group: charge as fast as you can. Those who stay in the air will die. Shinli sped up, leaving the group behind and bypassing the red aura that surrounded the sect. Damien and Longchen followed without thought as behind them. The screams became more jarring. The red aura that covered the sect speedily approached the crowd of cultivators and entrapped them within. The red aura turned into a fog before entering the bodies of those it entrapped. Any aura emitting from them was removed as their cultivation was seemingly sealed. But even with this, they remained suspended in the air. Slowly, the fog that entered their bodies ate away at them from the inside, acting as a black hole that consumed all of their blood. Those cultivators quickly became lifeless and mummified husks. Dropping to the ground and crumbling into dust, they had all died, but Damien didn't have time to focus on that at the moment. As one of the few that made it through before the aura began its attack, he was able to witness the scene within the sect. Bloodstains painted the walls of the many buildings in the small city and assorted body parts littered the ground. However, even these weren't intact. The body parts had clearly been corroded, and traces of a black ink-like substance could be seen on many of them. Hundreds of cultivators slowly showed up, seemingly having passed through without being harmed by the aura, but their original number in the thousands had been drastically cut down. What the hell happened here? One of them wondered out loud. In the midst of the chilling silence that had come over the group, the man's voice was particularly loud, but nobody answered his question. In fact, they were all wondering the same thing. Their goal today was to exterminate a wicked sect, but it had already been done before they arrived. But that didn't mean they could rejoice. From the pungent smell in the air, it was clear that the massacre that took place was extremely recent. Perhaps the one who committed it was still within the sect. As Damien observed the surroundings, his eyes slightly flashed and a black mana entered his vision. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be death, but it wasn't an aura or threat of death, it was mana that emanated the feeling of death itself. As he traced its source, Damien found himself staring directly at the center of the city. The sound of low footsteps began ringing through the air before one pair became many, sounding more like a march of troops, and slowly revealing themselves from within the blood-red mansion in the middle of the city was a group of humanoid beings. They weren't necessarily Nox. As compared to the one Damien met in the temple, their stature simply didn't match up, but they definitely weren't human. Their skin was the color of midnight, and a slimy black substance dripped off of them with every movement. The whites of their eyes were blue while their pupils were the same black as their skin. Many of them had mutations as well, ranging from extra limbs to demonic horns protruding from their bodies. Hundreds of these strange beings soon emerged from the mansion. At the forefront, there was a large man whose stature didn't lose out to Shenli's in the slightest. He had cracked glasses on his face and long fiery red hair that reached his waist. Looking up at the crowd of cultivators in the sky, a large grin formed on his face. Well, well. It seems that the heavens have graced us with even more sustenance. Chapter 154 Devil Worshippers 2. The man's voice was just as disconcerting as the rest of his appearance. If it had to be described, it was a mixture of nails scraping against a chalkboard and blatant pervertedness mixed into a single sound. It was disgusting to hear. Who are you? Shenli asked with a grim face. Regardless of whether these people slaughtered the beguiled devil's sect or not, they didn't seem to be friendly. Us? We are nothing special. Simply lowly beings who desire to spread word of our gods, nothing more. The large man responded. As for me, you can call me Du Feng. With the man's introduction, it became impossible to classify him as someone who invaded from another world. Besides the grotesque look he had, he resembled a person from the northern continent to the T. Shenli's eyes narrowed as he thought of something. You must be one of those damn devil worshippers I've been hearing so much about. From what I know, your sect is also a wicked power. For what reason do you move against others on your side? On our side? Du Feng laughed in ridicule. Our side is only those who are the same as us. The rest of you shall either submit to our gods or die a fool's death. The crowd of 500 devil worshippers behind him released their auras, indicating that every single one of them was at core formation realm or above. As for Du Feng himself, he was at the peak of third class. There is no more need for words. If you wish to talk more, you shall become one of us. Raising himself into the air, Du Feng shot at Shenli like a speeding bullet. Along with this, the rest of the cultivators also erupted with battle intent. Even in this unexpected situation, they knew they no longer had the option to flee. The crimson fog stood behind them like a beast with its maw gaping, and the battle in front of them seemed inevitable. If they let fear overcome them, they were bound to die. Damien looked at Long Chen and gave a slight nod before hopping off Zara's back and charging at the approaching devil worshippers. Boom dash, he immediately drew his sword, slamming it into the ground as he dropped. A huge shockwave erupted with him at its epicenter, catching many of the devil worshippers off guard. The other cultivators present weren't dumb at all, taking advantage of the slight distraction to make their moves. With that, a fierce battle began. With every being here at third class, Damien couldn't slice through them effortlessly, but he could definitely take a couple of them at a time. His sword became covered in crackling destructive lighting before vibrating fast enough to produce smoke. The lightning heated up and combined with the vibrating molecules to create a beam of plasma that coated Damien's sword. Vanishing from his position, he appeared behind one of the devil worshippers closest to him and sliced his sword down. AGH. The man let out a groan of pain, noticing a deep gash on his arm, but recovered quickly. HAAA. With a loud battle cry, B charged at Damien. His nails elongated into small blades and slashed towards Damien's side, but were quickly parried by his sword. Even for a normal cultivator, the plasma sword would be hard to take bare-handed. Not to mention someone with Nox traits. Noticing his finger blades melting, the man took his arm away quickly before circling around Damien, looking for an opening to strike. Noticing that the man was having trouble, 3 other devil worshippers came and surrounded Damien. However, this only caused him to grin. Gravity lock. The space around the 5 people solidified and formed a thick cage that none could bypass. When they tried, they felt their bodies being weighed down and borderline crushed by the pressure. By the time they realized they couldn't escape, the Grim Reaper's chilling voice entered their ears. Now that we're all here, how about we fight for real? Boom! Boom! A few meters away, another fierce battle had erupted. 5 devil worshippers surrounded a single black-haired man, but even with their combined might they couldn't do much harm to him. The black slimy substance leaking from their pores was weaponized, becoming sharp projectiles that bombarded their opponent. The shards were covered in that black mana that clouded the environment, and any time they made contact, they tried to corrode their target from the inside. Many of the cultivators that were fighting the devil worshippers had already severed their own limbs to stop the spread of corruption. 9 dragons soared through the heavens. Pristine white mana coalesced below the feet of those devil worshippers and swept them away, consuming them whole. However, Long Chen found himself facing another barrage of attacks. Heavenly cloud steps. he maneuvered through the crowds and used his refined sword skills to damage his enemies on his way. Whenever he saw an opportunity, he immediately went for the kill. As he moved through the massive battle, he noticed a particular area that was mostly devoid of devil worshippers. The ones around that space seemed to fear it, trying their best not to be trapped within. Come on, you idiots! Is that all you got? Roaring laughter thundered through the surroundings. Accompanying it, 5 mangled and lifeless bodies of devil worshippers exited that space from before. Longchen was well aware of who this voice belonged to, and it caused him to smile. He rushed in that direction, ignoring the apprehension of everyone else. Damien, I have yet to see what it's like when we fight together. How about we find out now? The shimmering space slowly dissolved to show Damien's amused face and a ground littered with corpses, fighting together, Alright. Sounds fun. Damien stood side by side with Long Chen and gazed upon the ongoing battle. Blood was wantonly spraying in the air as well as a black substance that imitated it. Cultivators and devil worshippers were falling lifelessly in every direction. And unbeknownst to anyone, something strange was happening with their blood. Those corpses that littered the ground slowly became husks as their blood was drained. For someone like Damien who could see the movement of mana as colors, he knew exactly where it was going. In the air, 2 massive men stood facing each other. Even with the massive battle going on underneath them, they had hardly moved, yet their clash had already begun. Their auras spread through the air wildly, meeting in the middle and causing visible sparks to form. On one side, Shinli was slowly releasing his own aura, seemingly much more powerful than anyone could have guessed. It was to the point where Du Feng's earlier show of power seemed like a joke. But there were thin lines of blood that snaked through the air and entered his body in a concealed manner. Every time this blood came into contact with him, his aura and power were given a slight boost. Looking at these 2 men, Damien realized something. He was a member of the Beguiled Devil sect. In fact, most of these devil worshippers were most likely the same. The extinction of the sect wasn't done by some outside force, but from within their ranks. Still, Damien didn't feel the need to think about it right now. Grinning at Long Chen, he made a proposal. Whoever gets the least kills had to call the winner boss for an entire month. Deal? Long Chen's eyes flashed as his fighting spirit blazed. A wide grin slowly formed on his face. Deal. And with that, an unstoppable force was created on the battlefield. Chapter 155 Devil Worshippers 3. The battlefield on the north side of the canyon was enveloped in a whirlwind of destruction. Pillars of light burst forth from the ground. Dragons made entirely of mana wreaked havoc among the devil worshippers. Space distorted and swallowed those who couldn't avoid its grasp, and arcs of lightning incinerated those who were left behind. In the middle of it all, Damien and Long Chen stood only a few meters apart, circling each other and attacking relentlessly without interfering with each other's momentum. From the way they were fighting together, it would seem as if they had been doing so for years. Not one person would guess that this level of synergy was born from only a handful of spars against each other. Seeing how terrifying their prowess was, many more devil worshippers rammed towards them to help their suffering comrades out of such a perilous situation, but to no avail. Any attack they threw would start rapidly losing speed when it entered a 10-meter radius of the duo, and those that somehow made it past that barrier were returned to their senders with even more force than they originally had to. Slowly but surely, the number of 500 or so devil worshippers was cut down to a little over 300, with most of the work being the contribution of Damien and Long Chen. Noticing that they were on the final stretch, the duo looked at each other and grinned. Damien expanded his vector field to keep out any interference before inhaling mana into his throat. As for Long Chen, he thrust his sword into the ground, causing a golden dragon larger than any other he had produced thus far to appear. The duo stood back to back, and without another second of delay, released massive beams of dragon's breath using their own methods. They directed their attacks in half circles, causing the entire 360 degrees radius around them to be filled with beams of scorching light. One was pitch black while the other was gold, but they worked in tandem to destroy a common foe. The number of devil worshippers who survived the massive attack was even less than before, making it much easier for the other cultivators who had joined the raid to kill their enemies. In the air above the raging battlefield, the 2 leaders stood opposite each other, watching the scene with indifference painting their expressions. Your people are dying. Do you not plan to help them? Shinli inquired. If their deaths can further our cause, they should die happily. Otherwise, they are useless. Du Feng responded. Shinli glared at this opponent that he couldn't read whatsoever. but soon gave up on having any sort of peaceful interaction. How about we take our battle out of this canyon? Its destruction doesn't mean anything good for either of us. Shimley proposed. Dufone thought for a second before nodding. He didn't desire the needless sacrifice of his people, as they still had more use. The two leaders flew out of the canyon, uninhibited by the bloody fog that killed so many cultivators on their way in. Shortly after, massive earthquakes shook the entire region of the northern continent. It didn't take more than 2 hours after Damien and Long Chen's combined assault began for the raid group to completely wipe out the devil worshippers they were facing. The bottom of the canyon was filled with black blood and slime from the lifeless corpses that littered the ground. Even the corpses of the cultivators had been corroded and corrupted by the liquids. As a light silence and an aura of relief swept the crowd, they finally felt the massive rumbles of the earth that had been drowned out by their own battle. Peering up at the sky above, they were able to notice bright flashes of light and dispersing mana, clear signs that another intense fight was taking place. As Damien tried to understand the course of the battle on the surface, Zara approached him from behind and stood next to him. She had also been fighting on her own throughout this battle, consuming her enemies to enhance her strength. Damien, something feels weird about those people. She transmitted into his head. She didn't want to talk in front of such a large crowd, especially about things they didn't need to hear. It could be said that Zara was maturing on her own while Damien continued to blaze his path forward. Even if she was still plenty innocent, it wasn't near as much as before. Damien ran his hand through her silky fur as he urged her to continue. What kind of weird? They felt familiar somehow, she answered, like I've met them before somewhere. Damien pondered. Maybe it's because of the Nox we met in a Pyron. Well, we can think about it deeply later and figure it out. Zara nodded lightly before returning back to his shadow. Inwardly, she was genuinely happy that he didn't discard the weird feeling she was having as some one-time occurrence. Turning to Long Chen, a slight grin formed on Damien's face. How many? Including the dragon's breath, my total is 112. And you? Damien's grin widened even more. 123. Long Chen's face soured quickly hearing the number, and even after checking with Little Flame, who had been watching the entire fight, he couldn't find any discrepancies. Damn it. He cursed. The mischievous grin on Damien's face didn't help his situation one, but anyway, should we head up and see what's going on up there? Long Chen mentioned, trying to change the subject, but Damien wouldn't let him off so easily. I feel like you just said something, but for some reason, I didn't hear it. Mind repeating yourself? Long Chen's face began to burn in shame. Not once had he, the scion of the Long clan, been forced into a situation like this. Should we go check on the situation on the surface, BB boss? He finally said through clenched teeth, stumbling a bit to get the words out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. Damien roared with laughter. That's right, I'm your boss now. When he noticed the strange looks they were getting from the other cultivators in the room, his laughter only became more rambunctious. Putting his arm around Long Chen's shoulder, he raised his voice so the others could hear him. Everyone. This right here is the scion of the Long clan in the central continent, Long Chen. And as of today, I, Damien Void, am his boss. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen wanted to push Damien away, but at this point, anything he did would be used against him. He glared hatefully at Damien while vowing that one day he would repay this grievance. Not just in kind, but tenfold. He even began brainstorming the different punishments he could have Damien do. While they were joking around, the rest of the raid force also generally recuperated enough to leave their area. Not to mention, the rumbling and quaking of the earth around them had only become more pronounced as time passed. Those who had beasts mounted them while the rest flew to the skies with their own power. Just like with their leader, the bloody fog didn't impede their ascent. The most likely scenario was that it had to be activated manually, and as the group finally reached the precipice of the canyon, their eyes became focused on a scene of devastation. Chapter 156, Coincidence? 3. On the northern coast of the central continent, there was a fortress bordering a large forest. For the past week, this fortress had been drowned in the sounds of roars and thunderous battle, but as of this moment, it had all died down. However, the end of the beast tide, which would usually bring joy and celebration, didn't do so. Instead, there was only stifling silence. The eyes of the cultivators present, which would usually be greedily eyeing the countless beast corpses littering the ground, were all glued on a single woman. Her shoulder-length blue hair flowed in the wind and her eyes had a sharpness that made it so nobody dared to approach her. However, this wasn't the only reason. Surrounding the woman were 8 figures draped in majestic white armor that radiated holiness, yet the eyes of these figures were hollow, filled with a burning white flame that showcased their intelligence. The armored figures were all in pairs, 2 with massive swords over 3 meters long, 2 with bows taller than the average human and shining quivers of arrows, 2 with heavy spears whose weight alone caused the earth to crack, and 2 whose figures were lean and carried short daggers that didn't lose out in majesty to the others. The sword and spear-wielding figures were mounted atop armored steeds that looked like a mix between horses and birds, while the other 4 were standing on their own feet. However, the most glaring fact was that each of these figures, who were radiating the aura of a peak core formation realm expert, were now kneeling in front of that very same blue-haired woman. Usually, a group of core formation realm experts such as this was not a sight to behold, and anyone would assume that the woman in question simply had a powerful background. But the cultivators present knew the truth. Halfway through the final wave, this woman suddenly appeared in the middle of the beast tide and called out 3 words that radiated power: souls of Valhalla. The area around her was painted in pristine white light as an ancient formation etched itself onto the ground. In the next instant, these 8 figures appeared. After that, it was a bloodbath. The massive weapons of the armored figures wreaked havoc upon the beasts, causing massive explosions and damage that was reminiscent of a minefield. They swept the battlefield with unprecedented synergy, moving without care for their lives. Whenever they were injured, they were bathed in green mana with a heavy life aura until they regained their peak state, and even while they were being healed, they continued to fight. The white flames that lit up their empty eye sockets burned brighter with every kill, reveling in the feeling of battle. The force of these 8 core formation experts was greater than that of the rest of the cultivators combined. And it was all due to that blue-haired girl they had seen. She stood in the rear, seemingly in awe at her own abilities, as she watched her summons blaze through her enemies. And the tide itself ended only hours after their descent. Currently, Elena was observing the beings she called forth with her new skill. Their existence was contradictory, radiating an aura of both holiness and death, but their power was even greater than her own. When Elena chose to become a Valkyrie, she expected the class to be an upgrade of her second class. She didn't expect that she'd legitimately gain a connection to the place called Valhalla, and she could tell that she truly did. These beings were, as the skill proclaimed, the souls of Valhalla. They were warriors of the past who lived and died on the battlefield. And now, they had become her personal army. She could only summon 8 of them at the moment, but she could firmly feel the connection she had with an unknown plane of existence. It was a connection through which she felt she could call upon many more warriors, perhaps even building her own legion once she was strong enough to do so. In the distance, Rose and Dia, who had reappeared now that the combat had ended, were also watching in shock. Rose had been fully expecting Elena to receive massive boosts after her class change, but this simply felt too exaggerated. With that kind of combat power, she couldn't be sure if even she would win in a fight. And that was if she was going all out with her illusions. In a pure upfront confrontation? Rose was assured of her loss, but this wasn't discouraging for her. The threat she felt from Elena drove her competitive spirit and gave her a new drive to improve. Her rival surpassing her simply wasn't something she would allow. As for Dia, she could barely fathom the 2 monsters she had been tasked to protect. With this kind of prowess, was she even needed? It had to be known that the 2 of them were still concealed by Rose's illusions to the point where not even the strongest beings on the premises could sense them. I have to tell the sect master about these 2 ASAP, she thought to herself. With the secret realm opening and massive changes on the horizon, 2 monstrous talents like them were imperative to the sect. Her only regret was that they had only recently joined. If their growth had been fostered since the beginning, Dia could only imagine the results. However, it was unknown what she would think when she realized that both of them had only been truly gaining power for less than a decade. As the crowd watched on, Elena's summons turned into streaks of white light before charging into her body. 2 wing-shaped tattoos formed on each of her arms and 2 twisting serpents snaked up the sides of her neck. Elena's ocean blue eyes became tainted with a hint of black. But it was barely noticeable if one didn't examine her thoroughly. Sighing lightly, Elena raised her gaze to look at the crowd watching her. Like clockwork, they immediately turned away from her and continued with their post-battle arrangements. At the back of the crowd, a man watched all of this happen with a profound look on his face. When the spectacle ended, he turned and walked away, every cultivator making way when they noticed his identity. When he came to this fortress, he had never expected to see such an interesting scene. In fact, he was currently patting himself on the back for making such a wise decision. The man held an imperceptible smile on his face as he thought back to the beast-tide that had finally ended after many days of fighting. Everything is going according to plan. Still, I should tell father about those two girls. The man soon mounted a lavishly adorned flying beast and left the premises of the fortress. If Rose had been present to see this man, she would immediately feel something off about him. After all, his body was coated in a thick yet invisible layer of a familiar black manna oozing with the scent of death. Chapter 157 Mission End 1. In one portion of the mountainous region that encompassed the entirety of the central region of the northern continent, there was a large canyon that used to be surrounded by a snow-covered desert. The snow itself was many feet deep, considering the weather patterns of the central continent. But the ground had also been compacted and contained a firmness to it after being tempered by such an atmosphere. However, the beautiful white tundra was no more. In its place was a barren wasteland. A 3,000-kilometer area surrounding the canyon was free of snow, with only the small rivers of water formed by its melting left in its place. The water flowed towards the canyon and pooled within, causing a small waterfall to form. As for the ground itself, it was in even worse condition. After the many feet of snow had melted and most of the water formed from it had evaporated, the ground was cracked and sundered until even its firmness could no longer save it. There were hundreds of craters littering its surface, looking like a meteor shower had just impacted it. Not to mention the portions of rock that were melted into magma or covered in a thick red liquid reminiscent of blood. In the center of the apocalyptic scene was a sight that looked like it should have been immortalized in a painting. A large man with black hair and fierce blue eyes stood with his foot on another equally large man's chest. His clothes were ripped and torn, with the beast-skin cloak that used to cover his body being a mere cape on his back. Trails of blood ran down his face and dried blood caked his bulging muscles. As for the man below him, he could barely be called a man anymore. His face was caved in, with his skull evidently being broken. His arms were a mixture of red blood and black slush, and his chest had a gaping hole in it that was filled by the other man's foot. Any signs of life within him had long been extinguished. This was the sight Damien and those cultivators saw when they exited the canyon. Due to the bloody fog, they had failed to notice the waterfall that had formed, but the obvious rumbling was enough to cue them in on the situation. When Shenli felt the multiple gazes that had locked onto his position, he looked up at the cultivators, the fire in his eyes slightly dimming. Without a single word, Shenli jumped onto the back of his flying beast and made his way back to Dahlia City, and the cultivators soon followed. They didn't need to be told what had happened, and no instructions on how to proceed were needed. The trip back was much more silent than the previous one. Not only had they just fought a perilous battle, but many of them had also lost people in its duration. In the back of the crowd, Damien and Long Chen were also silent. Although they were fine, they could read the room well enough to keep their mouths shut. However, Damien's thoughts were still as active as ever. The Nox invasion in this world is either going much more smoothly than anyone assumed, or they are just pretending to be blind. To be honest, he hoped it was the former option. The latter suggested treachery in the highest levels of society, which would not bode well for him. He was already thoroughly invested in the situation with the Nox, since it didn't seem like they were intent on leaving the universe alone. He would be roped in at some point. He just felt like being proactive was better. This way, at least he chose to enter this war. Either way, I need to let Master know about what happened here. With his strength and status, he'll probably know what to do. It might have been odd for Damien to trust his master without knowing him much, but it was how things ended up. His master had helped him plenty even in the short time they had known each other, and even while knowing Damien was an otherworlder, he didn't make any trouble. It wasn't a level of trust that would allow him to reveal all his secrets, but it was enough for this. Especially since his master was a true resident of this world. At the end of the day, Damien had no real connection to the cloud plane. He might have sympathy for its destruction or the tragedies that might take place, but only the amount a normal outsider would have. It'd be more accurate to call it the shock of watching a society collapse from the inside. It had only been a few months since he had come here, and he didn't have anyone like Rose to care for. It was only natural that he wouldn't feel the same as he would if a Pyron met the same fate. While Damien was considering all of this, the group arrived back at Dahlia City. Shenli dismounted his beast before turning to face the crowd of cultivators before him. Although there were some unforeseen circumstances, we still managed to succeed in our task. I found this on that man I fought earlier, so there's no doubt about it. A triangular token appeared in front of him. It was blood red in color and contained a strange 7-pointed star insignia. This is the sect master token of the Beguiled Devil sect, so it's obvious who the leader of that force was. As for why they committed a massacre of their own people, that isn't our concern. I will mark this mission as a success and report to all the powers from whom we sought help. By the time you reach your respective sects, it will be done. So, you don't have to worry about the rewards. Until then, I have many things to take care of. Thank you all once again for your help in this endeavor, and may you have a safe trip back to your homes. Leaving these words, Xunli entered his city. Slowly but surely, the crowd of cultivators dispersed in every direction, following Xunli's words. Likewise, Damien and Longchen headed back to the Celestial Star Palace. It was a truly eventful trip for them, filled with riveting battles and many level increases, but at the same time, it alluded to a scourge existing within the shadows. Damien, what are your plans once we get back to the sect? Long Chen inquired. Be boss. Ah. So you were talking to me. I don't really have anything planned. I'll probably go see my master first and tell him about our trip before I decided anything. Long Chen nodded, having a similar idea, but didn't say anything else. Truthfully, he had a lot of fun on this mission. He wasn't the type to outwardly show his emotions, but having someone who could keep up with him and also beat him in competition brought him genuine excitement. Due to this, he wanted to continue going on missions with Damien. He felt it was the best way for him to challenge himself, but thinking about how he would have to call the shameless idiot boss made him reconsider. With the duo having their own thoughts, they calmly made their way back to the sect, and it wasn't just them. With the beast tied over, the girls were also on their way back to the Supreme Fairy Paradise. What they didn't know, however, was that Dia's call to the sect master led to an unexpected surprise waiting for them. Chapter 158 Mission End 2. An entire week later, Damien and Longchen finally arrived back at the familiar mountain that they called home. It had only been around 2 months since they had left, even though the mission was held for 6 months, causing the guards at the gate a good deal of surprise. As for what they did when they got back, they went straight to the mission hall to claim their rewards. Alright, the sign of completion has been given by the one who issued the requests. Just give me your disciple tokens and I can mark it as done. The mission hall elder said in a surprised tone. After all, an outer court disciple taking on a major mission was already surprising enough, let alone the speed at which they finished. When the process was finished, the elder handed each of them their spirit stones before sending them on their way. Damien didn't waste any time, making his way up the mountain to see his master. He had nothing better to do, plus he wanted to see if his master would teach him anything new, and before long, he arrived at the familiar pagoda. Knocking on the door. He patiently waited for someone to answer. Looks like you're back from your mission. A cold voice answered as the door opened, revealing a familiar beautiful face. Of course I'm back, did you miss me? Damien replied, and why would I do that? Shui Ruyue responded immediately. Damien wanted to tease this senior sister of his more since he still wasn't over the way she treated him, but it was clear she wouldn't be entertaining it. Rolling his eyes, he changed the topic. Is master here? Ruyue averted her gaze into the pagoda before lightly nodding her head, stepping out of the way. Watching him enter the pagoda with a smile on his face, Ruyue's brow wrinkled slightly before she let out a soft sigh and followed him. Unfortunately for her, Tianyang had explicitly stated that she had to be present for the coming conversation, and of course, he had been aware of Damien's return from the second he stepped foot in the sect. Damien walked through the small hallway lined with ornate paintings before reaching the wooden sliding doors that led to the room he had previously been in. It was the same room where he had gone through that incomplete transformation. Oh, looks like you've leveled up a bit, haven't you? An aged voice inquired as Damien slid open the doors. It's nothing major. I still haven't been able to do anything about my skills yet. Damien replied. It was probably the thing he was most concerned about at the moment. With spatial magic and even vector control, he was able to level them up significantly in short amounts of time. Even if he hadn't completely grasped the more esoteric branches of the magics, he was still able to increase his proficiency. However, it wasn't the same anymore. Whether it be his dimensional magic, the question marks in his status, or even creating a domain, he was able to do none of them. He felt some sort of block in his psyche, something that was preventing him from making any more progress, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Even with the Void Heart Sword Law that he had only recently picked up, he hadn't been able to grasp its movements at all. seeing the worry evident on Damien's face. Tianyang slightly smiled. Is this the first roadblock you hit? Damien nodded back with a difficult expression. He was made painfully aware of how smooth his journey thus far had been. Well, the third great realm is like that for every cultivator. It's a realm where you aren't trying to increase your skills or simply level up, you're trying to increase your connection to the elements. Damien looked up at the old man, evidently confused. Connect with the elements? What did that even mean? Don't be in such a rush, I'll obviously tell you now that I've brought it up. Tell me, do you know what the difference between the third and fourth realm is? Damien once again shook his head. Any time he asked or even heard about fourth class, everyone always shut him down and told him it was too early for him to learn about it, but he didn't think so. He felt that the best way for him to work towards the next realm was to know exactly what it contained and what he was hoping to achieve. The entry point to the fourth great realm is called Law Connection Realm for a very good reason. It's because up until that point, you were using elements in their most primary form. Your affinities are simply the elements you are most in tune with and the ones you can become proficient in. You might even have some affinities that aren't listed in your status simply because you don't have enough talent in them compared to your main affinities. But that doesn't mean you can't learn them. With years and years of practice, such a thing can become possible, unlocking new affinities in your status. However, this ain't the main point I'm trying to make. Noticing Ruyue standing in the back and listening, Tianyang motioned her forward. Naturally, she complied, arriving next to Damien, who had taken a seat while listening to the lecture. Seeing his disciples paying rapt attention, he continued. Until the third realm, you've been using elements in their base form, in the way the mana is presented to you. But did you really think that's all there was? Tianyang waved his hand, causing spatial essence to fill the room. However, there was something intrinsically different about the mana, as if it was on a higher level. When you step into fourth class, your being evolves and you come into contact with something called laws. These are the laws that govern the universe and grant it stability. These are the building blocks of everything we know. The spatial essence continued to dance around the room, sometimes being formless but other times having pressure that weighed down on the two disciples like a mountain. A Law Connection Realm expert has just recently come into contact with laws and has to gain an understanding of their function to enter the Law C realm. As for how this relates back to your current problem? That's simple. I have to understand my elements more so that they can evolve into laws. Damien suddenly interrupted. Tianyang smiled and nodded, letting his disciple come to his own conclusion. He could almost see the gears spinning in Damien's head after reaching this point. What he needed to do now wasn't simply train his skills or gain levels. What he needed to do was gain a deeper understanding of elements and their mana itself. It wasn't about comprehending space, and it wasn't about any of the destructive power he was always trying to learn. It was deeper than that. It was as if something clicked in his mind. What he was lacking, what was stopping him from advancing, he understood it all. What Damien needed was a path forward. It was like he had been drifting aimlessly in a massive desert with no idea which direction was north. But now, he knew exactly where to go, even if he didn't have a starting point right now, even if he still had plenty of things to do before he reached the point Tianyang was speaking about. At least he knew it existed. Damien's spirit burned with fervor once again. His desire for strength blossomed. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. Chapter 159, Second Lesson 1. Even if Tianyang said nothing else today, Damien already got what he wanted. He had been drifting aimlessly for so long that he felt extremely fulfilled with just this small amount of knowledge. At first, he was confused as to why the fourth class mattered at all to him right now, since he had just reached level 115, but it all made sense after Tianyang explained. In fact, it wasn't just Damien who had gained something from this teaching. Even Ruyue was absorbed in thought over what she had just learned. Being the little princess of the Shui family, she naturally had much more knowledge than Damien about such things. She knew about laws long before she became a third-class expert. Still, any explanation about the subject or about how to reach that point wasn't given to her. With her monstrous talent, it was expected of her to figure it out herself, and maybe she would have successfully done so. But it wouldn't have been any time soon. When the duo returned their attention to Tianyang, there was an extra hint of worship in their eyes. It was only natural for them to feel this way. Tianyang didn't actually say much at all, but his inflection and the way he led their thoughts made them both reach a level of enlightenment about their cultivation. while it was new for Damien, Ryue only felt adoration before today. After all, her master was also of the idea that she should figure most things out for herself, but ever since this junior brother of hers joined the fray, her master was much more open with his teachings. She didn't know whether to be jealous or thankful for this. So she just stopped thinking about it altogether. Now that you've understood, allow me to go more in depth about the concepts you both need to pay attention to. First of all, what exactly is mana? Tianyang questioned. It's the building blocks of everything, Damien replied almost instantly. This was the basis of everything he knew, it is the energy that birthed the universe. Ryue followed up. Tianyang only gave a slight nod at their answers. While you are both technically right, do you know why that is? Or rather, do you truly understand what you just told me? The duo pondered once more. What was there to understand past these points? Why was it necessary to know that? Damien wondered what it truly meant for mana to be the building blocks of all things. For the sake of organizing his thoughts, he spoke out loud. Mana is present within everything. Animals, plants, or even just the air around us. But these things can exist without mana, right? Planets that haven't awakened their mana yet live like this for up to many eons without trouble. That's only partially true, Ryue answered, doing the same as him. While unawakened worlds live without a constant influx of mana, it doesn't mean that mana isn't present within them. Mana is within everything from the start of its formation, even if it's a minuscule amount. Without mana, life can't sustain itself. Well then, what about oxygen and nitrogen? What about the base elements and concepts such as physics? Mana breaks such laws simply with its presence, so how can they exist in a place where mana resides within everything? Those concepts are simply human designs to label the unknown. Not understanding how things worked, they made such an explanation. And besides, mana itself doesn't break physics, it just bends the existing laws. It's the use of mana through elements that can totally break the concept. Damien thought about what she said and understood that it had logic behind it. The existence of mana alone doesn't break any laws. Mana is a neutral energy that doesn't actually do anything unless it's willed to do so. So, mana itself is tame, but its usage is anything but. Mana existed before the laws of the universe were formed, thus being a higher form of power than them? I'm not sure. Ryue responded as her brows creased. If mana is a higher form than laws, then why can we only use laws after entering the fourth great realm instead of manipulating them from the start? Damien also didn't know the answer to this, but there were plenty of theories swirling through his mind. As for the main one, what if US lifeforms who exist in mana's sphere of influence don't have the capability to wield the laws that make up the world simply from the start? What if the use of elements for the first three realms is a build-up or something like training wheels before we can use laws? Ryue's eyes widened. The answer was so simple, yet they couldn't think of it. Ryue almost leaped at the thought, grabbing Damien's shoulders in excitement. That's right. Just like Master said, we need to have a firm grasp on mana and the elements before we can use laws. Without it, it's impossible for us to control something so esoteric and powerful that actually forms the universe. Laws are too high in power for any normal being to use if they don't gather the appropriate strength first. Damien was a bit stunned by her move, snapping out of his tangent thoughts. He ended up staring into her bright golden eyes that were far too close for comfort, especially with the excitement she was showing at the moment. Ryue was like a different person. Rather than the cold and distant senior sister he had gotten used to, she was just a normal and agreeable woman. Ryue wasn't in any better condition. She hadn't noticed her state of mind until she had already gotten close enough to Damien where if he wanted to, he could take full advantage of her. Since when did they become close enough for her to act like this? The answer was that they hadn't. There was just something about Damien that made her drop her guard. Not to mention, their banter had been so smooth that she almost forgot he was essentially a stranger to her. As she gazed into those red and purple eyes, she felt something that she hadn't felt in a long time. It was like she met someone she could actually enjoy spending her time with, even if it was just as fellow disciples under the same master. Kuhum. A sudden cough interrupted their thoughts. Now, I don't mind if my disciples get closer, but I'd prefer you not do it in front of this old man. Ha 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 ha. The duo quickly separated, not daring to look at each other or Tian Yang at this moment. There wasn't even anything romantic about the interaction, so why were they acting like blushing children? It amused Tian Yang so much that he almost couldn't contain himself. Shaking his head, he returned to the previous topic. You're both on the right track. Although the things you said were just theories, they do contain some truth to them. As long as you continue digging deeper, you should be able to form a true hypothesis. At that time, come back to me for help. As for what to do from now on, well, the synergy between you two is surprising even to me. When did you two become so similar? Last time I checked, you were at each other's necks. Tian Yang almost failed to hold back another fit of laughter but managed to continue. Because of this, it's probably best for you to work together from now on. I feel that the best way for you to get results is such. Not to mention, your affinities complement each other perfectly. Although the two of them had some hesitation, they agreed that they wouldn't have been able to figure things out as fast if it wasn't for their combined effort. Sighing in unison, they continued listening to the lecture. Chapter 160, Second Lesson 2. Tian Yang's lecture continued into the night, teaching the duo many things and widening their horizons far past what they thought possible. That should do it for today. I can't give you all the answers at the start now, can I? He teased. Since there's nothing else to teach you for today, how about you spar each other? You two haven't really had much interaction before today, after all. Damien and Ruyue looked at each other, their interest piqued. While Ruyue had seen a glimpse of Damien's power when he was learning about teleportation earlier, she didn't know his true capabilities. And for Damien, Ruyue was a complete mystery. She had two elements whose mana looked similar to ice, but neither of them were the same. He had Zara's ice element for comparison, so he was sure of this fact. The only thing he was sure of was the fact that she was at the mid-levels of third class, perhaps at the core expansion realm, and technically by Cloud Plane standards, Damien was also at this realm even if his level didn't match up. He had formed his core long ago and expanding it wasn't something he had to do manually. It was one of the greatest benefits of his Ananta system. Seeing that both disciples expressed their willingness, Tian Yang released his spatial mana and teleported them out of the pagoda. Even if the pagoda had the strength to handle their power, it didn't mean that there was enough space for them to have a proper fight. When the two were able to see again, they found themselves in the middle of a grassy plain. They could clearly see the Star Mountain in the distance, but they were far enough to where nobody from the sect would be alerted to their battle. Standing between the two, Tian Yang smiled. Alright, since this is just a friendly spar, I want you both to hold back a bit. Just enough so there are no serious injuries. I'm looking at you, Damien. I don't want another incident like the one during the disciple examination. Damien averted his gaze while whistling the tune to an old anime he used to watch. It's not like he would ever admit that his actions back then were a mistake. Ignoring Damien's amusing reaction, Tian Yang turned to Ruyue, who also nodded lightly. Seeing that they were both ready, he didn't waste any more time. Taking out a circular token, Tian Yang threw it in the air, making it flip around its own axis. The match will start when this token hits the ground. It was like the token moved in slow motion. It flipped continuously until finally, it landed on the ground with a soft thud, but the sound was overrun by the sonic booms that came forth when both Damien and Ruyue charged at each other. Damien pulled out his sword while a shining white spear emerged in Ruyue's hands. Void Sword Art First Form, Bladeless, Moon Goddess's Spear First Form, Tide Formation. A wave of spatial mana charged forward, wanting to tear the world asunder, but it was met by a firm yet gentle force from Ruyue's spear. The tide of mana was pushed and molded to her will, completely dispersing before it was replaced by her own. An iridescent white mana gushed out in waves as Ruyue swept her spear in a horizontal motion. Seeing the incoming tide, Damien didn't move. Instead, he changed tactics, magnitude, and direction. The space around him bent as he tapped his fingers in the air. Swirling vortexes were formed before they charged towards the tide, and similar to what Ruyue did to him, Damien dispersed her tide. Its forward charge suddenly altered slightly to the left, missing him entirely, and by the time it even reached his position, it was barely at the level of a love tap. In their first altercation, they came out in a tie. Without wasting any time, they charged forward once more, knowing that such ranged tactics would only be futile. Void Sword Art Third Form, Dance of the Void, Moon Goddess's Spear Second Form, Moonlight Serenade. Although the names of their attacks seemed to allude to a Beautiful knife filled with elegance and grace, their actual clash was anything but. Ryue swung her spear, its weight bearing down on Damien's sword. Although he was moving in and out of the spatial layers and his body became elusive, she was still able to pinpoint his every motion. Clang dash, once again their weapons connected, causing a massive shockwave to emanate from their location. Luckily, Tian Yang was there to minimize the damage. The scale of their clash became wider and wider, with both of them becoming ethereal to the point where they were almost one with mana. The sparks flying from each of their clashes being the only indication that they existed within reality. Looking into those fierce golden eyes that burned with fighting spirit, Damien grinned. Void sword art fourth form, spatial collapse. He didn't overcharge the attack this time, so there was no gaping black hole. Still, the results of the strike were devastating. Boom dash, everything around them crumbled, with the fabric of reality seemingly shattering like glass. The duo was within an entirely black space where even light couldn't penetrate, but the nauseating swirl of the blackness made it clear that space was still collapsing. Ryue felt lightheaded and she could barely understand how time was passing. Everything seemed so muddled together as if things that weren't meant to collide were fusing. She knew that if she didn't get serious, she would fall low. Blood moon, a seemingly impossible thing happened. Cracks started appearing in the black space before one portion of it turned entirely red. It wasn't just a red light, though, it was an entire miniature celestial body. A true blood moon appeared within the black space, illuminating it with its light. The ebbing tides of collapse slowed to a halt as tranquility was brought back to the atmosphere. But before space could reconstruct itself, Ryue made her move. Moon goddess descent. Her pristine white hair began to glow with an almost holy aura, turning into a shining silver. Her bright golden eyes became dyed in silver. If anyone saw her right now, they would truly think she was the embodiment of the moon. Ryue raised her hand lightly before gracefully waving it like she was conducting an orchestra. All this while, Damien could only stand in a stupor. It was as if he got charmed by her new appearance. But Ryue didn't wait for him to return to himself. Her movements sped up, causing the tides of chaos to flow once more. This time, in reverse, the blackness that encompassed them enveloped Damien like a cocoon, limiting his movements before beams of lunar energy tore through space towards his location. Bang dash, holes were pierced through the cocoon, and although Ryue couldn't see Damien's state at the moment, she was sure he had been injured. Although it may not have sounded like much, her lunar energy was as destructive as it was gentle, not to mention, she added a little something else into it. However, if she could see Damien at the moment, she'd be endlessly surprised. He was bleeding with several holes in his body. But a wide grin painted his face. He had just learned something new. After all, Damien looked up at Ryue's beautiful form, his eyes piercing through the abyssal darkness of the cocoon. An iridescent light began to shine from his pupils as two commanding words left his mouth: Celestial Authority. Chapter 161, Second Lesson, 3, Celestial Authority. It seemed like matter itself froze. The reparation of space, the swirling cocoon entrapping Damien, the rays of lunar energy piercing through him, and even the blood moon itself, everything stopped as an indomitable aura burst forth from Damien's body. Suddenly, the blood moon began spinning counterclockwise, its mana reversing and wrestling out of Ryue's control. As for Ryue, she could only stare in shock as the moon conjured by her stopped obeying her will, becoming an independent existence. Or was it, retracting the energy it shot towards Damien? The moon once again regained its full power before descending from the sky at a rapid pace. Its target? Ryue herself. The moon barreled through the atmosphere, growing larger with each passing second before it eclipsed even the sun. Ryue stared at the oncoming attack with a grim expression before firming herself. She didn't plan on using this here, as she felt it'd be cheating, but Damien's prowess didn't allow her to hold back much. Come. She said only a single word, but it was accompanied by an essence that radiated negative energy. The atmosphere froze over with something other than ice. In fact, the cold was worse than anything mere ice could produce. It was to the point where even Damien, who was still coated in that same indomitable aura, was unable to approach her. When the massive moon reached Ryue's outstretched palm, it didn't result in the explosion that one would expect. Instead, it began to decompose into swirling motes of light before entering her body, turning her attention back to Damien. Her silver eyes flashed erasure. The black space created by the collapsing of space and their surroundings vanished. The cocoon entrapping Damien vanished, and the essence that achieved such feats charged directly towards him, but Damien wasn't helpless in this situation. Even if he couldn't approach, the new skill he had just discovered was enough to counter this apocalyptic essence. Come forth. A massive portal opened above Damien's head before a burning star raced out, charging straight towards the essence of Ryue's erasure. And when they met, a silent collision was incurred. Both forces eliminated each other, with neither having the remaining energy to continue forward. With this, the battlefield was once again encased in silence. Damien and Ryue glared at each other fiercely, amethyst aura clashing with silver. Neither was sure if they could make a move that the other wouldn't be able to counter. Although they were powerful, their skill sets diametrically opposed each other, constantly leaving them at a stalemate. Still, neither wanted to lose, and Damien was still confident in his chances. The Celestial Authority had many more uses that he was still trying to figure out. He just had to learn them through battle. The star summoning he performed was only a basic application of his authority. The same was the case for wresting control of Ryue's moon. After all, he was putting into practice the authority of a genuine celestial. Any celestial body would be dominated by his control, bending to his will. That is, if the celestial body didn't possess a stronger will of its own. He had already tried to manipulate the earth around him, but it was clear that the cloud plane wouldn't allow him to do so. If it did, it would essentially be putting itself under him. Damien mused that this would only happen once he was able to successfully bind the world, but it wasn't just Damien who had more cards to play. Ryue had only just begun using her second element, which also happened to be her trump card. There was no way she only had 2 moves to use with it, but the problem was, her element wasn't suited for attacking. It was an element that denied impurity and denied positive force. It was best used for defense and diversion. Hesitating slightly, she made her decision. She still had 1 card she was willing to show. She simply didn't want to reveal everything she had in a spar like this. Raising both hands to the sky, she did something she never expected she would do today: summon. A dark red runic circle took form in the sky, etching itself into the atmosphere. Its size was so great that the sunlight shining down on them was dyed red. Once it was fully formed, it shined brightly, releasing austere rays of red light before something clawed its way out of the center. It was massive, towering over 100 meters tall, and humanoid. It had 2 goat-like horns protruding from the forehead of its central head, while 2 other heads were also present on its shoulders, each with a pair of blood-red eyes. On its back were bat-like wings that spanned for hundreds of meters. By any definition of the word, it was clear that this being was a devil. But when this devil finally solidified in the world, it turned to Ryue and descended onto 1 knee. However, to Ryue, this was par for course. If the devil had done anything else, perhaps she would have been surprised. Go, rough him up a bit, but don't kill him. The devil nodded its heads before turning to Damien with a bloodthirsty grin on its face. Damien was immensely surprised by the sudden summoning, but to be honest, he welcomed it. It was just another challenge for him to overcome. His eyes flickered between that of a normal human and reptilian slits, and large clouds began to gather over his head. Streaks of black lightning danced through the air as Damien's chest expanded. Draconic scales slowly covered his arms before disappearing, and his teeth grew into fangs. Rumble, thunder, and lightning raged as massive tornadoes formed in the periphery. And in the center of it all, Damien floated while staring at the demon. Both combatants were ready, and all that was left was to start the next round of their battle. However, before it happened, another person entered the fray. Alright, that's enough for now. Tianyang had been watching the proceedings from the sidelines while enjoying the show, but he felt that if they went any further, one of them would end up seriously injured. Ryue hadn't summoned one of her higher-class devil servants, so it was clear she was holding back, but Tianyang was well aware of Damien's character, especially the way he could lose himself when a fight got too intense. The flickering scales that appeared and receded into Damien's skin were clear proof that such a thing had already started occurring. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Tianyang flicked his wrists. The bloodthirsty demon that had been waiting for battle was thrown back into the runic circle it came from, while the storms around Damien quickly dispersed. Although he felt like he was cock-blocked, he couldn't really complain. After all, he knew that even a portion of his master's strength was enough to knock him out for weeks. You two sure had an interesting fight. Tianyang commented with a smile. Neither of them went all out and they didn't cause any major destruction like they could have, but he was certain that they both found ways to increase their current arsenal of attacks. Ryue and Damien descended to the ground, their transformed states fading as they glared at each other. Although this battle had ended in a tie, it was solely due to interruption. Both of them were dying to fight once again, their competitive spirits burning with passion. Chapter 162 Second Lesson 4. Not long after the battle, Tianyang teleported them back to his pagoda. Now that you've seen each other's strengths? What do you think? He questioned the two disciples who still looked sour from having their battle interrupted. I feel like senior sister's elements are more focused on defense than attack. Damien pointed out, it was the biggest thing he got from the fight. Ruyue was able to redirect or entirely block any attack he threw at her. Even molding his spatial mana to fit her needs, it was something he wasn't used to, the feeling of being completely powerless even though he knew she wasn't that much stronger than him. Even with Rose, when they first met she was much stronger than him, the only thing was that her main element was illusions. And with his eyes, he was simply a perfect counter for her. As for Ruyue, she was feeling somewhat similar. His base attack power is greater than mine by miles, but he doesn't have the diversity to keep up with me. Throughout their fight, Damien only used spatial element, and even then he only used a few moves from it. Even his celestial authority, while possessing the potential to be something grand, wasn't at that level yet. He's a brute. He's too green when it comes to true complex battles. If I had to guess, he's made it this far on raw power and absurd mana capacity. Although her words were harsh, they were true. Damien knew this as well, which is why he was doing his best to contain the annoyance bubbling inside of him. He really had gotten this far on brute strength alone. His sword mastery came from savagery and his spatial comprehension was always on the basis of destruction. When it came to elegance and strategy, he was basically dumb. Basically, he's dumb. Oi! You didn't have to say it out loud. HM? But I'm right, aren't I? You're a dumb brute and that's that. So? What does it say about you that you couldn't even defeat this dumb brute? Nothing at all, it's just like you said. My prowess is mainly focused on defense, not offense like you. Those are just excuses. Imagine if I went and told the world that my senior sister, the one and only little princess of the Shui clan, couldn't even defeat an idiot in combat. Damien and Ruyue glared at each other with fighting intent once again blazing. Tianyang could only watch their interaction with a wry smile plastered on his face. If it keeps going like this, they might end up a little too close. While his purpose in organizing this spar was for the two of them to get closer, he didn't expect it to work so well. Looking at them bickering like childhood friends, he couldn't figure out what led to such a thing. It was only then that he realized something he had forgotten in the past few years. Although Ruyue liked to portray herself as a cold woman who stood above all, it was only suppressing some of her other most prominent personality traits, one of which was so important that it basically made her reputation when she was younger. Tianyang had been her master for many years, but it had been a while since he reminisced on those old days, the Shui clan's little demon. With how she had grown up becoming colder and more distant, he almost forgot about how much she loved to bicker with others like this. It was like she had a knack for causing trouble and fully embraced it. Or perhaps, she was just a bit of a sadist. Either way, it was something that used to be a core of her personality, and it'd be more surprising if it had vanished even after all these years. Perhaps she simply didn't have anyone she could be expressive to. No, he knew that was the case. Considering the situation she's been in as she grew up, there was no way it wasn't like that. Once more gazing at Ruyue, who was now smiling triumphantly, and Damien, whose veins were almost popping out of his head, Tianyang's smile became heartening. I wonder what's so special about this boy to get such a reaction from her. He wanted to continue their lesson today, allowing the two to improve on the things they learned through battle, but he decided against it. It had been too long since Ruyue could have fun like this, and he didn't want to be the one to ruin it. Silently sitting back in his seat, he continued to watch the bickering duo in amusement. Meanwhile, the duo's argument had already gone past the previous battle and become slightly personal. And to be frank, largely childish. You think you're so cool, I bet you don't even leave the sect that much. I leave all the time? For missions and missions, but that still counts. Oomph, go touch grass. As if you're any different. You probably lived in some secluded mountain all your life. Why are you talking like some expert? Because, of course, I am an expert, Damien replied with a profound smirk, imitating a certain old man who liked to act all mysterious, as if. Prove it then. Proof? I don't need any proof. Of course you do, otherwise you're just a liar and a cheat. Ha? Both Damien and Ruyue paused at the strangeness of her words. Although they were both clearly aware of what she meant, it could be taken in a completely different way out of context, and of course, with Damien being Damien, there was no way he wouldn't capitalize on such a mistake. Oh ho? A liar and a cheat, huh? Could it be that little senior sister is jealous? Or maybe. He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Ruyue's face adopted a slightly red hue as she averted her gaze. It wasn't her first time being teased like this, and usually, she'd have already blasted the perpetrator into oblivion with her lunar energy, but this time was different. After all, she found herself enjoying it, along with the rest of the childish argument they were having. Still, there was something she was curious about. When Damien said he had traveled more than her, it was obvious he didn't just mean continents, she had also gone on missions to other continents, so that wouldn't be a solid argument. As for what he truly meant, during our fight, you summoned a star to counter my absolute erasure. How did you do that? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. Damien smiled lightly, not minding the change of subject as he decided to brag a bit. It's because of my class. Not only can I summon stars, but I can also borrow their power for my own use. As he spoke, Damien flicked his finger, causing a blazing sunfire to manifest on top of it. The wisp of flame skyrocketed the temperatures in the room with its intense heat, but Damien's mana was also draining at a rapid rate. It was the reason he didn't use sunfire often, however. Watching the sunfire dance around Damien's palm, Ruyue went entirely silent. She stared at the flame of a celestial body as her body began to radiate an ethereal aura once again. Her eyes became silver and the faint illusory outline of a massive moon took form behind her. Suddenly, she lifted her hand as something began to manifest on top of it. It was a wisp of bluish-white flame. Chapter 163 Second Mission 1. What are the qualities of the moon and why was it able to be classified as its own affinity? In truth, the latter half of the question could remain unanswered for eons if nobody looked into it. The reason was simple: the sheer number of affinities and elements existing was too large. Although most people are born with the average affinity towards one of multiple of the most basic elements, it wasn't that rare to see someone with a unique affinity. Something like Ruyue's moon affinity, however, was especially rare. It was because of how specific it was more than anything else. In fact, even with her affinity, Ruyue had the ability to manipulate lunar energy. It was a facet of Yin's connection to all things cold or negative. However, she was specifically born with an affinity toward the moon as well. It was something that should grant her a less streamlined set of abilities, but even now she hadn't been able to understand it. Why did she have an affinity with the moon and what could she truly do with it? That's what she had spent all these years trying to learn. She even halted her progress on the Yin element to focus on this. Yet, she got nothing, at least, not until this moment. When she watched Damien summon flames from the sun, something seemed to click within her. She watched how he used the energy of celestial bodies and it seemed to make much more sense, and so, she became immersed in a meditative state as she stared at the flame. And even after the flame vanished she continued to stare at its position. Why was the element of the sun of fire? That much was obvious considering what the star was made of. But as Ruyue looked at the bluish-white flame on her palm, she had to wonder, why was the element of the moon of fire as well? The moon absolutely didn't align with the element of fire, which was Yang attributed. It was too destructive. Meanwhile, what Ruyue had learned from the moon in all these years was how gentle it was. It didn't use much force, continuing along with the flow of things, but it still managed to assert its power. It still managed to cause tides to rise and fall. As Ruyue's gaze shifted to the flame on her palm, she tried to comprehend something from it. Oddly enough, the flame felt cold to the touch, as if she was running her fingers along an ethereal form of ice. Pointing her palm towards the wall to her right, Ruyue immobilized this new flame, causing a burst of flames to shoot forth like a flamethrower, and in those flames' wake, there was a path of what seemed like ice. Yet, Ruyue knew better. It wasn't necessarily ice, but it wasn't fire either. It contained the properties of both. It burned hot enough to seem cold, but conversely was cold enough to cause burns. This kind of contradiction was something Ruyue simply couldn't fathom at the moment. Her glowing silver eyes slowly returned to gold as Ruyue was snapped out of her comprehension state. There wasn't anything she could learn at this moment. All she knew was that she finally had a path forward. Looking at the man in front of her, she knew he was the cause. But the man himself seemed clueless. He was staring at the icefire Ruyue had released with interest clearly written on his face. she hadn't really taken the time to look at him before today, but he was a really interesting guy. His eyes were strange even by this world's standards, yet nobody seemed to have a problem with them. The two colors contained within them swirled as if they were alive, and his cross-shaped pupils were like a small boat in the midst of a raging ocean. It was an oddly peaceful sight. His hair looked like a representation of space, especially once you got to know him and understand his affinities. As for the rest of him, it was always hidden under layers of black clothing, so she hadn't really seen it. Wait, why do I want to see that? Ryue wondered as she forcefully stopped her train of thought. Since when was she the kind of person to think about such things? Perhaps the strange atmosphere that had enveloped the room was affecting her. Yes, that had to be it. Either way, she couldn't keep her eyes off him. However, he soon turned back around and noticed her gaze. I know I'm handsome, but is there any need to stare? He said with a teasing smile, and just like that, the atmosphere was shattered. That's right, this guy is so annoying, there's no way he could be as I was thinking. You? Handsome? I just found out that hearing those two words in the same sentence makes me want to gag. She responded in annoyance. What do you mean by that? What do you think I meant? Ryue clutched her stomach while acting like she was sick. Look what you did. I think I'm going to be sick just by looking at you. As if you can talk. It's not like you're any better than me. And what's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what it's supposed to mean. Damien quipped while imitating Ryue's previous motion, you dash. Ha ha ha. Doesn't feel good being on the receiving end, does it? Damien laughed with a triumphant grin on his face. Tianyang, whose presence in the room was somehow ignored by the two who were getting closer at a rate he thought was far too fast, decided it was time to step in. Are you two ever going to stop quibbling like little kids? Or did you just forget I was here and decide to flirt? His interruption immediately shut them up as they diverted their gazes, refusing to look at him. Still, he didn't mind it much. Turning to Ryue, he continued, it looks like you've learned something new. Although I want to congratulate you, I can see that you haven't fully grasped what this fire is. Until then, I can only guide you in practice. Ryue nodded in understanding. Her master was always like this, even though he'd recently become more open. She would have to perfect her new ability much more before she would even get a semblance of praise from him. As for you, he said to Damien, Ryue was right in her assessment. Although you have an extraordinary amount of brute strength, you don't have a proper move set besides your sword art. You need to work on improving this. Damien also ended up nodding, although reluctantly. He didn't want to accept it, but he really had no choice. There would inevitably be times when raw strength alone wouldn't cut it, or his lacking comprehension would catch up to him, especially with the fact that he'd be improving his base understanding to reach 4th class. Comprehension and variety were the things he needed most. From what I've seen, you lack a proper foundation. It's as if you've learned everything you have through battle alone. Although I don't want to influence your path too much, I will help you solidify this. For the first time in a few years, Damien would take the time to properly train. Chapter 164 Second Mission 2. The days passed swiftly as Damien and Ryue spent their time training diligently with Tianyang. Unlike before, he was taking an active role in their training and giving them lessons much more often. It was clear that there would be some sort of event happening in the future that he was preparing them for, and just like that, 3 months passed. Damien had learned more than he would have ever expected in these 3 months. Even he was surprised by his own progress. First and foremost was his sword. He had been training the sword for so long that he expected to feel some kind of connection with it, but he really had none. With the way he found his fighting style evolving, he almost wanted to throw away the sword entirely, but he chose not to. His sword art was still one of his greatest strengths. With Tianyang's help, Damien was able to build a more solid foundation for his sword that he previously didn't have. Until this point, he was sure of what his sword was meant for. It was a tool for slaughter. For savageness, brutality, and killing. That was the only reason he ever picked up a sword. It was the resolve that was bred into his sword when he was still in the dungeon, but did he still need such a sword? The answer was a resounding no. He was long past the point where he would only move to kill, where he was cold enough to not spare a second thought at anything that didn't concern him. Well, it's not like he magically became a better person. He just knew that he didn't need to act so animalistic anymore. So Tianyang taught him skill to add to his previously brutal sword, attempting to make it more concise and methodical, but that was only a minor improvement. Damien didn't actually have a great amount of talent for the sword at all. If anything, his talent was for the destruction he could cause, and for that, his best tool was his spatial element. And with Tianyang also having the same element, it was only obvious Damien would make immense progress. His celestial authority had been properly fleshed out, and Damien had created a few different moves he could evoke with it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was incredibly anticipating the use of them. His vector control also slightly improved, allowing him to affect a wider range around him. Damien tended not to use this power, since it would take all the fun out of battle, but it would be incredibly important when he truly got serious, so he never neglected it, but for the most part, he simply firmed his foundation like Tianyang had told him before. He solidified his base knowledge and comprehended more about space, making sure he would have the ability to back up his strength. Naturally, he also took the time to visit Longchen every day of the first week for the pleasure of being called boss by the helpless young master, and Ruyue wasn't slacking either. In fact, she worked even harder than Damien to not be surpassed by him. Even if she didn't look it, she wanted to maintain her position as senior sister and stay stronger than him if possible. Her main problem was with offense, and she had just gained a weapon that would grant her such ability. All that had to do was understand and refine her ice flame until she could properly use it in combat, so that's exactly what she did. Her first move was to enter a comprehension state, foregoing physical training for a while, and in this state, she was able to understand a bit about the element that she couldn't before. Her main question until now had been, what does it have to do with the moon? And she found that it both had everything to do with the moon and nothing at all. In the depths of her comprehension, she learned much more than she originally thought. In fact, her comprehension left the ice flame and returned to her moon affinity in general. In the first place, what is a moon? A moon, in reality, is a natural satellite that orbits a planet. Regardless of whether it opposes a sun or is simply an asteroid caught within a planet's orbit, they are all technically considered as moons. So, what was Ruyue's affinity? On her status sheet, it simply said moon, making Ruyue, or anybody, assume that she had a connection to the lunar body that rose in the nighttime, but as she delved further into the concept, she realized that her perception was always wrong. Manipulation of lunar energy? That was merely scratching the surface of what she could truly do. Her affinity. She learned that it was much closer to an affinity with celestial bodies as a whole than simply the moon itself. It was eerily similar to what Damien originally thought his celestial class was meant for, connecting to celestial bodies. The differences between the two were many, but in this specific ability, the main difference was the medium used to form connections, while Damien used space itself as a medium. Having naturally formed ethereal connections to every celestial body in the vicinity, Ruyue had to work much harder to achieve the same result. The reason was simple. She didn't use any medium to form the connections she needed to form. They were direct connections to the celestial bodies, without any outside interference, but the difference in their performance would also reflect that. The reason Damien never truly used the plethora of connections that he constantly had was because he couldn't really get anything out of them. It wasn't the main purpose of his class. For Damien to maximize the benefits of these connections, he had to bind the worlds and form relationships with their world cores. It was both due to the nature of the class and the fact that it was a class rather than an affinity, but for Ruyue, she was born with this ability. She didn't acquire it through legends and class changes. So for her, the process naturally differed, and until she realized this fact, she wasn't able to truly bring out the potential of her element. She was only able to use the bare minimum through the single connection that had naturally formed between her and the closest celestial body, one which also leaned more towards Ian and synchronized best with her. She was now able to understand what clicked when she saw Damien's sunfire. It wasn't a matter of elements, nor was it something related to the moon she was already connected to. She had subconsciously formed another connection. She was able to feel it now. It was a smaller satellite that orbited around a much larger axis, making it the second closest Ian-centered celestial body. She was able to see it clearly now. It was a small world, around 1/3 RD the size of the moon, but it was an elemental world. It was better classified as a star than anything else, but it somehow still fell under her authority. Most likely, it was due to the synchronization between her Ian and moon affinities. The small star was naturally uninhabitable, especially considering its atmosphere. It was covered, or rather, completely made up of the ice flame that Ryue was now able to utilize. Chapter 165, Second Mission 3. While Ryue remained deep in her meditation state, Damien found time to visit his master for a serious talk. He had almost forgotten about it with the sudden insights and progression in the recent months, but he finally remembered it today, re-entering the main room of Tian Yang's residence where he had been staying for the past 3 months. Damien greeted his master. "Good morning, master." Come sit." Tian Yang responded while brewing a pot of tea. Damien took a seat in front of him and watched, unsure of how exactly to start the conversation. "It seems you didn't come for a lecture today, so feel free to speak your mind." Tian Yang could very easily sense the tense atmosphere around Damien today, and he wasn't one to waste time on mindless drivel if there was something more important to talk about. Damien also appreciated this bluntness, going straight into the topic at hand. "It's about the mission I went on a few months back. I encountered something I wanted to inform you about since something seemed off the entire time." Damien proceeded to explain everything that happened during the mission. From the moment they entered the canyon and met the blood fog, to the strange physiques of the devil worshippers, the massive battle and the corruption of corpses, and finally, the devastation left in the wake of the battle between the two strongest beings present, he made sure he didn't leave out any details, allowing Tian Yang to gain a clear picture of the events. It was imperative that his master understood the severity of the situation. "With your status, I'm sure you are aware of the Nox and the threat they pose not just to this world, but many others as well. My concern is how they were able to easily infiltrate and corrupt people without anyone noticing. After all, the devil worshippers were working in broad daylight, not even attempting to hide the obvious connection they had to the Nox. Anyone who has seen one of those things would instantly recognize it, and while they are called devil worshippers, they really have nothing to do with devils at all. Another concern is whether they are being written off as just disciples of another wicked sect or not." Tian Yang listened to everything without much change in expression. Only slightly wrinkling his brows at the mention of the Nox, he stayed silent for a moment, leaving Damien anxiously waiting before he spoke his thoughts. "Have you told anyone else about this?" Damien thought it was an odd question, but shook his head in denial either way. "Good. It would not be good if panic began to spread to the public due to a slip-up. Now, allow me to explain. When it comes to this matter, you are both correct and incorrect at the same time." Damien raised his brow, not understanding, but Tian Yang didn't force him to remain confused. The peak experts of the world are all aware of the current situation with the Nox, and most of the large sects have also made countermeasures against infiltration. However, their presence in this world has been publicized as a sort of new cult that has emerged. Make no mistake, the wickedness of said cult has been openly spread, but knowledge of a possible invasion or planetary world isn't something available to the public. However, that doesn't mean everything is safe. There are still suspicions that some powers are colluding with the Nox. It's simply not possible to eliminate them without evidence. We are righteous sects at the end of the day. If we move in such a domineering manner, the reputation of our powers would decrease by a large margin. Not to mention, the involved powers will most definitely spread false information to alert the public. Even if we can prove these claims true, the seed of doubt that will be planted cannot be erased easily. Such a situation is what we have been avoiding. Still, there are plans being formulated to counterattack. Perhaps not the Nox themselves, as their homeworld is still undiscovered to this day, but they are not the ones moving against us with fervor at the moment. It is their subordinate power that we must be wary of. A world known as Niflheim. As Tian Yang finished his speech, Damien was left in a slight shock. He never expected there to be so much happening in the shadows. There was a reason he never prided himself as a schemer. There was also the matter with Niflheim. He had no idea the world was close enough to the cloud plane for there to be talk of planetary warfare. Still, planetary warfare, huh? Just the thought of such a large-scale and epic battle made his blood boil, but he suppressed it forcefully. Now wasn't the time to get battle-hungry. Is there anything for me to do, then? He questioned. It seemed that the higher-ups of the world had everything planned out, but he still wanted to be involved in one way or another. Tian Yang pondered, looking at Damien with a profound smile on his face. "There's really no reason for you to get involved, is there?" His tone was clearly teasing, causing Damien to frown a little. "Master should know I have plenty of reasons. My homeworld is also being targeted by the Nox." "Well, if you told me that when we first met I might have believed you, but are you still going to pretend like that's true?" Tian Yang was well aware of Damien's personality. Especially in these past few months, he'd been able to clearly see what kind of man Damien was. And with that information, Tian Yang was able to form a guess on his intentions that he was sure of. The boy simply wants to be part of such a thrilling adventure. The thought made Tian Yang smile, being reminded of himself in his younger days. And seeing how Damien was sheepishly smiling back at him, he knew he was right. If you already knew, then you didn't have to ask me about it, right? Damien complained. Although it might have been wrong to put up a righteous front, he didn't care much. He knew how selfish his intentions truly were, and he didn't plan to publicize them at all. Others would surely label him as someone wicked if he did so. Tian Yang wryly shook his head, arriving at the same conclusion. But his expression turned teasing again in an instant. Flicking his finger, he sent an arrow of spatial mana towards the closed door to the room. Ah! A startled shout followed by a soft thump rang out, attracting Damien's attention to the beautiful silver-haired figure that had just fallen to the floor. His eyes went wide, staring at Ruyue, who had most likely been eavesdropping on the entire conversation before he turned back and glared at Tian Yang. There was no way he wouldn't notice her presence if he hadn't covered it up. As for shooting the spatial mana, it was just for show. After smiling back at the annoyed Damien, Tian Yang turned his gaze back towards Ruyue. It's good that you're here. Come, I have something for the both of you. Chapter 166 Second Mission 4 Once Ruyue was seated next to Damien, Tian Yang continued, Ruyue, you heard everything, didn't you? Ruyue nodded. She had just finished a long period of meditation and came to meet Tian Yang before doing some physical training, but she ended up overhearing an interesting conversation instead. There were many things she was curious about. The knocks and the plans regarding them, the movements of the peak experts of the world, and most of all, the fact that Damien said his homeworld was also being targeted. His homeworld? Ruyue wasn't stupid enough to not know what he meant by that. She was just too surprised to totally process the fact. She thought back to their small argument about being well-traveled and realized why he could act so much wiser than her. Still, before she could ponder on it further, she was abruptly pulled into the conversation. Since you're both aware of the Nox and the devil worshippers in the world, I have something I want you to take care of. Think of it as a mission. Tian Yang said after receiving her confirmation. The duo's interest was piqued at the mention of this. Missions were always assigned by the mission hall. That is, unless they were too important to go through such a wide selection process. For specialized missions that came straight from an elder, especially a grand elder like Tian Yang, there had to be something much more important at stake. You both must be well aware of the Empyrean Dragon Realm opening in 9 months already. The event isn't too big of a deal in usual times, but with the probability of war on the horizon, this year's entrance holds much more significance. I will not go into details at the moment, but if you weren't already aware, the Empyrean Dragon Realm isn't a secret realm as much as it is a hidden world. The entire realm was actually the location of the Empyrean Dragon Palace that ruled the Cloud Plane in ancient times. This information was new to Damien, but he wasn't exactly surprised. Even in the current world, the Supreme Fairy Paradise was said to reside in a hidden realm. Although, a hidden world seemed to be a much greater version of such a concept, the reason I bring this up is simple. There are plenty of forces that are planning to send their youths into the hidden world this time, just like every year. The problem is, we don't know how many of them are in collusion with the Nox. If any devil worshippers were allowed to gain an inheritance or legacy from the ancient sect, who knows what could happen? And that's if we don't even mention the true inheritance of the sect. The inheritances found thus far have been good enough for the secret realm entrance to be widely anticipated every 5 years when it opens. And even with such consistency, nearly 1/3 of the world has been explored. And even within that 1/3, only half the treasures have been claimed. What I want from you two is simple. I will give you the location where many wicked powers are said to have gathered, and you will investigate. As I said, only investigate, nothing more. If the information holds true, there will be many law connection powerhouses present. If you find anything of substance, leave immediately and report back, and if you get caught, crush these talismans and you'll be transported directly back to this pagoda. Tian Yang pulled 2 slips of paper out of his spatial ring. They were both palm-sized and had a series of runic lines on them that seemed to be drawn in ink. Yet, the power of their aura clearly represented their might. Taking his talisman from Tian Yang, Damien raised a question. If it's as dangerous as you say, why do you need us to do this? That's even simpler, Ruyue interjected. Wouldn't they be much more on guard if a powerhouse suddenly showed up? Even if we are powerful, our cultivation levels don't reflect it as much. As long as we have chaos rank artifacts to disguise ourselves, we are the best choice for this kind of mission. Damien nodded in agreement once he heard her reasoning. Indeed, it was a stupid question of him to ask. But his attention was drawn to something else: chaos rank artifacts? That's right, Tianyang said. For this mission, I've prepared chaos rank artifacts for the two of you. Luckily, we already had them in the sect treasury. Or I would have been forced to call in a few favors. The artifacts Tianyang pulled out were shaped like bracelets with entirely black surfaces. They truly had no defining features, looking as average as an accessory could get. Looking at the first chaos rank artifact that he had ever seen, Damien was a bit disgruntled. He expected something more flashy for a rank with such a domineering name. Not to mention how powerful they were supposed to be. Looking at his expression, Tianyang let out a slight chuckle. Don't be fooled by their mundane appearance. They are disguise artifacts, not weaponry, so naturally they are made to blend in. Their power is still as great as you imagine. Damien nodded. He already knew it was like this, he was just slightly discontent. It was just him being an inconvenience more than anything else. Ignoring Damien's grievance, Tianyang pulled out the next item he would give them. This is the final help I'll give you. It's a map of the location I mentioned previously and also the identities that you will be taking on. Furthermore, there is a list of all the potential powerhouses that might be present. I'm aware that this mission is serious, but your safety takes priority. If worst comes to pass, I will personally move to ensure that you both stay safe. The duo nodded solemnly. If Tianyang was giving this much assurance, there was really nothing for them to worry about. This kind of mission was a new thing to Damien. They had just been talking about how he always used brute strength to force his way forward, and now he was being put in a situation where he could no longer do so. He didn't know how he would fare on this mission, especially with its importance, but he wanted to do his best. Not only for the completion of the mission, but also due to the sense of duty he felt. It was an odd thing, to say the least. He, who never cared for anything besides his own people, felt a sense of duty in the boiling conflict with the Nox. He was only half lying when he said it was for the sake of his homeworld. While he didn't care about the people residing on the planet, he cared about the world itself. It was bound to him. He didn't want to think about what would happen if it got destroyed or conquered by a race like the Nox. That connection was much deeper than the other ones he had to the random celestial bodies in the distance. He had a gut feeling that as he was now, if the Earth was destroyed, he'd inevitably die. Chapter 167, Setting Out. 2 days had passed since Tianyang had given Damien and Ruyue their mission, and at the moment, they were busy trying to plan as much as they could. For the most part, they'd be going in blind, not knowing exactly what they were supposed to be doing. But, the goal of the mission was investigation and reconnaissance. So they couldn't do much about that. At most, they could flesh out their disguised personas and figure out who to avoid while they were there. Looking at the map in front of them, the two had grim expressions on their faces. This location, it's the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, isn't it? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. In that kind of location, it'd be a miracle if we survive without protection. Even with the escape talismans Tianyang had provided, it was still necessary to be safe. It was unknown what kind of dangers they'd face over the course of their mission, not to mention the talismans were only SSS rank, although they were powerful in their own right. If the duo was being pursued by a fourth-class expert, there was a chance they could be intercepted, and if the location of the meeting about to ensue was the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, they needed to be much more cautious than they were previously. Within the central region, there were many notable mountains that were immediately recognizable from a distance. However, even among these, there were some that stood at the top. The first few one would think of were the Jade Mountain and Star Mountain of the Jade Heavenly Palace and Celestial Star Palace respectively, but these were simply due to their status. With the vastness of the central region, which was bigger than some continents back on Earth, there were a variety of dangerous areas that caused the deaths of many cultivators. These danger zones ranged from poisonous swamps to grand canyons filled with spatial wind. And among the plethora of dangers within these zones, there were bound to be fortuitous opportunities as well. This high-risk, high-reward environment was what drew cultivators to these locations, and it was what made their names famous and widespread. But when it comes to danger, there was a mountain range that eclipsed almost all other danger zones. This was the 3000 Beast Mountain Range. The range itself didn't boast an incredible size, containing around 50 mountains in total, but that wasn't its main selling point. After all, it was in the name. When one heard the term 3,000 beasts, they wouldn't think much of it. Although it was a large number for any single cultivator to handle, it didn't mean anything in the greater scheme of things. 3,000 beasts could be found in any medium-sized forest, even if the level of these beasts was low. For a mountain range to contain this number would seem pathetic, but that wasn't what the name of the range referred to. In reality, it wasn't that there were only 3,000 beasts within the mountain range. Rather, within those 50 towering mountains, there were 3,000 beast kings, fourth-class existences, some even being in the Lost Sea realm. Naturally, each of these kings had their own army underneath them, causing this mountain range to be infested with a number of beasts that would be unforeseen anywhere else. Unfortunately, the exact number was never publicized. The 3,000 beast mountain range was concealed by a thick fog that blanketed its perimeter, blocking any peering eyes trying to discern what was within it. The information that people already had about the mountain range was found over the period of many years and many cultivators spreading what they found. Still, the survival rate of those who entered the mountain range was abysmal. Rarely anyone was able to truly make it out of that hellish environment with their mind intact, and this was the kind of place Damien and Ryue would soon be charging into. Even if the meeting grounds were on the perimeter, within the fog on the outskirts, it was still incredibly dangerous to even be in the area. Seeing this once again makes me doubt why we are being sent on this mission instead of someone more qualified. Damien sighed. He loved danger and he loved teetering the line between life and death, but going to a place where thousands of fourth-class existences resided? He wasn't stupid enough to put that in the same category, but is there truly anyone more qualified? Ryue argued, and she was correct to some extent. The more Damien thought about it, the fewer people he could think of that could take on the role they were taking. Within the sect, the only other person he could think of was Long Chen, but that guy was the same as him. He was the kind of person who would go in guns and fighting intent blazing. He hadn't met any of the core disciples, but they were Law Connection realm experts, so they were automatically disqualified. As for the inner court, with him being as strong as Ryue and her being one of the strongest inner disciples, he didn't really put them in his eyes. And the Celestial Star Palace was second in terms of power among the great sections. Damien hated that there truly wasn't anyone else that could take this task from them. Alright, let's not dwell on the topic anymore. The next thing we need to figure out is disguises. Perhaps Damien was a bit dumb, but it took him a while what it meant for Ryue to be the little princess of the Shui clan. Her status was immense in this world, even though he blatantly disregarded it. If she walked around in public, heads would immediately turn. Let alone her status, her beauty was also enough to drive many men insane. There was no way she could be incognito the way she was, and Damien wasn't any different. Although he didn't have the same status as her, his looks were anything but ordinary. And even if his attractiveness could be attributed to his level, his strange eyes and hair would immediately give away his uniqueness. We need a backstory, I guess. Not to mention, names. If I have to be honest, my naming sense is trash. He replied, continuing the conversation. True. Spatial collapse? Could you seriously not think of something better than that? Oi, I like that one. It's short and to the point without any uselessness. It's my minimalistic flair. It's a lame name. You should learn from me when it comes to this kind of thing. Yeah, okay, Miss Moon Goddess. Ryue's face turned red in embarrassment as she averted her gaze. That one isn't my fault. Its name came from my cultivation technique. I totally believe you. Well then, oh great and holy Moon Goddess, how about you come up with some good names for us? Fine, just watch. I'll create disguises so perfect that you won't even be able to recognize me after. Ryue responded with slightly puffed cheeks. Damien simply smiled in response. The only reason it had taken them 2 whole days already to come up with all their preparations was due to how often their conversations would devolve like this. Yet, oddly enough, he couldn't find it in himself to be bothered by it. After all, her pouting expression is pretty damn cute. Chapter 168, Setting Out. 2. Their discussion continued for the next few hours before Damien returned to his residence. There was nothing else they could possibly plan for, and as they had agreed earlier, Ryue was in charge of the disguises. At this point, there was nothing Damien could do besides sit patiently and wait for the next day to come. he found himself lying on his bed alone for the first time in many months, and honestly, he didn't know how to feel about it. Ever since arriving at the cloud plane, he had been moving constantly either by training or going on missions. Completely absorbed in the activities he was partaking in, perhaps it was a subconscious thing, but he never allowed himself to have time alone like this. He knew what would happen when it came. He would inevitably find himself drowning in his own thoughts. Well, recently it was mainly self-loathing. It was this self-loathing that kept him running away from his thoughts, trying his best to ignore his feelings and continue on with his happy everyday life, and he knew the reason for this. It wasn't that hard to figure out. I wronged her. Every time he was alone in bed like this, his thoughts would drift towards the woman who had silently supported him ever since they first met. Even when he made such an outrageous request to separate, even when he was clearly running away from his feelings, she didn't say anything. She continued to support him and wish the best for him from the side, and every time he thought of her, he would hate his guts for leaving her like that. He knew they were still together and that this was just a small period of separation, but that didn't diminish his guilt in the slightest. Why should Rose have to deal with his emotional insecurity? Why does he have to affect her with his mood swings? He hated the idea of it. He didn't want to run away from happiness anymore, but he couldn't find it in himself to embrace it. I'm pathetic. Pathetic. It was the only word he could use to describe the current him. He could charge into a valley of death or a sea of corpses with no hesitation. He could face the aura of a fourth-class existence and resist with all his might. So why was it that when it came to his love life he was so trash? Were his trust issues, his abandonment issues, this deeply ingrained within his psyche? Was he that broken? The odd thing was that Damien had never had a romantic relationship before he met Rose. He hadn't even had a fling with another woman. His situation on Earth and his one-track mind wouldn't allow it, not to mention, with how he would walk around like a homeless person most of the time after the world awakening. There was no girl who would look his way. He was new to the relationship thing, and even more than that he was new to such dense affection like the one Rose would always show him. Think about why it is that I'm so scared to express my love for her. That was the thought that kept running through his head. Damien wasn't the type to leave his problems unsolved, especially if he could find the solution with a bit of thinking like so. He wanted to get to the crux of the problem as soon as possible so he might have hope of fixing himself or at least acknowledging what he needed to fix, and as his level increased and brought his league up together with it, his memory had become much sharper. He could vividly remember the happy childhood he used to have and the shitty days that came after that. That's right, it all began when Dad left. His mother was forced to work 3 times as hard, never having time to show him the motherly love he used to experience daily. He became a laughingstock at school to those children who weren't aware of the concept of boundaries, and he slowly became more introverted. That was the day his downward spiral began. It was after that day that he subconsciously conditioned himself to run away from affection, knowing that it could disappear in the blink of an eye. It was after that day that he couldn't trust anyone, the ones he used to spend his days with turning their backs on him. In the end, the core of his trauma was his family. How stupid of me. Why was he letting such an old scar take such prevalence in his life now? This life of his was so much different from what it had been previously that it was such a negligible memory, but that was normal. Trauma wasn't something that would disappear just because you wanted it to, or just because your life turned around. Damien had never healed his trauma. He hadn't even taken steps towards such a goal. Instead, he did as he was doing now. I ran away from my problems. For how much he loved to talk big about not leaving problems unsolved, it seemed he had a rich history of running away from such things. Maybe that was the thing he needed to fix most. Maybe before he could go and meet Rose with utmost confidence, he had to learn to face himself seriously. When his thoughts came full circle back to Rose, his face slightly contorted into a grimace. Although what he had previously been thinking about was the main cause of his guilt towards her, it wasn't the only one. It had been almost 5 months since they separated, and only 4 of those months were spent at the sect. During that time, how much had he thought about her? How much had he missed her? He felt like he was belittling her position in his heart by avoiding even the subject of her like this. And there was another thing as well. He was beginning to know. Let's not think about that. He immediately suppressed those feelings the second they appeared in his mind, trying to deny them with all his might. Even if he couldn't deny them, he at least had to suppress them so they wouldn't interfere with both his daily and romantic life. Why does this shit have to be so complicated? He covered his face with his hands, shaking his head furiously. Was love like this for everyone? I'm tired. It wasn't physical exhaustion at all. He had just been forcing himself to think about too many things over the past few months. Not even including his personal problems, he had been forced to think about the Nox more than he would like. A damn alien invasion. It sounds awesome on paper, but why does it have to bring me so much work? If he could choose, he would just go to the secret realm and then explore another world. Maybe he would also check out a few danger zones before he did so, but no, it seemed the universe had other plans for him. Seeing how the Nox would pop up in one way or another everywhere he went, it's not like I can do anything about it. They're literally aiming for universal conquest. Shaking his head once more, Damien started succumbing to his exhaustion. He needed to clear his mental fatigue before tomorrow since he couldn't screw up on this mission. Ugh. Life is so damn complicated. It was the last thought that streaked through his mind before he finally drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 169 Minor Delays 1. When Damien woke up the next day, he was feeling much more refreshed. It was as if a weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Even as cultivators, whose need for mundane things like sleep would diminish largely as they gained power, mental exhaustion was something they needed to keep track of. Not taking proper care of mental health could lead to many complications, even hindering one's ability in battle. After stretching his body lightly, Damien got dressed and made his way over to Ruyua's residence, where they would make the final preparations and don their disguises before leaving. Standing in front of her house in the inner court, Damien knocked on the door before waiting patiently for her to answer. He could hear the sound of items clattering around inside before the door was opened. "Did you wait long?" Ruyua asked as she stepped to the side, allowing Damien into her house. "No, just got here," he said while stealing glances at her appearance. At the moment, Ruyua wasn't wearing the normal sect robes that he was used to seeing her in, rather she was wearing a more casual set that one would wear for comfortability. Her hair was slightly messy as well, making it evident that she had just woken up. Seeing the senior sister who always loved to appear perfect in such an appearance made Damien feel some type of way. Naturally, Ruyua noticed his gaze and realized why he was acting in such a way, causing a slight blush to appear on her cheeks due to embarrassment. "Stop staring so much. I was just too busy working on our disguises to care about my appearance right now." Damien smiled teasingly before averting his gaze. Now wasn't the time for them to play around, and so? What are the genius disguises that you promised me you'll make? Ruyua nodded before taking out the 2 chaos-ranked disguise artifacts, tossing one to Damien. "Here, put this on." Damien caught the artifact and did as he was told, feeling the effects right away. His height and even his body structure reduced a bit, his hair and eyes changing as well. It was almost like he truly became a different person. Looking over at Ruyue, he noticed the same happening to her. Her silver hair became painted black and the gold in her eyes began to fade. "For the duration of the mission, you will be Jin Fang and I will be Xiao Li. We are rogue cultivators who were desperate in finding a sect to join, but to no avail. After many years, we decided that the unfairness of the cultivation world was too much, so we joined a wicked sect to cultivate quicker and more efficiently. Still, we held on to the small amount of morals we still had and made sure to stick together as much as we could." HM? The story makes sense, but why would we stick together everywhere? What is our connection? Damien questioned. It was common for people to defect to wicked sects simply for the sake of gaining power faster. Not everyone within them was inherently evil. The cultivation world was one that favored the talented. And for those without talents, there weren't many paths they could take. Many of them would end up on a crueler path simply due to these reasons, but it was definitely rare for people to hold true relationships when they go through experiences like that. Especially when their minds start being corrupted by their cultivation manuals. That. Ruyue trailed off, unsure of how to answer his question. As Damien looked at her, pressing for an answer, she did her best to avert her gaze. Not looking at his face, "We are." She trailed off, her voice becoming fainter with every word until Damien could barely hear what she said at the end, but with his hearing ability, there was no way he would miss it. And once he knew what she said, his eyes widened in shock. "We are lovers," the words reverberated in his mind, shocking him to his core. But he quickly regained his bearings, a sly smile creeping up on his face. "Oh? What did you say? I didn't quite hear you at the end there." Shut up. I know you heard me. I really didn't though? Oh well, I guess I will go into this mission unaware of such an important fact. What a shame, what a shame. Damien groaned with a destitute expression on his face. He covered his eyes with his hands, continuing with his complaints. Perhaps he was overacting, but he didn't care. This was incredibly fun. When they ask me what my relationship is with you, I won't be able to answer. What if they pull us apart for questioning and our stories don't line up? Oh, how the heavens have failed me. How could you? Ryue finally broke, unable to endure his acting anymore. Fine. We are lovers. There, I said it. Happy? Damien grinned mischievously at the furiously blushing Ryue. Oh, what is this? But I already have a woman, you know? What an atrocious act of infidelity this is. A small blast of lunar energy shot towards Damien, which he deftly dodged. His smile never fading. It's for the mission. Who wants to be your woman anyway? Oh? Then why did you choose such a relationship between us? Isn't that obvious? There are so many lustful men out there who don't even care about a woman's appearance before they try to forcefully take her. I'm using you as a meat shield, that's it. A very handsome meat shield, of course. No, definitely not handsome at all. A meat shield that looks like a pig for sure. Although he teased her for it, he agreed with her reasoning for such a disguise. The only thing that felt strange was how half-hearted she was when she said it, almost as if she was making it up on the spot, either way. He didn't dwell on it much, opting to tease her as much as he could instead. This flustered side of her was something that only he could see. Such a fact made a strange feeling well up in his heart, but he chose to ignore that as well, and like this, their departure time ended up being delayed by a few more hours. The vast plains of the central region were surrounded by a plethora of towering mountains that almost seemed to blot out the sky, and on these mountains and even throughout the plains themselves, there were plenty of towns and cities where the common populace of the central continent resided. The largest of these cities had a surface area equal to some medium-sized states in America, spanning farther than any city the earth could ever produce, and outside of the borders of these cities was a land filled with danger and opportunity, a wildland where beasts and nature thrived. In a particular area of these wildlands, a large beast could be seen rushing through the tall grasses. Its paws made contact with the ground in such a manner that it barely made a sound. The beast looked like a panther, with sleek black fur covering its entire body, a cat-like tail, and sharp blue eyes. Surprisingly, there were two people mounted atop this charging beast. Lear, how much time do you think it'll take for us to arrive at our destination? The man among them said. His appearance was as plain as one could get. He had short brown hair parted to the right and eyes of a similar color. He was around 6 feet tall, and it was evident he put work into training his body. The girl he was talking to blushed at his form of address, but still answered his question. It should take us another week on this beast. It's not nearly as fast as yours, Brother Fong. She wasn't much shorter than the man she was talking to, being around 5 feet 9 inches tall, and her appearance was similarly average. She had long black hair cascading down to the middle of her back and light green eyes. These were the disguises Damien and Ryue had donned for their mission, and for the sake of getting used to their new dynamic. They opted to use the common terms of endearment used by couples in the cloud plane. Well, it's not like we're in a rush. Plus, Zara is too eye-catching to be riding her on a reconnaissance mission. Ryue nodded. The wolf in Damien's shadow had an appearance that practically screamed its rarity. Especially the multiple tails that grew in number every time she ranked up. Suddenly, Ryue made a suggestion. Since we aren't in a rush, how about we do some hunting and leveling up on our way? Damien smiled at the suggestion. His gaze became predatory as he looked at the pack of beasts that was trying to stealthily surround them. Sounds like a great idea to me. Chapter 170, Minor Delays, 2. From what Damien could sense, none of these beasts were that special, all being around the same level as him, yet they still had the nerve to stalk him and Ryue like prey. In fact, there wasn't even one among them with considerable strength to be called a leader. Maybe this is just a small part of the pack. In the end, it didn't really matter. The only thing these beasts were to him were levels. As if realizing that they had been spotted, the group of 15 beasts stopped hiding and showed themselves to the duo in full force. They were feline, similar to the panther they were mounted on, but their fur was a dark orange color. Damien looked at Ryue, who nodded back at him before they both charged in opposite directions. They would split the beasts as such. The battle started immediately. Ryue summoned a blue fire atop her palm before slicing in a horizontal fashion, causing a wide arc of light to sweep towards the 7 beasts she had taken. Meanwhile, Damien flashed forward with streaks of black lightning streaking across his body, making a similar motion. Boom! Two simultaneous explosions rang out along with the howls of the beasts. Although there were a few that were laced with pain, the rest were of rage. These beasts weren't weak by any means, so they were easily able to dodge. Glaring ferociously at the duo, the beasts charged forward, flames erupting from their orange fur. The ones at the forefront opened their mouths and shot breaths of flame towards their opponents. Damien deftly dodged what he could, creating a barrier out of lightning to block the rest. He let the lightning course through his veins before entering his muscles and tendons, boosting his speed. He pressed his foot to the ground, causing cracks to appear as he flashed away. When he reappeared, he was directly next to the beast in front of the rest. A ball of lightning was charged in his hand as he crashed it downwards, slamming it onto the beast's head. Without suspense, it exploded, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The light dimmed from the beast's eyes as it fell lifelessly to the floor, but before Damien could do anything else, two others pounced at him from both sides. He twisted his body, avoiding their jaws, but a third beast stealthily appeared behind him, slashing its flaming paw at his back. Even though his eyes had warned him about the sneak attack, he wasn't in any position to dodge. If he tried to speed in another direction, he might break his back due to the uncomfortable angle he was currently at. The claw sunk into Damien's flesh, dragging scars along his back while sending blazing heat into his body. Arg. Without any other choice, he discharged a massive field of lightning in every direction, attempting to push the beasts away. The two at his sides were paralyzed for a moment, but the one who was still attached to his back received the worst impact. Its fur was singed and its eyes had rolled back, foam coming out of its mouth. Finally having breathing room to move again, Damien grabbed the beast and ripped its claws out of his back, breaking its legs before throwing it towards the other four that were waiting for a chance to attack. As for the two paralyzed beasts on his sides, he directly stomped on their heads, crushing their skulls. Ruyua's battle was a bit different. Rather than a close combat clash like Damien's, hers was a battle of flames. Her bluish-white ice flames coursed through the surroundings, leaving a flaming trail of freezing cold in their wake as they met with the orange flames of the beasts. She coalesced her new flames into spears, sending them towards the 7 beasts she was fighting with precise accuracy, but the beasts didn't have such control over their flames. Unlike Ruyue, they couldn't form weapons or constructs using their elements. They tried to combat her flying spears with their flame-coated paws and breath attacks, but they simply couldn't compare. After all, Ruyue's flames were much more concentrated than theirs. The spears pierced through their defenses, impacting the torsos and legs of the beasts. Almost all of her opponents were immobilized, but there were still a few who dodged. They surrounded Ruyue, growling in fury as they discharged waves of flames in her direction, with them coming from every direction. Ruyue was trapped within a dome of fire, but her expression remained calm. The only emotion felt from her being the iciness of her gaze. The silvery essence leaked from her body, combining with the ice flames surrounding her before she let out a similar wave of flames, mimicking the 360-degree attack that Damien released a few moments prior. When the two flame waves met, a large explosion resounded through the area. The biting cold of her flames and the heat of the beasts met, causing the air to combust. The 4 beasts around her were sent flying by the winds that were released by the combustion while Ruyue held her ground, using the spear she pulled out of her spatial ring as an anchor. It wasn't the spear she used when fighting Damien, however. It was a silver spear that was of an obviously lower grade. The spear almost bent under pressure but managed to hold its ground. And when the dust cleared up, Ruyue walked towards the incapacitated beasts, ending their pathetic lives. With her battle finished, she looked over towards Damien, who was similarly finishing up. Beams of lightning were being shot from his palm, accurately piercing the heads of the last 4 beasts whose legs had already been broken while she was occupied. Waves of experience entered their bodies as they smiled at each other. It was the first time they had fought together, and even though they didn't necessarily work as a team, they were able to fight efficiently without hindering each other. It was definitely a good start. As they regrouped and were about to mount the panther beast to continue their journey, a sudden scream stopped them in their tracks. "Someone help, please." It was a girl's voice, obviously immature. Damien spread his awareness in that direction, his mana sense being able to cover a massive area, and he was able to grasp the situation. "There are about 40 more of these beasts over there, with one being even stronger than you. That must be where the rest of the pack is." Ruyue nodded. "And the scream?" "The pack is surrounding a group of teenagers. There are 10 of them and none look over the age of 17. As for the scream, one of the girls is holding on to a wounded boy. Looks like he tried to fight. If they were kids, as Damien said, they obviously wouldn't have the strength to fight against an entire pack of third-class beasts. Should we save them?" Ryu asked, "Do you want to?" Damien questioned back. He honestly didn't care whether they lived or died, but the beasts would be enough to push him into the level 120s, so he wouldn't mind fighting some more. Ryu nodded once more. They are just children. Even if I couldn't care less if other people die, kids should be spared from such cruelties. Damien averted his gaze. He wanted to pretend as if he didn't give those kids a death sentence in his mind only a second ago. If that's the case, then let's go. Either way, it means we get some levels. With the decision made, the two moved, intending to stop the soon-to-be massacre. Chapter 171 Minor Delays. 3. Please stop. Why must you do this to us? A little girl cried with tears streaking down her face. In her arms, there was a boy around the same age as her with a seared wound across the entirety of his chest. Our village has lived in harmony with all of you for so many years. Why must you target us now? The little girl continued, her wails becoming even louder. However, the beast in front of her showed no pity. Instead, a twisted smile crept up its face. Why, you ask? Well, isn't that simple? It's because it's fun, of course. It's oh so very fun. The girl's face contorted in anger, but her expression quickly crumpled. The situation was hopeless. She could only wait for death. The others around her were the same. In fact, they didn't even have the nerve to say anything in the first place. They stood in shock as their legs threatened to give up. One of them even had a faint trickle of yellow liquid running down their leg, but none of the others would make fun of him for it. They were in the same situation, yes. Yes. That's the look I want to see. Despair, humans. This is the natural order. The beast laughed maniacally. So what if that damn ruler of the forest says we must not harm you humans? You are nothing but livestock to us. The pack of beasts slowly closed their encirclement, taking their sweet time to kill the children. Even if only their leader was talking, they all shared the same enjoyment as him. Linger, there's no use holding me. Please get up and run away. Maybe I can use the last of my life to distract them for a bit. The boy in her arms said weakly, no. When we were kids, I promised I would stay by your side forever. I won't lose you, Brother Chang. She cried, hugging him closer, but the beasts cared not for their drama. As the leader decided it was time to start killing them off, two streaks of light, one black and one blue, exited the forest to their left. Boom, the streaks of light charged into the pack of beasts and created thunderous explosions on impact, shocking not only the group of teens, but also the beasts themselves. Oi oi oi, isn't it a little pathetic to be picking on kids like this? A voice rang out from within the billowing cloud of dust. That's right. These little beasts ought to be taught a lesson, don't they? A woman's voice added from the second dust cloud, of course. Arrogant little shits like them need to be put in their place. Though, I don't think they'd have a chance to repent after they become mincemeat. The man responded. As the dust cleared up, two figures were revealed. Although their appearances were plain enough to pass over at a glance, the terrifying auras they radiated couldn't be ignored. Now then, the man continued, black lightning crackling through his surroundings. How about we clean things up here? With pleasure. The teens could only stand frozen in shock and watch as the crowd of beasts that had been terrorizing them was turned into corpses littering the ground. The man used horrendous lightning, pummeling the beasts into the ground and crushing their bodies with his physical strength. His fighting style was so raw that he could almost be mistaken for a beast himself. Meanwhile, the woman fought with unparalleled elegance. The blue fire emitting from her caused the atmospheric temperature to drop many degrees as the beasts around her were reduced to cinders. It didn't take long at all for the 40 or so beasts around the group to reduce in number. With only the leader left standing, although he should have helped his pack in getting rid of the newcomers, he wasn't in the correct mental state to do so. These two. Just where did they come from? That man said all the humans in this forest were weaklings. He was practically shivering in fear, his eyes trembling as he slowly backed away. He was trying his best to flee before the duo noticed he was gone. His steps were as light as air, making no sound as he backtracked towards the bush behind him. But before he could enter it and run for his life, where do you think you're going? The voice colder than ice was like a devil whispering in his ear. Just one more step, he was right there. If he was just able to move slightly further, he would be able to escape before they finished killing off his minions. He even ignored the man's piercing voice that indicated he was already discovered. At that moment, a primal and horrifying killing intent locked onto him. It was so fierce that it was almost palpable. The leader couldn't move. Even if he had lived many tens of years, even he hadn't accumulated a killing intent as strong as this one. No matter how he tried to run, no matter how he tried to even move a single muscle, it was impossible. What is this? It was like the aura of a beast. An aura even fiercer than any beast he had ever met and more horrendous than even the man who made him submit. The pack leader raised his head with difficulty, trying to see what was going on in front of him, but he was met with only a pair of deep red eyes that made even his soul quake in fear. "Didn't you hear me the first time?" the man said once again. "Where do you think you're going?" It was no longer a question. He no longer felt he had a path to survival. The beast felt the command in those words, "Stay right here until I tell you to move." Based on pure aura alone, the beast knew he was stronger than the man who was trying to command him. Yet, my body won't listen to me. He was forced to wait patiently and watch as his brethren were slaughtered. Even if he didn't care about them that much. He knew that it was his fate next, and after the last one had died, the two who had caused this calamity to befall him looked in his direction. "My lord, this is just a misunderstanding. Please spare me." Damien and Ruyue looked at each other and smirked. "Oh really? This is just a misunderstanding, huh?" "Why yes. You see, we were just playing a joke on those kids. There is actually a rule in this forest that we must not attack the humans residing in the village. I would never try to truly harm them." "Is that so? I guess it really was a misunderstanding then." The beast smiled slightly. "This is it. I might be able to live, but isn't this fun?" I am sorry?" I said. "Isn't this fun? Seeing a beast like you despair. Seeing you cower in front of me. Isn't it fun?" The beast slowly became drenched in a cold sweat as the man approached it. "Isn't this the natural order? You see, I'm similar to you. I just love seeing filthy and arrogant beasts like you tremble in front of me." The beast knew what was going to happen the second the man arrived in front of him. He knew, but he could do nothing about it. His aura, his flames, all of it seemed to be sealed in front of that bestial command that was uttered previously. "Well," the man continued, "there's no reason for me to explain myself to you since you'll be dead soon anyway." The beast was trembling. It could do nothing in front of the massive elusive pair of glowing red eyes that bore down upon him, and suddenly, its field of vision flipped 180 degrees. The last thing it would ever see being the upside-down face of that terrifying man with a vicious smile plastered across his face. Chapter 172 Minor Delays. 4. Phew. Damien let out a light sigh as he wiped the sweat off his brow. He might have made it seem easy killing the pack leader like that, but to forcefully grab its head and twist its neck was a much harder task than he expected. First of all, he was weaker than the pack leader to begin with. It would be a miracle if he suddenly had the strength to pull such a move. And secondly, he was forced to slightly distort space to pull off his prior actions. The latter was a bit troublesome since he was hiding his spatial affinity in case someone decided to dive into their backgrounds when they reached the meeting ground. Still, he believed that he had disguised it well enough to be unnoticeable, not to mention, using his aura suppression in such a way was a bit mentally tiring. To be exact, it was using his killing intent alone. Usually, his killing intent was naturally incorporated into his aura whenever he released it, so he never bothered to isolate it, but for the purpose of suppressing the pack leader with his most bestial aura, he had done so today. It wasn't a particularly strenuous process, but it took more effort than simply releasing his entire aura. In the end, though, it was worth it. His level had jumped all the way to 125, leaving him 1/4 of the way through third class. Be benefactors. A trembling voice snapped Damien out of his thoughts. His gaze refocused on the little girl from before. Noticing his gaze, the girl couldn't help but feel fear. She had seen how he effortlessly killed a beast that was stronger than she could ever imagine, and she had heard the terrifyingly cold words he had uttered before he had done so. How could she not be scared? To her, who grew up in such an isolated environment where beasts and humans had a mutual agreement for peace. He was akin to a demon from hell. "Did you have something to say?" A much gentler voice came from behind her. When she turned around, she saw the woman from before looking at her with encouraging eyes. With most of the attention during the previous fight being on Damien due to his domineering actions, Ryua's visage was like an angel to them. And since the corpses around her had been reduced to ash rather than gruesomely pummeled, this image was further enhanced. My friend. Brother Chang is dying. Please, I beg of you. Please save him. Ryua looked at the boy in the girl's arms whose body had already gone limp before sighing lightly. She took out a small pill from her spatial ring and threw it at the girl. Just give him this. It should at least heal the worst of the damage. The rest can be healed naturally. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried as the caught the pill as gently as possible. She held onto it as if it was a divine treasure, afraid of harming it as she carefully placed it in the boy's mouth. Her cries only became louder as she noticed the bloody scar on the boy's chest begin to close. As the girl continued to watch over her friend, Ryua approached Damien. Conceal your aura again, idiot. You're scaring the hell out of them. Damien raised his brow before realizing that his killing intent was leaking. As he ended up in thought after killing the pack leader, he had totally forgotten about it. No wonder she was staring at me like some kind of monster. He said as he reeled it in, as if that's the reason. Look at how brutally you killed those beasts in front of them. Obviously, they'd be scared of a brute like you. I have no idea what you're talking about. Damien replied, feigning ignorance, you should count yourself lucky they didn't see how you were killing those things. Ryua's methods, while outwardly elegant, were just as ruthless as his own. The piercing cold of her ice flames would infect the beasts before the heat it also produced would melt them from the inside. Damien shuddered just thinking about it. These kids are lucky they're too level to know they're in the presence of a demoness. Who are you calling a demoness, you damn fool? You, of course. Do you see anyone else around here so ruthless? He replied while looking around in an exaggerated fashion. No, all I see around here is your ugly face. How sad that I have to spend so much time around it. You're staring at my face that much? I know I'm incredibly handsome, but if you say it like that you'll make me blush. As the two continued their normal squabbles, the boy who had just been fed a healing pill slowly opened his eyes, groggily looking around, his eyes widened in shock. Linger? Brother Chang. The girl yelled as she hugged the boy tightly. I thought I'd never see you again. Me too. I'm alive? That's right. Those esteemed cultivators over there saved you. Brother Chang looked over at Damien and Ryua who were still arguing before his gaze shifted to the beast corpses that littered the ground. They killed all of those beasts? He exclaimed, shoo. Don't bother the esteemed cultivators. They are our benefactors. All right. Brother Chang nodded as he tried to stand up, although he still needed help from Linger to do so. Noticing their movement, Damien and Ryua also looked over. It looks like you guys are fine now, Damien said as he looked at the other teens in the group. Right, then I guess it's about time we take our leave. Ryua continued. But before they could move, Linger spoke up. Wait. If you don't mind, could you accompany us to the village so we can properly thank you? Damien and Ryua looked at each other questioningly. Truthfully, neither of them cared about any receiving thanks or pleasantries like that. Noticing that they were planning to reject, Brother Chang also spoke up. Please, I haven't even had the chance to thank benefactors for saving my life. We would truly appreciate it if you came to our village. With the main two speaking their opinions, the other 8 also regained their ability to talk, expressing the same intention, and seeing the pleading look in their eyes, Ryua slightly caved. I guess we do need a place to rest tonight. Damien was surprised by her willingness, but in the end, he just shrugged. Just like before when Ryua chose to help the kids, he didn't really care what they did. Truly thank you. The girl said before her eyes widened. That's right. We haven't even properly introduced ourselves yet. My name is Su Linger and this is Yen Chang. The others also proceeded to introduce themselves. You can call me Shaoli and this is my Didao companion, Jinfeng. Ryua replied with a slight stutter, and with introductions out of the way, the group began to walk back to the village they came from with Damien and Ryua in tow, telling them about how they ended up in such a perilous situation. Chapter 173 Village Problems. 1. As it turns out, the group Damien and Ryue were with at the moment was just one of many that had left the village today. In fact, it was a normal thing for many groups to leave in search of herbs and plants to supply the village with their food source, with them having a sort of non-aggression pact with the beasts in the forest. They had become accustomed to an entirely vegetarian diet. This particular fact, although seemingly mundane, was one that piqued Damien's interest. After all, he had to eat beasts to evolve and grow stronger, so he didn't realize it was even possible to live on such a diet, but his question was answered soon. The plants in the forest have also been affected by mana. They reproduce and grow using the ambient mana in the air in addition to the usual sunlight and water that they need. These plants are more than nutritious enough to sustain us. That was right. With how little interaction he had with plant life forms, he had almost forgotten this fact. Plants were also beings who could evolve and level up just like the rest of the being underneath the system. It was just that it usually took them hundreds of years to do what humans could do in a few decades. For this reason, Damien hadn't seen that many hostile plant life forms. Although, he did have a faint memory of cutting a few down when he was in the disciple examination. It was just that he was in his void heart mode at that time. So he didn't pay them much mind. As they continued to talk, the teens told Damien and Ryue about how they were doing this job they did every day when suddenly they were surrounded by that pack of beasts. It shocked them immensely, being something they had never encountered, with all beasts around them being civil, and that led to their situation when the duo arrived. Not only that, but they also have an abysmal level of strength. It wasn't like they were talentless and growing slowly. Rather, it was like they didn't grow at all. These kids were still at the very beginning stages of first class, not even passing level 50 yet. As for how they managed to survive until Damien and Ryue arrived, that was simple. The beasts had never seriously tried to kill them, choosing to play with their food instead. It's actually a pretty common trend I've seen. Damien mused. Whether he looked back to the sea dragon he had fought upon entry to the cloud plane, or even further back to the very first wolf that allowed him to evolve, they each had chosen to toy with him before actually taking the fight seriously, and by that point, he was already at an advantage. He didn't understand exactly what it was within a beast that made it choose such a stupid action, but in the end, he could sort of relate. Don't I sometimes do the same? Perhaps it wasn't on the same scale since Damien didn't go around killing everything he saw. But even if he looked at the tournament back when he was still on a Pyron, didn't he have fun playing with his competitors? If he wanted to, he could have ended the entire thing from the very beginning if he just activated his vector field. The only limit to that skill was its inability to be used on those at the same level or stronger than him. But none of those competitors reached such a level, but he didn't get the chance to mull on it for too long. Ryue pinched his side, bringing his attention back to reality where they had already reached the front of a small village. Its size was nothing much, fitting 500-1000 people at most, and its structure was similar. There were only 4 dirt paths in a square shape with shacks and huts made primarily out of wood lining them. In the center of the village, in the middle of the intersection of the 4 roads, there was a group of buildings that were built slightly larger than the rest. Though, the difference wasn't anything major. The streets themselves were relatively empty, making it seem like a ghost town. Well, that was what it was like at first. Everyone, we're home, Linger yelled as they entered the small gate of the village. Her voice rang through the surroundings, bouncing off the walls of the houses. And immediately, a clamor rose up from within those seemingly empty houses. Did you hear? Yeah, they're back. Was that little Linger? It was. It was. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go greet her. That's right. The doors to all the houses in the vicinity opened up and people began to flood out of them, whether old or young, sick or healthy. They all rushed towards the entrance to greet the group that had just returned. Linger. It's really you. How have you guys been? No problems this time? Oh my. Little Chang, did you get hurt? What happened to little Chang? The crowd immediately barraged the group with questions, becoming even more frantic when they saw Yin Cheng's bloodied robe. Linger was a bit flustered, but not by much. This was a generally normal scene to see in the village. Even if they lived in harmony with the beasts, it was only due to the current lord of this region's command. They could never help themselves from being concerned in case something truly happened. Guys, it's okay. We are just fine. But we have something we urgently need to talk to the village elders about. she yelled, grabbing everyone's attention. It was only once they calmed down that they finally noticed the two new faces in the back of the group. Linger. Who are they? They are our benefactors. Everyone, please give us some space first. We will come and let you all know what happened afterwards. Seeing the serious expression on Linger's face, the villagers reluctantly made a path towards the shack in the middle of the village. All the while, their eyes were still focused on Damien and Ruyue. However, the duo was no stranger to many gazes being focused on them. Ruyue was an important figure of one of the four great clans, and Damien was. While he always tended to show off and gather attention on himself, the duo simply smiled kindly towards the villagers they passed as they followed Linger. Arriving at the foremost hut in the middle of the village, Linger knocked before asking in a much more polite tone than she used for the villagers, "Head elder, please allow us to come inside. We have very important matters to tell you of. Come." The response was instant. The aged voice of a woman answered Linger's query as the door to the hut lightly swung open, entering inside. Damien noticed that there was something odd in the air. Rather, there was something off about the mana within this enclosed space. The windows were all tightly sealed, and even when the door opened, it didn't seem like it had truly opened, as none of the mana trapped within this room was allowed out. And in the center of this odd atmosphere sat a wrinkled old woman with a gentle smile on her face. Chapter 174, Village Problems. 2. Welcome, travelers, to our humble village. I hope we haven't bothered you too much. The elderly woman said softly, inviting them to sit across from her. There was hardly any furniture in the room, with the small table in front of the woman being the centerpiece. But Damien had no problem with this. He went and sat on one of the cushions surrounding the table while Ruyue followed suit, sitting down next to him. Linger and Yin Chang did the same, sitting on the opposite side of them. Nice to meet you, Damien said. My name is Xin Fang and this is my wife, Xiaoli. The old woman nodded without much thought. No need for a reintroduction, as I have heard it the first time. As for me, you can simply call me Elder Baba. Damien raised his brow questioningly, wondering how she could have heard it when they had introduced themselves far from the village, but he suppressed his doubts. It was already evident that something strange was going on here. "Oh, you seem to be a curious young man, aren't you?" Elder Baba said with a smile, noticing his expression. It can't be helped. After all, the mana in this room is too strange for me to not be curious." This time, it was the elder's turn to be surprised. "Your insights are much sharper than I'd expected." "It's nothing much." The elder looked at him deeply before turning to Linger once more. "You said you had something to discuss with me?" That's right," she exclaimed. "Elder, we were attacked by beasts on our gathering trip today. If it wasn't for esteemed cultivators, we would have surely died gruesome deaths." Elder Baba raised her brow before looking back towards Damien, who simply shrugged his shoulders in response. "It's nothing much. We were just passing by." Ruyue, who had been watching the whole interaction, was especially confused at this point. It was one thing to not want to receive thanks for their deeds, but it was another to adopt such an attitude. Damien at the moment was acting much more indifferent than should be logical in such a situation. His responses were so curt that they left no room for questioning. It was almost as if he was trying to draw a line that shouldn't be crossed, or he was trying to avoid staying here for too long, and to be honest, that was exactly what he was doing. The more time he spent in this room, the more his eyes flashed danger signals in his mind. The mana in the room continuously tried to invade his body even without his active pull, as if it was trying to scour him or red him. It was the same strange feeling he had when he first entered the hut, but as time passed it became much more prevalent, allowing him to gain a slight understanding of what was happening to him. During his time at the Celestial Star Palace, he mainly focused on training himself in the areas he already specialized in. But he didn't stop there. The sect had a specialty that was widely known throughout the world. It was a sect that raised seers. Although he wasn't personally interested in embarking on that path, he didn't think it would hurt him to gain knowledge about it. Whether he would be able to use that knowledge to his advantage later, or it would allow him to counteract anyone who tried to use such techniques on him, it would still be useful. It was this research that he was remembering at this moment. Seers need a medium to foretell the future or destiny of the ones they are trying to read. If it's on a larger scale, such as the fate of a world, such a medium would be the Earth itself. But when it was related to a single person or group, something more personal was needed. But if that person was sitting in front of you, and your mana could infiltrate their body, you'd be able to tell everything about that person. Well, this wasn't an ability unique to seers, as anyone who could spread their awareness could achieve such a thing. But the results of such actions mean something entirely different to a seer. With such an in-depth understanding of a person's body, the seer would be able to use their mana as a medium to foretell that person's fate, and Damien was sure of it. He didn't understand why the mana in the room had such a foreign feeling, as if it was mixed with something it shouldn't, but he was sure about what this elder was trying to do. The only thing that confused him was why he was the only one being targeted. He could clearly see the movement of the murky mana in the room, and it was all centered around him. Even though Ru Yue was sitting right next to him, it was as if the mana avoided her like the plague. He didn't know this old woman's intentions, but he didn't care. There was no way he'd let some random stranger take a peek at even a single secret of his, especially now that they were taking on other identities for their mission. Damien! Damien! He was awoken from his thoughts by Ru Yue shaking his shoulder. Apparently, the conversation had been continuing without him while he was ruminating over these things, and at the same time he was brought back to attention. The mana in the room returned to its static state, unmoving. "Thank you for the information," Ru Yue said as she gave a slight bow to the elder. "We will be leaving now, but we will make sure to take care of the problem before we continue our journey." Without another word, she grabbed Damien and dragged him out of the hut, and then proceeded to walk him out of the village entirely. "What was that?" she demanded after they had reached a far enough distance away. "What was what?" he asked. "Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending not to know?" "No, I seriously have no idea what's going on." Ru Yue sighed while massaging her forehead. "The whole time we were there, you were staring at the elder with murder in your eyes. It looked like if I didn't take you out of there at that moment, you really would have killed her." "Huh? What are you talking about? I wasn't planning to kill her at all." "What?" "Yeah, I'm serious. That whole time, I was combating that old hag's mana that kept trying to invade my body. There's no doubt about it." "What are you talking about? That woman didn't even have a cultivation base." "Huh? Then what was that murky mana that was encapsulating the entire hut?" "It was specifically targeting me, as well." Ru Yue frowned as she thought about it. She didn't sense anything like that while they were there, and the elderly woman didn't give off any suspicious impressions. Rather, it was Damien that seemed to make the mood in the room plummet, but she had been with him for many months now and had a pretty good grasp on his personality. First of all, he wouldn't lie about something so stupid, and second, he most definitely had something special that allowed him to perceive mana differently from others. Her frown deepened as she tried to rationalize things, but it was to no avail. "Whatever, we can figure it out later. For now, let's get on with the task I accepted from the elder. Apparently something is going on in the forest recently, and beasts are becoming wilder. I agreed to find the culprit and try to stop the problem for them." Damien sighed, feeling like he was getting roped into a bunch of business that he had no part in, but only a second later, his eyes lit up. "Wait a second. Isn't this basically a side quest?" Chapter 175 Side Quest 1. Side quests were always fun to do, especially when they had a boring few days of just traveling ahead of them, but Damien knew they couldn't take too much time on this. Even if they had time before the event began, they still had to get there as soon as possible so they could accurately blend in with the crowd and perhaps even gain some useful information. At the moment, even if their identities allowed them entry into the event, they wouldn't be able to gain anything substantial. They were just average sect disciples at the end of the day. For them to achieve something worthwhile during this mission, they needed to properly infiltrate and earn trust. They only had 9 months until the secret realm opening, and the conference was supposed to last 3 months at most. Their schedule for the coming year or so was absolutely packed. Even a short excursion like this one would be problematic. He was sure Ru Yue knew this as well, since she seemed better at the whole planning thing than he was, but she still decided to do something like this. "Say, do you perhaps have a soft spot for kids?" he suddenly mentioned, trying to find a reason for her actions. "No, not particularly." "Why do you ask? I mean, why are you going out of your way to help strangers like this when we have much more important tasks to fulfill?" "Ah, that. Besides, aren't you the senior sister who's always cold and lofty towards everyone else? Is there something about this situation that's different?" Ru Yue's brow furrowed once more. Even if she was slightly offended by how he perceived her, she knew he was right. Even she found it odd that she was acting in such a way, and it wasn't just the village situation. The first time her cold front had been derailed was by the man standing in front of her, though he didn't seem to realize it. Since the first day they had a lesson together, her world had become more colorful. It almost made her forget about the problems she had before he arrived, but every time she left his and her master's presence and went about her normal day, she was forced to remember it all by the people around her. She was forced back into that cold front that she always put up, the way they looked at her like a chess piece to be moved as they pleased, the way people tried to fawn on her so they could gain connection to her clan. She hated it all. She never liked the spotlight, and if there was one thing she was thankful for, it was that she was born a woman and wouldn't be forced to inherit rulership over the clan. If she was placed in that sort of position as well, she would have long since fled to somewhere unknown, perhaps even leaving the world entirely. That was just the kind of person she was. She despised the political schemes and society that she was born into. But it was different now. She was no longer Xueruyue, she no longer had status. She was simply Shaoli, a rogue cultivator that nobody knew or cared for. Perhaps her inner desires were taking precedence due to her change in identity. Maybe it was that she didn't want to be cold anymore. Seeing the complicated look in Ruyue's eyes that was coupled with a hint of yearning, Damien sighed lightly. It wasn't like he didn't understand where she was coming from, especially after spending so much time with her, but he didn't see this change as something natural. He didn't want to ruin her mood, nor did he want to sour their relationship by being too blunt. And so, he decided that if things were truly the way he thought they were, he'd just let her find out for herself. His only hope was that she didn't return to being an icy wall in the aftermath. Well, it doesn't really matter, Damien said, snapping Ruyue out of her thoughts. In the end, we don't have much time to complete this little request you've taken, so we should split up and search the forest. I remember the leader of that beast pack muttering to himself about some man that forced him to submit, so make sure to keep your eyes out for humans or humanoid races. Yeah, the elder also mentioned something similar, Ruyue added. Not just a lone man, but a suspicious group has been lurking around this forest recently. She was only able to find out through the scouts of the village. But we should be fine, since our strengths far outweigh theirs. Don't drop your guard either way, Damien reminded her. No matter what, you can't just blindly trust the information you were given. Be sure to find something concrete before engaging in combat. Also, be sure to contact me when that happens so we can be safe. Ruyue nodded her head, albeit reluctant that they had to rush, and ran off eastward. Watching her back fade into the distance, Damien once again sighed. Let's just get this over with. The forest they were currently in wasn't actually that large. At most, it was the size of a small state. For those villagers who hadn't taken the time to level up properly, perhaps this distance was immense, but to Damien, it was nothing. The more he leveled up, the larger his scale of reach was. His destruction prowess had already reached the level where if he put all his mana into it, this whole forest could be razed to the ground, but that was both inefficient and unnecessary. The only reason he thought about it was so he could get a true grasp of how big his range was now. Still standing in the same spot he was before Ruyue left, Damien spread his awareness to its utmost. The entire layout of the forest became clear to him. From the spread of vegetation to the location of every beast pack, it was all within his eyes. And in a particular secluded cave in the forest, he found the human he was looking for. It was a man about 6 feet 5 inches in height with an incredibly burly build. He was like a tank in human skin. He sat within the cave and chewed on a stalk of grass with a wide grin on his face, seemingly celebrating something, and while Damien was prepared to teleport over there and deal with the problem immediately, he noticed he did not need to. The man's aura clearly indicated that he was still within the mid-levels of 3rd class, probably at the core expansion realm, and Damien wasn't the only one who had found his location. Only a few kilometers away from the hidden cave, the lithe and graceful figure of Ruyue could be seen speeding in that direction. If she has that taken care of, I guess I can act on that hunch I've been having since we got here. Taking one last glance at the Ruyue and the burly man, Damien turned and ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 176 Side Quest 2. Meanwhile, Ruyue was running at full speed towards a hidden cave she had spotted in the distance. Although her range didn't match Damien's entirely, it wasn't that far behind. She was still ahead of him in terms of levels. As she felt the wind brush past her face and heard the trees rustling around her, Ruyue felt oddly at peace. It was a feeling like she didn't truly want to leave this forest and return back to her responsibilities, but she didn't allow such a feeling to break her mindset. Regardless of what her emotions were telling her at the moment, she still had a duty to fulfill. She had her master who had taken her in and trained her, protecting her from the outside world as much as she could. He was the one who sent her on this mission, and she had no plans of betraying his trust. Not to mention, Ryua shook her head as a slight rosy color emerged on her cheeks. What am I even thinking at this kind of time? It didn't take her long at all to reach the cave, with a few kilometers distance being nothing to her. The problem was, the location where she sensed the cave wasn't anything special. It was just another part of the forest that looked the exact same as the rest, but she wouldn't be fooled by something like this. Perhaps if her perception wasn't up to par, this kind of disguise would force her to doubt herself, but that wasn't the case, as she was about to enter. Ryua hesitated slightly. Be sure to contact me when you find them just to be safe, those were the words he said to her. Glancing at the messaging talisman that was sitting in her spatial ring, Ryua paused. She didn't know whether she actually wanted to call him or not. While it warmed her heart that he cared about her safety, she also didn't feel like it was necessary to have him here. There was only one person within the cave and his level wasn't that far apart from Hera, so she should be able to handle the situation without him. There were also supposedly more people hiding in the forest, so she thought it might be best if he continued searching for them. Spreading her awareness to cover the area of the forest she was in, Ryua noticed that Damien wasn't anywhere nearby. It would take him too long to come, so there's no point. Besides, I don't need protection for something minor like this, she firmed her resolve, taking her attention away from the messaging talisman before walking forward without hesitation. Although from an outsider's perspective, it looked like she was simply walking through the forest like normal, it wasn't that simple. Every once in a while, she'd slightly alter her direction, almost as if she was drunkenly staggering. And by the time she took her 20th step in this manner, the surroundings started to change. The forest was no more as she had already entered the cave. Her previous movements were to avoid the cues set up to misdirect people who happened to pass by. Staring into the gnawing darkness in front of her, Ryua's eyes turned cold. What's the point of hiding? You already know I'm aware of your position. Ah ha ha ha. It seems like I've been caught. Though, I didn't expect it to be a beauty like you who did so. A rough voice responded. Out of the darkness emerged the massive figure of the man Damien had seen previously, the stalk of grass still within his mouth. So? Did you come to play with me, or is there something else? He continued, his gaze becoming lewd as he scanned Ryua's body. Even in her disguise, her proportions were still above average. It wasn't a surprise that a man like this, who was obviously in his barbaric tendencies, would immediately become lustful. Even a child would be smarter than you if you truly think that. I'll make sure that you can't speak such filthy words again once I'm finished here. Ryua responded in disgust. The tips of her fingers began to glow as blue flames appeared on top of them. The man grinned widely, grabbing a massive battle axe strapped to his back. Good. I haven't had a proper battle in a while, so I hope you can entertain me. The man immediately charged, his footsteps thundering and causing cracks to appear on the cave floor. Ryua didn't follow suit, however, opting to keep her distance. She swung her arms upward, causing arcs of flame to shoot in the man's direction. As if that wasn't enough, 10 swords made of the same fire materialized in the air around her before following the previous arcs. The man halted his advance, his expression becoming more serious as he heavily swung his battle axe. The blade impacted the ground, causing a fissure to form and a pressurized blade of wind to charge towards the arcs of flame trying to consume him. When the two attacks collided, a small explosion rang out, causing dust to cloud Ryua's vision. Still, her swords moved unhindered. They charged towards the man in a group, as Ryua used her awareness to control them, surrounding the man and attempting to attack him from all sides. A red aura surrounded his body and his veins began to bulge. He swung his axe wildly, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible, but he wasn't entirely successful. 3 of the flaming swords managed to pierce the man's body, spreading ice flames across his skin. The red aura around him tried to combat it, but it wasn't totally effective. While the man was distracted, Ryua silently rushed along the edge of the dust cloud, concealing herself within the atmosphere. She calmly approached the man, and when she got within 10 feet of him, she made her move. She put her wrists together and cupped her hands, allowing a beautiful flame to bloom within them. The flame continued to bud, becoming a palm-sized lotus with 13 petals. But despite its small size, its power was immense enough to attract the man's attention. He sensed immediate danger in his surroundings, turning to look at Ryua while ignoring the flames that were still slowly spreading through his body. the man once again attempted to charge, but Ryue didn't allow him that opportunity. She lightly threw the flaming lotus in her palm, causing it to flutter through the air. Its speed seemed as slow as a falling piece of paper, but it reached its target in an instant. And when it made contact, boom, an explosion rocked the cave, causing the walls and ceiling to come crumbling down. Ryue crossed her arms in front of her, creating a flame shield to protect her from any collateral damage. The explosion continued for many seconds, and smaller consecutive explosions rang out from each petal she had made as part of the lotus. By the time it had all ended, Ryue was sure the man was no more. What an idiot! She muttered in scorn. That was barely even a battle, more like she just pummeled him into the ground without any effort. Wait, how could someone that stupid manage to cause a ruckus within the forest? By the time it dawned on her, the dust from the explosion had already cleared up. Standing in front of her was half the body of the man she had just been fighting. Yes, it was still standing even though it was only the upper half of the body. Rather, the body itself was slowly turning into particles of light. He wasn't real. She exclaimed inwardly as she realized her mistake. She began to feel a sense of foreboding. Something was happening that she had been unaware of all this time. She wanted to rush towards the village as fast as possible to make sure nothing had gone wrong, but at that time, you're already too late. The grinning face of the burly man let out those final words before disappearing into particles. Chapter 177's Side Quest. For, you're already too late, the words rang out in her mind continuously, disallowing her to think of anything else. Too late? Too late for what? The words made Ryue painfully aware that she had screwed up at some point, but she couldn't figure out when exactly that was. What is happening to me? Ever since she arrived in this forest, she had felt like she wasn't being herself. Still, she went along with it because she enjoyed the way it made her feel, free and unfettered, but she realized she was wrong. I have to get to the village. It was the only solution she could think of. That was the place she had chosen to protect in the first place, so if there was any place to be while trying to figure out what kind of trap she had fallen for, it was there. She ran towards the cave entrance but found it blocked by rubble from her previous attack. Luckily, she hadn't spent much energy during the previous fight and was able to blast it apart with a smaller variant of the flame lotus she used to kill the burly man. Immediately after the cave entrance was unsealed, she rushed out and was greeted by a calm moonlight. What? She could have sworn that she was only in the cave for an hour at most, so how did it reach the point where the moon was so high in the sky? At most, the sun should have just recently set. The discrepancies continued to pile up even though it had only been minutes since she felt that sinking feeling in her chest. She was already starting to panic. Right, the messaging talisman. If the burly man was nothing but an illusion, the rest of the crew might be the same. Ryue had to warn Damien, who was most likely chasing after them the same way she did with the man. She rushed through the lush ecosystem of the forest once more. But her heart was no longer peaceful. She was burning in trepidation, injecting her mana into the talisman to contact Damien. However, why won't you pick up? Regardless of how many times she tried to call him, she received no response. You were the one who told me to keep in contact in case of danger, so how can you be silent at such a critical time? She felt slightly betrayed but pushed the feeling down. There had to be a reason he wasn't answering. He must be in trouble right now. She continued running in a linear path, making her way back to the village, but the distance was too far to reach in a short period of time. She was many kilometers away, but still, she wasn't a third-class existence for nothing. Let alone the power boost she received from the moon at nighttime due to her affinity, she also had the new flames she had just awakened. Flames shot out of her feet like a jet engine and her speed increased manifold. She zoomed through the forest while leaving a trail of permafrost in her wake, and after 10 minutes of fierce sprinting without care for mana consumption, she finally saw light in the distance. It's there. She sped up once again, reaching the village in half the time it would have taken her at her previous speed. But when she arrived, she noticed that it was oddly quiet. It shouldn't have felt odd considering how it was late at night at the moment, but there was an eerie atmosphere hanging in the air that she couldn't ignore. She slowed down her pace as she entered the wooden gates of the village, heightening her senses and maintaining her wariness towards the surroundings. Looking side to side, she noticed that most of the houses were still filled with light, even though the silence indicated everywhere. Ryue frowned at the sight but continued moving forward. Since the village wasn't large at all, it didn't take her long to reach the center. But when she did, she almost regretted coming back in the first place. The dirt ground surrounding the central huts where the village elder lived was stained in red. The pungent smell of blood invaded her nostrils as if wanting to force her to continue looking at the scene. Strewn across the ground were various pieces of bloodied flesh, the largest pieces resembling human limbs. Although such violence wasn't new to Ryue, this particular scene made her want to vomit. However, she suppressed her feelings once again and continued forward. The chunks of flesh slowly got larger, before entire upper bodies and heads entered her vision. She was staring at a particular set of bodies. Their arms were intertwined as if they were hugging, but their heads were both missing. In fact, they were present only a slight distance away. It was a young girl and boy, both with horror-stricken expressions. The tears that had streaked down their faces when they were still alive were still fresh. It was Linger and Yen-Chen that she and Damien had saved when they first arrived in the forest. It wasn't just them. Various members of the village and even some of the other children that had been a part of that first group could be seen, lifelessly laying on the ground. Ryue's steps faltered, tears threatening to appear in her eyes. Even if she had only met them for a brief period, their innocence was something she admired. She felt like she had gained some sort of connection with them, but she wasn't going to stop here. She had to figure out what it was that caused this tragedy. She felt a burning flame ignite in her to avenge these innocent people who died today. Grrrr. Suddenly, she heard a muffled growl coming from the opposite side of the shack next to her. To her, who wasn't in the right state of mind at the moment, it sounded like the hungry growl of a beast. Slowly but surely, she made her way around the shack, trying to keep her footsteps as light as possible. She didn't want to alert whatever beast was lurking around the corner until she had verified its strength, but when she finally made it to the other side of the shack, two figures could be seen. One standing tall while the other being only up the other's waist. The strange thing was, they were both humans. The tall figure had his hand wrapped around the smaller one's neck, evidently choking it. Once again, the growl rang out, and it was clear it came from the taller figure. Ryue concentrated her gaze on them, but she couldn't see them in this darkness, and as if responding to her wish, the moonlight shifted gradually, shining light on the scene in front of her. Copious amounts of blood covered the figures of both individuals, to the point where it was obvious it wasn't entirely their own. The tall figure had elongated fingers that looked more like claws digging into the smaller one's neck. Even more blood was pouring out of wounds on both of their bodies, with the smaller one being more injured. With this level of gore, Ryue could barely tell the identity of the two figures. That is, until the moonlight fully illuminated the area. In front of her eyes was a man with an unforgettable pair of amethyst-red eyes and cross-shaped pupils, in the process of killing the kind elder Baba she had met only a day prior. Chapter 178 Running Away 1. Ryue stared in shock at the scene of her junior brother strangling the kind village elder she had agreed to help before they left the village. She couldn't understand what was happening. Her emotions were in such turmoil that she could barely think straight, blood everywhere, holding an innocent by her throat. The image that was painted in Ryue's eyes was clear. Why you? She looked at Damien in disbelief, trying to get the words out. You killed them all. She wanted to say it, but the words got stuck in her throat. Rage began to bubble inside of her. She knew that Damien had a beast inside of him, something he couldn't control. She had seen it herself when they were subjected to Tian Yang's aura suppression, but to think he would go so far. Her rage reached its peak and she couldn't take it anymore. Bluish-white flames burst forth from her hands and encased her whole body. Let go of her. She screamed in fury, discharging a massive wave of flame towards Damien. But she didn't stop there. Flame swords like the one she used before and explosive lotuses with all 13 petals were thrown at his location. But despite the flurry of attacks charging towards him, Damien didn't move. A strange power left his body, causing slight ripples in space, and then, when the plethora of flaming attacks reached within 5 meters of his body, they disappeared. Well, not all of them. The massive wave of flames was gone entirely, but the rest of the attacks were still there, only, they weren't moving forward in the slightest. No matter how Ryue urged them or tried to increase her output, her attacks seemed to be stuck in a deadlock. Damien suddenly raised his arm that wasn't holding onto Elder Baba and flicked the air in front of him lightly. Following this movement, the barrage of flames shot forth once more. Except, they were flying towards the sky, no longer on the path Ryue had set them towards. BB boom, a massive explosion rang out in the night sky, resembling fireworks. When Ryue looked back at Damien, she was met with a pair of incomparably cold eyes. However, his gaze didn't stay on her for long. Despite the anguish that was present on her face, the pain of betrayal she was currently feeling, he ignored her, or at least, that's what it seemed like. When those ice-cold eyes returned back to meet the eyes of the figure in his grasp, two emotionless words left his mouth: release her. Emotionless? No, that wasn't the right word. Those two words contained an unbridled fury that surpassed even the fury Ryue was feeling at the moment. Damien at the moment was like a volcano on the precipice of eruption. I have no idea what you're talking about, Elder Baba replied between strained breaths. Please. Let go of me. Ryue's anguish only heightened at the desperate cries of the elder, but before she could attack Damien once more, she felt a restrictive force encase her body, limiting her movement. Stay there for now. Damien's words echoed in her ear. Unlike the biting cold that was contained in them when speaking to the elder, there was an untold gentleness when he addressed her. Stop playing mind games, bitch. Unless you want me to crush your skull right now, release her. Elder Baba's eyes widened at his words before her panicked expression vanished as if it never existed. Instead, it was replaced by a sickening smile. I never expected there to be a young man like you involved in all this. The voice that left her mouth was no longer that of the kind Elder Ryue remembered meeting. The voice that was now being broadcasted was grating, like nails being scraped across a chalkboard, but Damien didn't care. He tightened his grip around her the thing that was pretending to be hers throat, and repeated the same line over again: release. Horror. TCH. The thing pretending to be Elder Baba clicked its tongue in dissatisfaction before its eyes glowed slightly, releasing a dull gray light. All of a sudden, Ryue dropped to the ground as a splitting headache assaulted her. What is happening? All her previous animosity and anguish vanished like smoke as a change began to take place in her mind. Her thoughts flashed back to all the actions she had taken ever since visiting the village, the way she volunteered to help, the way she charged forward without thinking, the way she disregarded help in a fit of arrogance, and the way she kept overreacting to every slight problem that had happened. Not to mention, the odd peaceful feeling she felt from the forest. The feeling that made her not want to leave. The second that dull gray light disappeared from Elder Baba's eyes, it was all gone. The splitting headache soon ended and Ryue once again opened her eyes. Looking at the scene around her once more, she felt nothing. Not the slightest hint of sympathy. At most, she felt a slight regret that those two teenagers had died. She panned her gaze back towards Damien as a complicated light flashed across her eyes. She didn't understand yet what was happening, but she could no longer find it in her to doubt his actions. Now that I've released your little lover, let me go. You said you would let me go. That thing, it valued its life above all else. Even if it was caught in the end, at least it could live and scheme once more to get what it wanted. However, who said you could live? Damien ruthlessly grabbed Elder Baba's face and pulled as hard as he could. With the sound of fabric being torn from Velcro, the entire face was ripped off. Damien threw the skin to the side and looked at the creature whose features were now revealed. It was a creature with a face ugly enough to scar children, causing legitimate trauma. Its eyes were hollow, with dull gray flames lighting up its sockets. Its skin was a mix of green and brown like sewage water, and its nose and mouth were crooked as if someone had bent them out of position. Staring into those dull gray flames, Damien felt a pull on his consciousness, but in the end, nothing happened. So even at this point, you were trying to fool me, he said to the creature, who still didn't show signs of fear. What else should I do? Bow down and beg for forgiveness? You're going to kill me anyway, aren't you? It responded with disdain reeking from its tone. Damien lightly closed his eyes. I see. And without another word, he tightened his grip around its neck, distorting it with his spatial mana until the creature's head was upside down, similar to the pack leader that had died before. The flames in the creature's eye sockets dimmed before extinguishing completely, and the small human body of Elder Baba faded into the grass beneath them. Damien charged lightning into his hands and let it superheat before shooting it towards the already dead creature, incinerating its body. He wanted to be sure nothing else would come of it. The coldness in Damien's gaze slowly faded as he turned to look at Ryue, who had watched the entire ordeal take place. Seeing the lost look on her face, he sighed lightly. I'm sorry. Chapter 179 Running Away. 2. Ryue's gaze went back and forth between Damien and the corpse on the ground, the lost look in her eyes never disappearing. Did you know? She managed to force the words out of her mouth. Damien looked at her with a complex gaze. But ultimately, he shook his head. I only had a hunch that something was wrong. He was telling the truth. From the start, he had noticed something wrong with the whole situation, he just couldn't pinpoint it. It was for this reason why. After Ryue left his side, he traveled through the forest and observed all the larger beast packs within it, trying to gain some information. During this observation, he realized something odd. There was a familiar feeling about the murky mana that encased the Elder's room in the village. He couldn't figure out the source of this familiarity, but as he continued his stay around the beasts and observed them with utmost concentration, he realized it. The familiarity was beast mana. Not only was it something he had spent 2 years surrounded by, but it was also something that had become a part of him. Although the beast mana was cleansed by his physique when it entered his system, it didn't change the fact that he absorbed it to grow. That familiar feeling stemmed from what he felt during his first evolution when rampant beast mana invaded his body for the first time. The instant he realized this, he rushed back to the village. But he was already too late. By the time he arrived, the deed had already been done. The ground was already stained in blood, but he could still stop anything further from happening. He initiated combat with the thing pretending to be Elder Baba and ultimately ended up winning. He had made sure not to go easy. He tortured that thing for information, and even without too much pain, it told him everything. It seemed to revel in the feeling of being caught like this. It didn't seem the slightest bit afraid even when he tortured it. It was at that time that he learned how things went down. The feeling he had during their first meeting, the one that made him assume the old lady was a seer, was just a front. The beast, who somehow had knowledge of such occupations, used the situation to its advantage and distracted Damien with it since it judged him as the strongest one in the room, and its strategy worked. Damien was too focused on the old lady's identity and warding off the foreign mana that was trying to invade his body that he lost track of everything else, not paying attention until Ryue dragged him out of the village, and in that time, it had the ability to do whatever it wanted to Ryue. It manipulated her emotions and her perception with its strange ability, forcing her to act out of character, but it felt natural to her. It led her to act according to its plan, fighting against the illusion it set up far away from the village while Damien was dragged along as well. The only thing it couldn't predict was Damien's movement after everything was over with. It had expected him to go along with Ryue, or at least it didn't expect him to return to the village until it had left. But Damien was a variable it couldn't control. If it wasn't for his familiarity with beast mana, if it wasn't for his evolver title, perhaps the beast's plan would have worked. And once this exchange had ended, Ryue showed up. Damien was already furious after learning the prior information, and seeing how Ryue attacked him without a second thought, he became enraged. He didn't even continue questioning the beast before killing it, succumbing to his desire for its death instead. Damien sighed once again as he finished recounting the series of events to Ryue, whose eyes were no longer lost. Instead, they were colder than even his when he was looking at the beast. She closed herself off again. This was the outcome Damien wanted least. He knew that after learning how she was manipulated, she would be affected like this. He just didn't expect it to be so bad. Even when she looked at him, her gaze was freezing. There was none of the familiarity she held previously, and frankly, he couldn't bear to see her like that. Damien's gaze became determined. He walked forward, ignoring the unapproachable aura surrounding Ryue and even her dead eyes as she gazed at him. Ryue backed away as he approached, not wanting to speak to anyone at the moment. Her mind was tumultuous and her heart was in chaos. If it wasn't for my childish dreams. If it wasn't for my personality. If I had just listened to what he had told me. Inside her head, she kept blaming herself for what happened. She wouldn't let herself be happy anymore if it meant she might get sucked into a situation like this again. She felt like she was willingly becoming a caged bird, but she didn't mind. If that's what it took to solve her problems, so be it. She would kill the childish version of herself that wished for freedom, but as her thoughts reached an apex, she felt two strong hands grab her shoulders. Before she could even process what was happening, she was pulled forward. Her head lightly landed on Damien's chest as his arms wrapped around her shoulders, embracing her. "Don't think stupid things," he said in a soft voice. Even if his words were berating, his tone was too gentle for her to get angry. Her body froze. It wasn't necessarily shock that she was feeling, but she couldn't bring herself to move. She felt comfort in his arms. "No. I'm not allowed to be comfortable. This will only lead to another situation like the previous one." She tried to struggle free of his grasp, but he wouldn't let her go. She was forced to stay within the comfort that she was trying to run from with all her might. "Stop. Please stop. If you don't," his soothing voice once again entered her ears. "It's okay. Everything will be okay. Running from those emotions won't solve anything, I promise. Just let it out. You have someone here who is willing to listen to it all. Why? Why are you being like this? Why can't you just be the annoying asshole that you always are? She cried inwardly. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't actually say the words. It seemed like without even her own recognition, her arms had snaked around Damien's chest, hugging him tightly. It seemed like without even her own recognition, tears were streaming down her face, staining his shirt, and it seemed like without even her own recognition, Damien had teleported the two of them to a secluded spot away from the carnage of the village. A spot where nobody would bother them as she cried. He moved one of his hands to her head, gently patting her head and brushing her hair. Every action he took made her want to dive deeper into this warmth, but her brain kept screaming at her that this wasn't the right path. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't fight her feelings, yet she wanted to do it so badly. In the end, she ended up crying in his arms, unable to decide on her next course of action. Chapter 180 Running Away 3 Shui Ruyue, first and only daughter of Shui Yabai, patriarch of the Shui clan, the little princess of the Shui clan. These were the identities that made up who Ruyue was in the eyes of others, and the traits that represented her. It was the person she was forced to be from the second she was born, even at a young age. She wasn't shown the love a child should know. Be it her father, her mother, her older brother, or her extended family within the clan, none of them thought much of her. The Shui clan was once a matriarchy. Being one of the very few within the cultivation world that could hold such a hierarchy successfully, but that all changed many decades ago. The throne was usurped and the clan was changed, becoming patriarchal like almost every other power in the Cloud Plane. But the Shui clan used to be a matriarchy for a reason. The women of the clan were usually the ones who inherited the greatest talents, as the clan was centralized around elements that were primarily yin in nature. Even Ruyue was the same. She was born with immense talents, and rather than having a yin attributed element, she had an affinity to yin itself. It was a threat to the patriarchy. If Ruyue ever grew up to be powerful enough, she could very well usurp the throne once again and nobody would dare object. For this reason, she was always shunned. She was looked down upon and seen solely as a tool to further the goals of the Shui clan. They figured that as long as they continued like this, she would never become a danger to them. She grew up never knowing love. She grew up without smiling. There were only two people she could truly show her smile towards, the guard and housemaid couple that took care of her as if she was their own daughter. Even when her parents abandoned her, they were there, caring for her needs and raising her properly. For this, she could never be more grateful. When she reached the age of 16, the visits started. From the other four great clans to people from the major sects, they all visited the Shui clan for a chance to gain her hand in marriage, and with the way she was just a pawn to those higher-ups in her clan, they naturally accepted all these visits. She was forced to entertain those young masters and elders who looked at her body with lewd thoughts evident in their gazes. The yin essence of someone with an affinity for yin would be much stronger than that of a normal maiden. But even after all these years of her self-confidence being shattered by her clan, Ruyue had still developed a sense of identity. This was due to those two that raised her with proper morals. She had no desire to be a tool for her clan's growth. She despised the clan itself, and with all these years going by, seeing how nobody actually cared about her and only cared for her materialistic value, she developed an ice-cold exterior. She pushed away everyone and everything and developed an unapproachable air. She became someone those young masters would fear trying to court. Doing so would only lead to their misery. She trained in secret and managed to reach second class at the age of 18, allowing her to be somewhat free from the constant marriage proposals that were thrown at her. But she ended up in a situation she couldn't control. Her parents had chosen to wed her off to an elder of the Jade Heavenly Palace. There was no way she could escape the situation the way she had been doing all these years, so she took drastic measures. She fled the Shui clan and after many months, arrived at the Celestial Star Palace. She passed their disciple examination and climbed the ranks, catching the attention of Grand Elder Tian Yang in the process. At first, she wanted to reject, thinking he was just like the rest of those creeps who wanted her body. But she realized she needed backing within the sect to protect her from her clan in the Jade Heavenly Palace. In the end, she accepted his tutorship. And as time passed, she realized that he was nothing like what she had thought of him. He would rarely actually teach her things, giving her pointers to lead her in the right direction and then leaving the rest to her. Whenever he looked at her, she could only see the gaze of a master towards his disciple. She started warming up to him, seeing him as her true master. And with his guidance, she was able to achieve third class by the time she turned 20. It was an unprecedented growth speed, but trouble came seeking her. Her clan and the elders she was supposed to be wed to demanded her presence. She believed that there was no hope for her, even if she had backing, but within the next few months, all those demands and approaches died down. Why did that happen? At the time, she had no idea. But now, she knew that Tian Yang had acted. With his strength and position, there weren't many who could oppose him. Especially not someone with less strength than the second greatest sect on the entire plane. She continued her training under Tian Yang without worries, slowly opening up to him. And then, someone else appeared, a new disciple that her master claimed would be her junior brother. At first, she hated the thought of him. Not only was he a man, but he was also going to break the peaceful daily life that she treasured so much, but unexpectedly, she warmed up to him faster than she had with even Tian Yang. He was arrogant, he was occasionally shameless, and he got on her nerves whenever he got the opportunity, but she couldn't find it in herself to hate him. Why was that? She couldn't figure it out at first. But slowly, she began to understand. From the beginning, he disregarded her status. Whether it be as his senior sister or as the little princess of the Shui clan, he didn't care about it at all. When she acted haughty towards him, he would immediately do the same to her. It was an attitude and approach she had never experienced before. He genuinely just saw her as another person. This kind of attitude inadvertently melted the icy wall she had erected around herself. The way she got annoyed and argued with him forced her to become more social, and she didn't hate the feeling at all. It made her feel like she was regaining the youth that was taken away from her. But with the situation that had just occurred, she felt that such youth wasn't something she needed. She had gone on many missions already and she had witnessed her fair share of violence and carnage, but she never felt anything of it. Perhaps because she was as cold and indifferent as she was, but now, in this place, she felt the pain that such emotions could bring. She felt how terrible the lows could be in contrast to how exhilarating the highs were, and she hated that. She didn't want to feel such emptiness and such sorrow. She liked it better when she could just ignore everything around her and be indifferent, but as he embraced her and brushed his hands through her hair, she couldn't bring herself to do that. "Why won't you let me do that?" she cried as she hugged him tightly. She thought that after hearing her story, he might allow her to do as she pleased, but Damien just smiled in response. "You see, I tried the same thing, but in the end, it'll only bring you greater pain." He thought about the guilt he felt for running away from his feelings for Rose. It was a terrible feeling. Perhaps he could shut out his emotions like Ruyue was trying to do, but would that solve anything? No. It was just another form of running away. You could say that we are similar in that regard. He decided to share his experiences with her. He found that no matter how this senior sister of his liked to act high and mighty, at her core she was just as immature as he was. Watching her try to take the same method of escapism that he did, he realized how silly he was being. Is this what he was trying to do this entire time with Rose? He berated himself endlessly. Ruyue stood silently in his arms, listening to his story. It wasn't the first time she heard him talk about his woman, but it was the first time she heard it in depth. A strange suffocating feeling arose in her chest, but she didn't let it affect her. Instead, she hugged him tighter as she listened to his story. Under the silent moonlight, the duo relied on each other's warmth, attempting to sort out the troubles that lay within their hearts. Chapter 181 Running Away. For running away, wasn't it something Damien was well accustomed to? It was only a few days ago that he finally made the decision to stop running away from his problems and his feelings. He was still in the process of making that change, and Ruyue ended up helping him a lot. She didn't even have to do anything, just the fact that there was someone here who could relate to his feelings was enough. It wasn't just his feelings for Rose that Damien ended up running away from. Rather, it was mainly himself, his emotions and his problems. These were the things he feared. What happened with Rose could be considered as collateral damage from his internal struggle. What was a person's identity? What was the thing that made them different from the rest? Although this was a world where everyone had their unique abilities and strengths, it didn't change the fact that everyone's strength was under the presence of the system. What truly made a person unique, what defines their ego, wasn't it their thoughts and emotions, the way someone felt and the decisions they made, the moral standards one creates for themselves as they continue living in this ruthless world, the relationships they form through it all? These are the things that Damien ran from. Because if he actually ended up solving these problems, if he overcame such things, he was afraid he'd be a different person. He was so used to having these issues within him. He felt that if he no longer had them, he'd allow himself to be taken advantage of, but these thoughts were simply stupid. After all, overcoming such things was the process of accepting himself. This was what he realized as he listened to Ryue tell her story. It was also the reason he decided to tell his. Firstly, he wanted her to feel what he felt, the camaraderie that he experienced when he met someone who could understand him, and secondly, he wanted her to gain something as well. Perhaps, if she could gain her own realizations from what he learned, she would benefit as well, and Ryue was experiencing what he hoped. As she learned about the dungeon, a Pyron, and Earth, she realized how small her worldview was. Not to mention, she realized that she was dealing with problems that were much smaller than his. If she had said that out loud, Damien would call her an idiot. After all, her problems had a much more definite reasoning than his, but it didn't matter since she didn't say anything. This form of thinking was just something she subconsciously used to help herself, so it was for the best. Ryue thought back to those days in the clan. She thought back to the struggles she had been through. Did she go through all those harsh experiences just to become a crybaby? No. She didn't. She didn't feel that the choice she made or the attitude she took was wrong. Rather, she felt that the reasoning for such an attitude was the problem. She was no longer a child. She was no longer weak. There was no reason for her to erect such a wall to scare people off. She could do so with her own strength, but she wouldn't change her personality. Because as she thought about it, she realized that she enjoyed the way she was. She liked herself. Imagining herself being kind or cheerful at all times ended up repulsing her, because that wasn't her identity. Besides, it wasn't like she couldn't be kind or she couldn't be cheerful. She had people she trusted enough to show these emotions to. And that was enough for her. For what reason should she allow those scum to see her true self? That should be a right reserved for those she allowed it to. Her thoughts slowly became clear as she reaffirmed herself. She ended up coming out of that state only to realize the position she was currently in. She was still clinging to Damien as hard as she could, even though her tears had run dry long ago. She slightly shifted her head to look up at him, only to see that he was still stuck in his thoughts. Not wanting to interrupt him, she decided to stay in her current position. Besides, it was warm here, yes. I'm staying in this position so he isn't interrupted. That's what this is. Meanwhile, Damien was still thinking about the same concept as before. He was thinking about why things felt so different with Ryue. And it didn't take long to realize. Rose was someone who could act as his confidant at any time. And through thick and thin, she was always supportive. But there were bound to be some things she couldn't do. Her personality, which ended up being much bolder than Damien's, wasn't one that could fully sympathize with him. Her problems lay elsewhere, but she never refused to confront them. Rather, she confronted them as much as she could so that one day she could overcome them. So when Damien saw Ryue, who was similar to him, he felt something different from when he confided in Rose. He felt like the simple fact that Ryue was the same as him helped him overcome himself, albeit slightly. The process of change wasn't something immediate. In fact, it took a great deal of time to complete. But today, under the moonlight, the process was expedited slightly. However, no matter how refreshed Damien felt by this, there was no way he could feel completely happy at the moment. The events prior to their conversation were still stuck in his mind. That creature pretending to be Elder Baba, it obviously had other plans, and he doubted that it was working alone. From how easily it accepted death even though it couldn't achieve anything in the end, he felt that there was something more going on, but he wasn't in any position to stop it. He was on a deadline. He had to get to that convention and complete the mission his master had given him. If not for his master's sake, then it was for his own. It was a matter related to his safety and the Nox who kept causing problems everywhere he went. Again, I end up running away. There wasn't just one village within this vast forest. When Damien spread his awareness earlier, he spotted at least 3 others. And within all of them, there were traces of the same murky mana he felt in Elder Baba's hut. He knew there were more problems in the forest. He knew more people would end up getting hurt after they left, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't some hero with a misplaced sense of justice that would go around helping anyone without any benefit. That simply wasn't his style. Still, he was from Earth. He had a sense of values instilled in him since he was young. Even if he could ignore the suffering of others on a larger scale, he wasn't someone who would ignore things going on right in front of him. At least, that's how it was usually, but this time, there was nothing he could do, regardless of how powerful one gets, regardless if one can control the winds and rain with a snap of their fingers. Time is an enemy that can't be overcome. Chapter 182. Running away. Flash. Damien's eyes suddenly became clouded for a moment after he had the thought. It only lasted for a brief second, but when he came to, he felt that he had comprehended something good. It was nothing but a spark of insight, but just from that he knew he was moving in the right direction, soon. I'll have that power soon. Damien opened his eyes, unaware of when he had even closed them in the first place, and slowly took in his surroundings. Although it was still nighttime, the moon was no longer high in the sky, already on its way to setting. Looking down, he noticed that Ryue was still on his chest even after so long. "Hey, I think it's time we leave now," he said softly, but he got no response. After poking her cheeks a few times, he realized that she was probably asleep. Sigh, how troublesome. Even while muttering it, he had a smile on her face. He lightly picked her up, using his space element to shift her body so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Before Princess carrying her out of the forest, the cool wind brushed through his hair and caressed his face as he ran, with the sounds of bushes and trees rustling acting as his background music. In this calm atmosphere, he finally made it out of the forest, where the panther beast had been waiting for them. It was a beast they had gotten from Tianyang, so it was naturally tamed. They didn't have to worry about losing it while they went off and did other things. He mounted the beast as gently as he could before ordering it to set off. Ryue still asleep in his arms. He couldn't blame her though. She had experienced a good amount of emotional stress in the past day, making her this exhausted. With the story she had told him, Damien was aware that she had never truly confronted her problems like this, nor had they blown up in her face. It was a new experience for her, and the whole thing overloaded her. Truthfully, Damien would have been the same if he didn't have his personality. While he would run away from his problems just as much as she did, he would always find himself introspecting and trying to find ways to combat those problems before pushing them away again. It was an unhealthy cycle, but at least it prepared him for situations like this one, making it so he didn't end up with the same fatigue she did. But the past day was annoying for him too. Seeing innocent kids get slaughtered. Regardless of how cold his heart was, it wasn't something he could simply accept. It didn't matter how many adults died. That was something they decided for themselves. They made the decisions that led to that death, but it was different for kids. Damien made a vow to himself. A vow that no matter what he did, he would never intentionally harm a child. He closed his eyes and laid down on the beast's wide back, intending to take a bit of rest before they reached their destination. He needed to clear his mind before they got into the truly serious stuff they were about to do. Ryue's eyelids fluttered open as bright rays of sunlight entered her vision, disallowing her from getting any more sleep, though. She didn't realize she had fallen asleep until she looked around. There were bright and lush plains around her, with small villages and cities off in the distance. It was clear that they left the forest long ago, not to mention the fact that she was moving atop the panther beast they had gotten from Tianyang before leaving the sect. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes and attempted to get rid of the drowsiness she was feeling. I haven't had such good sleep in a long time. As the events before she passed out entered her memory, a furious blush crept up her face. Oh my God. What the hell was I doing? She had both cried and fallen asleep on Damien's chest, making her utterly embarrassed. It wasn't something she had ever done before with another person, let alone a man. Is that why I felt like I was sleeping on the most comfortable pillow ever? Wait, but if his chest was the comfortable pillow, then why did that sensation continue to the time even minutes before she woke up? Her head moved robotically as she looked down to see where she was sitting, and in fact, it was as she guessed, underneath her. Damien was still fast asleep. Her hands were on his chest as she supported her weight, and she was sitting on his stomach, just inches away from. What the hell am I thinking? She wanted to stand up and move away, but there was no space to do so. The panther beast wasn't very large right now, and Damien's body was taking up almost all the space on its back. Ryue was still in a panic, but what she didn't know was that all her fidgeting had woken up a certain someone. Fuck. Why is she moving like that? Damien exclaimed inwardly as he tried to suppress himself, still pretending to be asleep. If she kept moving in such a way, he was afraid that another beast would be awoken, and he didn't want to deal with the shame that would follow that. Sighing lightly, he slowly opened his eyes. I'd appreciate it if you stopped moving around so much, dear senior sister, he said teasingly. Ryue jumped slightly as her movements once again became robotic. She turned her head towards Damien with wide eyes as she witnessed the mischievous smile on his face. "Gee, good morning," she muttered, her voice low due to embarrassment. Good morning," Damien replied as he sat up, yet, this movement resulted in another problem. Ryue, who was sitting on his stomach, slid down and ended up on another region, and as she was already facing him, when his upper body was raised, they ended up eye to eye, their faces only inches away from each other. This time, it was Damien's turn to be surprised. How did I even end up in this kind of anime situation? Do things like this actually happen in real life? Meanwhile, Ryue was frozen in both body and mind. All her senses were focused on a certain beast that had inadvertently awakened due to her sitting position. When Damien realized this, he averted his gaze, his face tinged with a slight redness. It had to be known that even with Rose, he had never been in this position. They had cuddled enough that he learned to easily suppress his urges, but with Ryue, this kind of sense hadn't been developed in the slightest. When Ryue saw Damien's red face, her attention was completely shifted off what was happening with his lower body. She ended up smiling slyly as she watched him. I see, so even my cold-hearted junior brother can make such a face. I have no idea what you're talking about, Damien responded emotionlessly. But Ryue, who had a clear view of his face, was able to see how the redness slightly increased. I think I'm beginning to understand why he loves to do this to me, she continued, teasing him, completely forgetting the position they were in at the moment. As the two of them continued their journey, they were now only a single day away from their destination. Chapter 183, Bloodstone River. 1. The blistering heat covering the land slowly cooled down as the sun began to set over the horizon. The day had passed without much drama, and finally, Damien and Ryue could see their destination approaching. In the distance, they could faintly make out the outline of an expansive mountain range whose height reached the clouds. However, its contents were veiled in secrecy. It's just as described in the reports from those who had been in this region, Ryue exclaimed in amazement as she gazed upon the majestic sight. Damien could only nod his head in response, as his thoughts were also transfixed on the sight in front of them. The outline of the mountain range they could truly see was only the tip of the iceberg, as the entirety of its structure was covered by a massive fog that looked almost ethereal. It was hazy, yet translucent at the same time. It covered the view of the mountain range like a large wall, preventing outsiders from understanding its contents. This fog was so notorious that it had received its own name, the Myriad Illusion Veil. The name wasn't grand for nothing, describing the experience one would have once they entered the dense veil. It was said that once one traveled far enough into the fog, they would lose their sense of direction, not knowing up from left, or down from straight. And not only that, there were even rumors that one could lose their entire identity to the horrifying yet mysterious fog. And by the time the sun finally set and night fell on the central continent, the duo reached the border of this fog. Luckily enough, there was a small city on the border, where plenty of mercenaries and cultivators would gather before setting off to test their luck within the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. I think we should stay here for the night. Regardless if we know exactly where we're going, I don't want to risk getting lost in that fog when visibility is at its lowest, Damien remarked warily. I agree. The fog's reputation is already bad enough. Though, I don't think our destination is far enough within for us to experience its true horrors, Ryue responded. Still, the two of them didn't take any chances and made their way into the city. They had already left the panther beast they used for transport, allowing it to return to its original owner. It was only accompanying them to take them this far, as it would only be in danger if it continued with them. For their return trip, they already had the talismans that Tian Yang gave them, so it wasn't necessarily a problem. Entering the city, the two were immediately able to feel the gloomy atmosphere that encased it. Considering the location, it was only natural. Many of the cultivators currently residing in the city had already been through the fog, losing their companions on the way. Besides them, there were those who sternly prepared for expeditions. As for the residents of the city, there actually weren't that many. It would be crazy for someone to voluntarily become a permanent resident of a city such as this one, which always stunk with the aura of death. The only ones that truly made this decision were the owners of the many inns and establishments that made up the city's area. These people were fearless in the face of profits. Anyway, Damien and Ryue disregarded it all as they entered one of the inns and booked a room. Being infinitely close to the convention they were about to attend, it became much more important for them to keep up their roles, so they only purchased a single room, but both of them were adults. Even if they tended to bicker like children whenever they wanted to have fun, this wasn't the time for such things. Damien took his spot on the floor without saying a word while Ryue took the bed, and like that, a peaceful night passed. When the sun once again rose, it was time for them to enter the tiger's den, standing in front of the myriad illusion veil. The duo looked into each other's eyes as they firmed their resolve. Although they had always been aware of the importance of their mission, it was only settling in now. They were going to be surrounded by enemies on all sides, with some being far out of the scope of their abilities. If they made one wrong move, they'd be crushed without even knowing how they died, but it was the life of a cultivator to take risks. And it was their responsibility to acquire good information and make it out safely. For the next 3 months, they would have to be on their highest alert. Nodding at each other silently, they rushed into the fog, this fog. Its reputation is well deserved. Damien sighed inwardly as they made their way forward. They had only been running for a few minutes, but he could already feel the range of his awareness slowly decreasing. What used to be enough to cover an entire mid-sized state became only enough to cover small states, before gradually sinking to the level of a city. It was such a drastic decrease that Damien felt slightly claustrophobic. He was someone who loved to be in control. And the current feeling he was getting was the complete opposite. The fog was making him wary. He was now feeling much luckier for the escape talismans they had on them. If he was feeling this uncomfortable with just the outskirts of the fog, he had no desire to find out what it would feel like to go deeper within it. Especially if he had to do so while fleeing. Luckily, he wouldn't have to deal with it for long as he saw their final destination up ahead. The location they had marked wasn't some majorly specific area on the outskirts of the mountain range, as the fog would never permit them to find such a place. Rather, it was a landmark that could be widely recognized. Tianyang had gathered a truly concrete amount of information for them to make preparations from. Since the same problem with the fog would affect everyone, the wicked sects had set up checkpoints along the location where those attending the convention could be guided to the true location. As they made their way closer, he saw the glorious form of a large river that snaked through the myriad illusion veil, creating a border between the outskirts and the truly dangerous parts of the fog. The river wasn't enormously wide, with third-class beings able to cross it with a single leap, but its depth couldn't be underestimated. However, this wasn't the river's main attraction. Rather, it was the blood-red color of the water that gave this river its name and fame, a river that was rumored to be formed by the blood of countless cultivators that had died within it. A river that used to just be a simple gorge on the outskirts of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, the Bloodstone River. Damien muttered as he witnessed it with his own eyes. Chapter 184 Bloodstone River 2, the Bloodstone River. Damien muttered as he witnessed it with his own eyes. It truly deserved its name. He couldn't even tell the difference between this water and true blood. Even from this distance, its consistency didn't seem the same as pure water. Suddenly, a masked man appeared before them. His entire body was covered in a black cloak as well, making him look overly suspicious, yet nobody would question him. It wasn't irregular for cultivators to hide their identities as such when they went out on adventures. Who knew what would happen? There were many cases where naive rogue cultivators accidentally offended powerful young masters or similar people and had their entire lineages eradicated. Such concealment became a regular practice for those without backing. Gazing at the suspicious man, the duo didn't feel any nervousness. They knew his purpose in approaching them. Would the two of you like assistance in crossing this river? The man asked, motioning towards a small ferry that was positioned on the shore of the river. Coupled with the man's appearance, it was like a blatant allusion to crossing the river Styx. However, the duo had no intention of crossing the river. No. Instead, we want to explore what's held in the deepest depths of this Bloodstone River. Hearing Damien's words, the man's eyes flashed for a second. But it wasn't something either of the two would miss. Slightly nodding his head, the man beckoned them forward. If that is your wish, then so be it. The deepest depths of the Bloodstone River lay 5 kilometers east. There, you will meet a man who can guide you to your desires. Damien nodded lightly towards the cloaked man before turning eastward. The words Damien had spoken were the keywords to announce participation in the event about to take place. It wasn't that hard to figure out, but it was still enough to guarantee veracity. Damien and Ryue once again took off running before reaching the location the man had pointed out. Soon, they met the guide the cloaked man had told them about. From there, the process of gaining entry was simple. The new cloaked individual took Damien and Ryue towards a large tree in the vicinity and placed his hand on its bark. This action in turn opened up the tree trunk, revealing a passageway within. We hope you enjoy your stay. The cloaked individual said as Damien and Ryue entered the passage, the hidden entrance closing behind them. In truth, this event wasn't as secretive as one would expect. It wasn't actually a hidden event at all. Just like how the righteous sects held an annual tournament and gathering of sects, the wicked powers did the same. It was a showcase and a sort of festival. For this reason, they didn't need to care too much about spies infiltrating the event. They did the same for the righteous sect events, so why shouldn't they allow the same? In reality, the righteous sects were well aware of this convention. They just left it alone as there was nothing to gain from interrupting it. Even if they wanted to use the gathering to annihilate the wicked powers, they would obviously fail miserably. And if they didn't, they'd lose too much manpower in the raid for it to actually be a worthwhile investment, and with such a delicate balance in place, this was the perfect place for many covert operations and plans to take place. It was a similar concept to hiding in plain sight. This was the reason Damien and Ryue had to take so much effort to conceal themselves. Even if righteous sect spies weren't monitored within the main convention, they obviously wouldn't be able to gain entry to anywhere important. This was the same for those who came from other uninvolved wicked sections. As Damien and Ryue made their way down the steep staircase that made up this hidden passageway, they came across a heavy iron door with a single latch on it. As if sensing their presence, the latch opened, giving way to a piercing set of eyes that scanned them up and down. Before the door slowly opened, revealing the scenery within, it was a large cavern that could almost be mistaken for an open-air city if not for the rocky ceiling above them. There were tens of pavilions and stalls set up around the area, forming a scene reminiscent of a state fair on Earth. The makeshift streets were lined with cultivators of all shapes and sizes, the only thing they had in common being the half-masks that covered their faces. It was another measure of ensuring that no identities were revealed unless one chose to do so themselves. As for what happened if they did, well, that was their own problem. The organizers of the event wouldn't clean up after the idiots who made their own messes. Damien and Ryue had also donned these half-masks, as they were given out by the cloaked individual that opened the passageway for them. The duo strolled the streets and took in the sights, in awe of how little the scene resembled what they had originally thought it'd look like. This place is a lot cleaner than I expected it to be, yeah. From the way the wicked sects are usually portrayed, I didn't think they'd abide by conventional standards like this. Damien and Ryue communicated through mana transmission. The perception Damien had formed of the wicked sects from the way those at the Celestial Star Palace talked about them was much more primitive, to say the least. He expected them to be killing each other wantonly, committing debauchery on the side of the street, and many other less than civilized things. Yet, it wasn't like that at all. Perhaps there were some who had fallen so far into depravity that they didn't care about image or public decency in the slightest. But most had enough sense to not act so idiotic, and such rules were enforced in this place. Well, to a certain extent. Hey, you. Didn't I tell you to stay the fuck away from me? A burly man yelled towards another man in front of him, evidently annoyed. Did you? I'm sorry, I don't tend to remember the buzzing of flies around me. The smaller man responded, the fuck did you just say to me? The burly man yelled furiously, oh, I remember you now. You're that idiot who I crippled a while back because you tried to lay hands on my woman. Your woman? She was my woman from the start. Who gave you the right to call her that? Well, she didn't seem to think she was your woman when she was moaning my name last night. The burly man's face had turned redder than a tomato at this point, and it was clear he could no longer hold himself back. That's it. If I deal with you, she'll be mine again. That's all it takes, right? The aura of an entry-level third class surged from his body and the earth around him trembled. Suddenly, a massive spike protruded from the ground, aiming at the smaller man's stomach. This is the price of messing with me. Yet, the smaller man made no move to dodge. Instead, he lightly waved his hand, causing the earth spike to crack and shatter into pieces. What did you just do? The burly man asked in trepidation. Well, let's just hope you learn how to pick your opponents in your next life. Also, you shouldn't fall in love with sluts who lust after any man with even a bit of power. The smaller man responded. Before the burly man could say another word, the smaller man vanished, appearing in front of him and pushing his palm towards his head. It was too late for the burly man to block, so he tried to use his aura for defense. But he was no match for his opponent. As the smaller man said, he had no idea how to pick his opponents. When the palm reached the burly man's head, the reaction was instant. The force of the palm completely obliterated everything in its path, causing the man's head to explode like a watermelon, his skull fragments and brains painting the ground in their color. Lightly flicking the blood off of his hand, the smaller man looked at the falling corpse in disdain before walking off. pretending as if nothing had ever happened, and just like him, the rest of the witnesses of the event went on with their days as if the prior interaction never took place. Due to a small quarrel like that, a man lost his life. Damien wasn't one to highly value the lives of others, but it was the first time he had seen someone get killed over something so minuscule. Shaking his head lightly, he made a mental note to himself not to end up in the same situation. The world truly is a much more ruthless place than I thought. Chapter 185, Convention 1. In a certain part of the underground space, there were 8 raised platforms where many battles were taking place. On 2 of those, there were familiar figures taking part in the festivities. Damien and Ryue had spent the last day browsing the convention and understanding the proceedings so far, and they were generally underwhelmed by what they found. The stalls lining the streets were like market vendors, selling everything from artifacts and herbs to cultivation techniques, yet, at least 1 out of every 10 stalls was full of scam treasures. However, the thing that stood out most was probably the cultivation manuals. They were the main reason why wicked powers were considered wicked in the first place, and they were the main cause of the deteriorating humanity of those who joined these sects. There were many different methods within these techniques, some even made to turn victims into cultivation cauldrons. It was an interesting experience seeing all these wicked techniques, as it opened Damien's mind to many methods he didn't think were possible. With the way the system functioned, killing was the most effective way to gain levels. With this kind of system, he didn't think that stealing cultivation was such a big deal. After all, experience gained through killing was essentially stolen from those that died. However, it was different with these manuals. Rather than a part of their experience, they would maximize the amount of experience gained from the victim, but there was a penalty for doing so. The system was an entity that prioritized balance, leaving every action with a reaction. In return for gaining such immense benefits from killing, the user of these techniques would lose their sanity. Not only that, but some of these techniques also deteriorated the appearance of bodily function of the user. Damien passed many people who already looked like soulless husks as they perused the convention grounds, and after they made their way past these stalls, the duo found the dueling stage they were currently on. It was a place for the younger generation to show their fangs and compete, yet, from their observation before joining, it was evident how little they cared about magnanimity and the wicked powers. The winner of the duels was never the last one standing, rather it was the last one alive. It made him wonder what the wicked sects were doing, since they were effectively killing off seedlings that could become important to their powers in the future, but Ryue explained it to him well. It was a similar concept to what went on with the economy on Earth. The rich get richer while the poor get poorer. Those who won would be fed all the resources that would have been distributed among many if it was a righteous power, even if the righteous sects also poured more resources into the strongest and most talented. They never forsook those with less talent or strength. The wicked sects were clearly more prone to building elite forces with smaller numbers than the righteous sects. Boom! Black lightning coursed through the dueling stage as Damien unleashed his power. However, his opponent didn't do the same. A deep purple mist spread from her as her body began to move rhythmically. Her lithe and graceful movements entranced the audience watching her, making it so they couldn't take their eyes off of her. Even if they were watching from afar, the effects of her technique still affected them. A slight purple aura began to radiate from their eyes as their expressions began to dull. The woman smirked at the sight. This was the power she was proud of, the power to seduce any and every man to become her loyal slave, the lustful fairy sect. It was a power diametrically opposed to the supreme fairy paradise in principle. And the members of the sect fully embraced their traits, evident in the name of their power. The power of lust was something that could be incredibly dangerous when exploited. It was the foundation of their power and the reason they were highly regarded and despised by other powers, yet, it had a fatal weakness. And the man that was her opponent at the moment happened to be one of those weaknesses. Before the woman could even understand what was going on, Damien was in front of her with her neck clutched in his iron grip. The power of lust? Damien knew it well. It had tried to control him before when his bestial instincts went out of control, but such experiences had led him to learn to control such feelings. But that wasn't the reason he stood on the stage unaffected at the moment. The power this woman was using wasn't necessarily lust itself, it was closer to charm, and this kind of fake charm was nothing more than an illusion. An illusion that he had absolute immunity towards. His cold eyes looked into hers and without remorse, he tightened his grip. He could clearly feel the disgusting feeling of bones cracking within his hand, but he didn't care. This was a gathering of scum. Even if he knew well that not everyone here was scum, he had to be scum to fit in. Not to mention, He felt that this woman very much deserved death for daring to attempt what she was doing. There were 3 things Damien hated most in the world. If spiders weren't counted. And being manipulated was absolutely on that list. He wouldn't stand by as someone attempted to pull such a trick on him. The second the woman died, the purple mist that surrounded her dispersed and the audience slowly regained their senses. Naturally, many cheers followed this. Damien wasn't the only one who hated being manipulated. After all, seeing that the result was finalized, the one in charge of the match raised his voice, "Winner! Jinfeng from the Twilight Blood Sect." Damien smiled lightly before looking over at the adjacent stage, where Ruyue had also finished her match. Naturally, the two hadn't come to such a large event without backing. The Twilight Blood Sect, it was a reclusive power that had a powerful name within the wicked sect community. The power had a rich history of conflict with the righteous sects, making it an example that many sects follow. The sect even accumulated a blood debt with the Jade Heavenly Palace, launching a campaign 100 years ago and successfully assassinating the young palace lord of the sect. Ever since that event, the two sects had been engaged in a silent war in the shadows. Many people on both sides had died in this conflict, but the power of the Twilight Blood Sect never seemed to diminish. However, the entire conflict was a facade. The Twilight Blood Sect was actually a power sponsored by the righteous sects. Being their key into the wicked society, it was a fact that remained unknown to most, but due to the nature of this mission, Damien and Ruyue became privy to such information, and although it was a cover for the righteous sects, it didn't discredit the power at all. The Twilight Blood Sect was truly as vicious as it portrayed itself. Chapter 186, Convention. 2. The lives that were lost in the false war between the Twilight Blood Sect and the Jade Heavenly Palace were real. Those were sacrifices made in order to keep the wicked sect away from suspicion. Even the young palace lord was sacrificed for this purpose, making it evident that the facade was more important to those in power than the lives of a few, regardless of their importance. And even besides the war, the Twilight Blood Sect had committed many wicked deeds. However, their cultivation technique remained unknown. The sect itself was known for being reclusive, and even the officials from other wicked powers had never seen its sect master. For occasions like this one, a representative was always sent. There were rumors that the sect master had been injured in a conflict with the Jade Heavenly Palace, while others believed he was in the middle of cultivating towards a major breakthrough, but nothing was made official. Even the sect never confirmed nor denied the rumors, leaving most people puzzled. Yet, nobody could find out the truth. As previously mentioned, the sect's power was always on an incline, and any spies that were planted within would be swiftly removed. When he learned all this information, Damien felt that the world was always forcing him to see how nothing could be described in terms of black and white, although he was never one to separate between two categories like this. It was still something pushed onto him. Righteous or wicked, good or evil, it didn't matter. He had long since learned to view the world in gray, and if he was to ask himself what he thought of the Twilight Blood Sect and the actions of the righteous sects, he couldn't come up with a concrete answer. If he had to assign whether it was morally just or not, he'd objectively say it was wrong. But did that mean he opposed it? What would he do if he was in the same position as them? Frankly, he wasn't adept enough at politics to answer such a question definitely, but if he had to weigh his opinion, he couldn't find fault with the righteous sects for their actions, even if the method was unorthodox or vile. It did what it was intended to do. The sect's existence was the reason why Damien and Ruyue were able to infiltrate without any hindrances. It was properly living up to its purpose. And for this reason, Damien couldn't complain about it, not that he would have done so in the first place. As he was immersed in his thoughts, he and Ruyue had already left the dueling stages and were once again traversing through the many pavilions within the underground space. They had already fought 5 battles each, which was the limit of what they were allowed to do per day of the convention. And it wasn't like they went up there for fun. He should be approaching us any time soon, Damien muttered as he quietly looked around. And as he expected, a man who looked to be in his late 20s arrived in front of them not even 10 minutes later. It's good to see you again, junior brother and junior sister," he exclaimed, drawing attention to himself with his loud attitude. But when the crowd noticed the insignia on his chest, they quickly turned their gazes away and minded their own business. It was a blood-red moon with 3 ravens flying diagonally in front of it, the symbol of the Twilight Blood Sect. Come. I know the two of you have been enjoying the festivities so far, but we have much to discuss." The man continued with a wink. The duo nodded curtly before following after him, soon arriving in front of an inn that looked slightly fancier than the rest. Arriving within, the man led them up 2 flights of stairs before arriving at a room and entering it. The room itself was nothing special, having a single bed and a relatively decent amount of space, but its entirety was covered in a formation that revealed itself before Damien's eyes. Even without extensive knowledge of runes, he was able to figure out its purpose. It was a soundproofing formation, and a high-grade one at that. "Now that we're here, I can speak freely," the man said. "My name is Xian Lin, and I am an elder of the Jade Heavenly Palace. If I'm not mistaken, you two are from the Celestial Star Palace, are you not?" Damien's gaze sharpened at the man's words. "Why would you suspect us to be from a righteous sect when we are clearly from the same power? Elder Hua would be immensely displeased with you." "Well, no need to worry about that. Elder Hua is my beloved and revered grandfather, after all." Hearing his words, Damien slightly relaxed Budguard. It was nothing more than a code he needed to confirm before revealing his identity to anyone. In a place where many important figures might gather, who knew what kind of tricks might be pulled, nodding his head, Damien decided to continue the conversation. The man's identity had been verified, so even if he kept his guard up, there was no more reason to pretend. "We are indeed the same as you, however, I won't reveal anything else. Anyway, that isn't the purpose of the meeting, is it? Let's get on to business." Xian Lin nodded his head lightly. "I simply wanted to confirm, since I saw you making a fuss on the battle stage. I am the representative of the sect for this year's convention. However, I'm aware that your reason for attending is different from mine, as we all have been assigned separate positions. I met with you two today to both verify your affiliation to any prying eyes and give you a bit of intel that might be useful to you." Speaking this far, Xian Lin's expression became more serious. "In the past 2 days that I have been present here, I have discovered that there isn't just a single convention taking place here." Isn't this a gathering for wicked sects? What other powers would dare to hold an event in the same place?" Ru Yue questioned. "Well, even I'm not sure about that. From what I've seen, it's a variety of people from different powers that are entering this convention. I haven't been able to find a link between them quite yet. However, if I had to make an educated guess, I would say they are all part of a separate organization that works within the wicked powers or uses it as a front. There's no way the leaders and sect masters are unaware of this hidden convention, so at least a few of them must be involved as well." Hearing Xian Lin's conjecture, there was only a single group Damien could think to be responsible: devil worshippers, although his knowledge was shallow and he wasn't sure if there were other similar organizations. He firmly believed that his guess was right, call it intuition, or call it jumping to conclusions, but he felt that this time there was no other possibility, and besides, wasn't their goal at this convention to monitor the devil worshippers? There were plenty of others like Xian Lin who could infiltrate the wicked sect convention. Thinking this far, Damien sent a transmission to Ru Yue to get her approval. And it didn't take her much thought to arrive at a similar conclusion. Looking at Xian Lin, Damien felt no hesitation. He wanted to act fast, even if this mission itself was more of a long game. "Very well. Take us to the hidden convention so we can investigate it further." Chapter 187 Hidden Convention 1. Xian Lin was a smart man, and seeing the attitude the two had towards him, he felt it better if he didn't delay. Although they were technically allies working towards the same goal, they obviously didn't treat him as such. And frankly, he felt that this was the proper attitude they should have. If this duo, who hadn't even told him their names, had been more open, he would have doubted their credibility. After all, regardless of how many cautionary measures and codes they created, there was never a situation where they could be 100% sure of each other's identities. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on the matter too much. The group stayed in the inn until what would have been nightfall if they could see the sky before departing back through the convention. As they walked, Damien and Ru Yue once again had time to admire the sights around them, but it didn't seem like that was all they were doing. If Damien had to be honest, ever since that night in the unnamed forest where Ru Yue had cried on his chest, their relationship had become awkward at best. Even with how they joked around on their way to the mountain range, he still noticed a wall she was trying to erect between them. But he couldn't really say anything about it. From what he could figure out, she was in the process of healing. Although the village massacre hadn't been a big deal to him, it was different for her, who had ended up falling victim to the trap. If what she needed now was time to come out of her shell again, he could only give it to her. They weren't close enough for him to be of any more help. He chose to put the matter aside for now since they were currently on a mission. It'd be weird if she acted too cheerful in the serious atmosphere they had around them since arriving. While the group was in their own thoughts, they arrived at an unassuming wall at the far end of the convention. This wall was the end of this massive cavern, meaning they could go no further, or at least, that's how it should have been. The main strength of Damien's eyes so far had been their ability to see through illusions, and once again they lived up to this purpose. Directly in front of them, there was an illusion around 3 meters in height resembling a door. Past this door, he could feel plenty of life auras as if there was another hidden meeting going on there. This wall is where I've seen the people I mentioned disappearing into. I don't know exactly where they're going, but I'm sure it's somewhere around here. Xianlin said, "Yeah, I see it as well. Thanks for your help so far, but we can take it from here. I'm sure you have your own duties to attend to." Damien responded curtly. Although it came off arrogant, Xianlin was well aware that it was simply their wariness towards him that elicited such an attitude. Because of this, he could only wryly smile and bid his farewells. "As you said, I am here as the sex representative. So I have many duties to attend to. I hope the two of you find what you are looking for." After Xianlin left, Damien and Ruyue didn't immediately enter the premises of the hidden convention, instead opting to watch out for other entrants beforehand, and it only took a single group for Damien to confirm his suspicions. As the group of individuals passed the illusion, he ended up finding something interesting. A familiar black aura that smelled of death radiated from each and every one of them. He had seen it once before on the northern continent, but he didn't pay it much attention back then since the enemies had proudly declared themselves as devil worshippers. The curious thing was that the strength of these auras was abysmal. There was one among them that had slightly more aura than the rest, but it still didn't amount to much. Remembering the leader that the Shin clan head had fought, he realized there must be ranks among even the devil worshippers. It might have been stupid of him to think otherwise, but the fact of the matter was that he never necessarily considered it. They were all the same to him anyway. They were enemies. Still, since the fact that the hidden convention was for devil worshippers had been confirmed after he watched a few more groups enter, he and Ruyue decided to enter as well. The main preparations they had to make before embarking on this trip were all related to identity. From their new names and relationships to their affiliation with the Twilight Blood sect. And finally, Damien looked down at his own body, which was radiating a similar black aura to those he had watched previously. This was yet another reason for Damien to praise Tianyang's seemingly endless capabilities. The two of them only had to take a simple pill, but now they were radiating the aura of a Nox follower. What was the secret behind this? Damien didn't bother to ask. Back then, there was a clear look in Tianyang's eyes that forbid questioning. But he was sure that the top experts of the world had done some not-so-righteous experiments to create such things, but there was no use in complaining. Such inventions were the reason he could successfully infiltrate as he was doing today. It was the same case as what he felt with the Twilight Blood sect. If it was anyone else, perhaps their opinions and view on the righteous sects would have been shattered, but for Damien and Ruyue it wasn't that big of a deal. While Damien was an outsider and had never really taken the righteous title seriously, Ruyue was a core member of a major clan regardless of how terribly they treated her. She was well aware that the powers that coined themselves as good were anything but. Maybe that was part of the reason the two of them had been given this mission. Besides the fact that they could keep their mouths shut, they weren't going to be disillusioned, so there was no worry about defection or anything of the sort. Thinking these kinds of useless things, Damien led Ruyue through the illusory area of the rock wall that functioned as a door. There was no tedious procedure for them to prove themselves, but there was a guard radiating the aura of a peak third-class existence waiting at the door. On his face were a pair of glasses, and considering how nigh impossible it was to have bad vision as one's body evolved through ranking up, Damien was sure they were an artifact. Most likely, they were used to see the black aura that surrounded devil worshippers. Anyone who had such an aura would gain entry into the hidden convention. Yet, as Damien looked around the new area he had just entered, he no longer knew whether convention was the proper word to describe it. No, rather than a convention, it was more a combination of a trading post, an exchange fair, and an auction. Chapter 188 Hidden Convention 2. Well, although he said it like that, his description wasn't entirely accurate. The floor plan of this new area was much smaller than that of the main convention, and it was separated into 3 different areas. The first, as he said, resembled an auction house. There was a large stage with rows of seats lined up in front of it, as well as VIP boxes with tinted glass that even Damien couldn't see through with his eyes. Noticing this, he mused that it must be the material of the glass that gave it its one-way feature rather than any formation. Anyway, the auction house didn't necessarily matter at this point since there was no actual auction going on. Instead, it looked like the area was currently in the process of being fleshed out for an auction that would take place in the future. Rather than that, his focus was drawn towards the other two areas. A trading post and an exchange fair. While they were the same in essence, the difference was the product. While the trading area was for material goods, the exchange fair was more of a science fair, where knowledge was being exchanged, but none of it was innocent. In fact, the main good being sold in the trade area was slaves. Slaves of all different races, but for the most part, they were bipedal and humanoid, and that wasn't to say that there was nothing wrong with the exchange fair. It was to be expected, though, considering that this was a den of devil worshippers. They worked for the Nox, so their agenda would reflect that. Seeing the proceedings, Damien was reminded of the Nibelheim base he and the girls had raided back on Earth. He remembered when Rose and Elena had told him about their discoveries, where scientists were experimenting on humanoids and injecting them with a mysterious serum that tried to transform them but ended up driving them insane. What the hell are these damn aliens planning? He still couldn't figure it out. Artificial Nox? What was the point of that? Devil worshippers? Didn't they already have those in droves? So what was the point of all this experimentation? If the Nox serves to gain nothing from it, then it wouldn't be taking place at all. Damien found himself cursing his lack of information. It wasn't just him, but everyone he knew lacked information, be it those on a Pyron or the cloud plane. He knew a single person who had more information that he could use, but that person had already died. Even when they met for the first time, he was nothing more than a soul fragment. Sighing lightly, Damien once again found himself suppressing his thoughts. It was annoying, but it had to be done as there were much more important things to do. Hey, did you hear about what's going to happen at the auction in a month? What? No, I told you to guess. Bastard. Just tell me already. Stop playing these stupid games. As they walked, Damien and Ruyue began overhearing many conversations taking place in the surroundings. Of them, the most prevalent were those about the auction. There are many crazy items being auctioned in a month. Things that even those sect masters would covet. Really? Those guys who are always acting high and mighty? Yeah, I heard there will be artifacts that are even at chaos rank. And those are just the starters. Really? Yeah, I heard the main item is a gift provided by the lords themselves. Sigh, I wanted to take part in the auction and maybe win myself something good. But it looks like it's too high profile for me. No shit. What could someone like you do at an auction? You're more broke than even a beggar. Hey, don't talk to me like that. I'm going to become a priest one day, and I'll be sure to punish you at that time. Priest? You're just trash. Fuck being a priest, I'll become an inheritor and rule over everyone. Ha? You called me trash? As if someone like you could become an inheritor. You should know that only those crazy talented people who follow our lords even have a chance at the position. Hey, can't you just let a man dream? Ha 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 ha. As if. More than just information on the auction, Damien was given another pleasant surprise. Worshipper, priest, inheritor. Judging by the way they talked about them, these were the ranks given to devil worshippers to enforce hierarchy, and more than just rank, there seemed to be anything else involved as well. The inheritor title in particular interested Damien, as the word alone was dangerous when related to the Nox. Damien, I think we should attend the auction. Ruyue suddenly transmitted. Damien raised his brow. Ruyue had been especially silent ever since they entered the underground, leaving everything to him, but she finally spoke up. And knowing her personality, the words couldn't be empty. Thinking it over, he nodded his head in agreement. Attending the auction would be a great way to gain more information. Especially considering what the main item was. Plus, Tianyang had given them such an enormous mountain of spirit stones to use on this trip that he almost felt bad for not spending any money. It was a mountain so big that Damien felt he was currently carrying more wealth than some smaller sections. A devious grin crept up Damien's face as he thought of this point. I can't physically pay that old man back for beating me up, but maybe I can make his pockets hurt enough to make him shed a tear. Far away from the convention, at the Celestial Star Palace, a familiar old man was peacefully meditating within his residence before a sudden ominous feeling began to creep up his spine. He was already at a point where he didn't think he could grow in power more unless he decided to leave the planet. so there was no use in meditating for comprehension purposes. Instead, he was using the arts the celestial star palace became known for, divination. Regardless of the reason, he wasn't a fan of sending young kids to do missions that their seniors should be taking on, but no matter how hard he tried to divine things related to them, or even if he tried finding out their current progress, he could only see bits and pieces. It was as if something was interfering with his divinations. Considering his strength, he felt that it was impossible for that to happen, but the truth was in front of his eyes. Disallowing him from denying it, he couldn't do anything about the interference, but from the bits and pieces he could see, his disciples seemed to be doing fine. In fact, they had gotten even closer in this time that they were away. What startled him, however, was the final vision he saw. It was Damien wearing a smile that screamed mischief. And for some odd reason, he was 100% sure that smile was directed towards him, even though Damien wasn't aware he was watching. Shivering slightly, he opened his eyes. What the hell is that kid planning to do? A month quickly passed by as Damien and Ruyue continued attending the hidden convention of devil worshippers, attempting to glean any information they could. Meanwhile, in another hidden area connected to the main convention, a meeting of grandiose figures was taking place. There were many people filling the room, numbering 32, but most of these people were merely standing on the outer edges of the area. At the main table, there were 8 personages that all others in the room looked at with immense respect. Clearly, their status couldn't match up to these 8 in the slightest. Those trashes who betrayed their homeland are getting bolder and bolder recently. If they hadn't even given us any benefit from their activities, I might have gone to eradicate them myself. The speaker was a familiar face, yet his tone was vastly different. Xianlin, who seemed friendly and overly open with Damien and Ruyue, was now sitting at this table of esteemed persons with a haughty and aloof attitude. That's true. Even if I don't care about this planet, it's still my home for now. As if they'd dare do anything so slick right under our noses. Those fools only know how to dance in the palm of their masters. Still, their so-called lords are definitely grandiose and ambitious. Even I'm not stupid enough to claim such wide-scale domination. Well, at least they presented an opportunity to leave this dying planet. Those damn righteous sects have always pissed me off. A variety of complaints and opinions filled the room, mostly spoken by 6 others at the main table. Their every word was wrought with disdain and malice towards those other than themselves. Enough. However, a single word was enough to silence all of them. Although there was no grand standing or ranking between those highest powers in the wicked sects, there was one undisputed fact. That was, the most powerful of them all, the Eclipsing Shadows sect. It was an existence that could rival even the main palaces of the central continent. A power that even Tian Yang and those on his level had to be wary of. Similar to the Twilight Blood sect, many of their proceedings and even their cultivation techniques were largely kept secret. Even when their disciples went out into the world, they would never leave anyone who learned these secrets alive. The disciples of this sect had the firmest wills and tightest lips, bearing a kind of loyalty that one would be hard-pressed to find in the wicked sects, where personal gains were prioritized above all else, and the leader of such a sect had just spoken. Perhaps it was an unspoken law that the Eclipsing Shadow sect was number 1, but that didn't mean anyone had the gall to go against it. The man in question sat at the head of this grand table, and a single word from him commanded the attention of all those present. There is no need for this pointless drivel. We are here to discuss business, so business is all that shall be discussed. Now tell me, what have you all learned within the last month of this convention? The other participants of the meeting looked at each other in hesitation. Not knowing for sure who should speak first, when Xianlin stood up, since everyone is so busy being a wuss, I shall speak first. I took the time to wander the roads of the convention as an average cultivator, and although I still brandished my affiliation, I did not compromise my position. Through this, I have spotted numerous people I suspect to be spies from the righteous powers. As we thought, they sent their men here. What else should be expected from those low lives? Silence. The Eclipsing Shadow sect leader shushed them once again. It is only natural that they sent spies, but from your words, it seems like the number is greater this time around. They must be wary of the dogs of those aliens. Everyone else couldn't help but agree. That was the only difference between this convention and all others that had taken place. Still, the illusion formation those dogs have employed is at a level where their spies will not be able to penetrate. We need not worry about such pointless matters. Now, on to the important topic. What news has come about the auction taking place? Ah, that auction. Those dogs actually have good heads on their shoulders when it comes to survival instinct. It seems they know they can't gain a foothold without our powers, so they've already sent us invitations. I heard that the items on auction are going to be quite interesting. Many chaos rank artifacts and rare materials are on the list they handed out. Yet, the most intriguing part is the final item. That thing? Has its identity been revealed? No news yet, but it's sure to be something interesting. They say their lords are the ones who provided it, after all. The eclipsing shadow sect leader listened in on these conversations with a pondering look on his face. The truth was, unlike these people, he had a vague idea of what the final item was said to be. He was someone who kept a firm grasp over his sect, never letting betrayal go unpunished, and even if they didn't defect to the righteous path, siding with those aliens was still a form of defection. Any time one of those rats managed to sneak in, he would make sure they were thoroughly wrung for all the information they had. And he had plenty of satisfactory means to do so. Only recently, he had caught a big fish trying to enter his net. During interrogation, he learned this man was what they considered as an inheritor. Through this, he was able to learn the identity of the final item, Death Seed. It was such a simple name, yet he knew its use had to be anything but. There was undoubtedly some sort of scheme behind this auction. It was most likely a way to bring the sect heads over to their side, whether it was through civility or force? He wasn't sure yet. That was something he'd find out once he saw the Death Seed in person. Still, he hadn't brought much wealth with him this time, not bothering to empty the sect's coffers for such an auction. He was well aware that none of these fools would dare compete with him if he truly wanted something. Concluding his thoughts, the eclipsing shadow sect leader returned his focus to the ongoing conversation, where the other sect heads and representatives were still speculating about the auction. Let us end this topic here, he said. The auction starts in but a day and a half. We shall find out everything we need to know at that time. Meanwhile, back at the hidden convention, Damien and Ryu exited an inn with refreshed looks on their faces. The past month had been generally taxing on them, not physically but mentally. They had witnessed a great deal of generally unsavory things. And it wasn't a pleasant experience, well, for Ryu, that is. Damien's mental stress mainly came from holding her back and making sure she didn't fly into a rage and burn everyone to cinders. Sigh, although it was a tough time, at least we managed to get some information, he said wearily. However, it didn't take long for his eyes to brighten once again. The time for the auction to start had finally arrived. Chapter 190 Auction 2. Damien and Ryu made their way past the crowds of people lining the stone roads of the underground cavern as they headed to the auction site. Unlike when they first arrived at this hidden convention, the site had been fully erected, and the pavilion could be seen from many meters away. Even with the hubbub of people crowding the streets, when they arrived in front of the building, they were greeted by a line so long they couldn't see the end of it. Only then did they realize that the crowds they had waded past were all waiting in said line. However, they didn't have to pay attention to such details. Xian Lin had contacted them a day ago and had given them an invitation to the auction meant for the Twilight Blood sect. Although they normally should have gotten only one of these, Xian Lin had pulled his weight to make sure the duo also got a spot. As such, they swiftly bypassed the line and found one of the many attendants on the first floor of the two-story building that had been built in this area. Hello, if you are planning to participate in the auction, you must wait in the line you saw on your way here, the attendant said with a slight hint of contempt in his expression. Evidently, there were plenty of people who had tried to bypass the line and bribe their way in, and the attendant made it clear he believed Damien and Ryu fell in this category. After all, their looks with their disguises on were generally average, perfectly middle of the pack. There was nothing in particular that stood out about the duo, as even the aura of their elemental affinities was hidden. The only detail that could raise a brow was the logo of the Twilight Blood sect that was patched onto their robes. But obviously, the attendant didn't care for any of these things, or rather, he didn't even bother to check. His identity was that of a devil worshipper, regardless of the politeness he showed for the sake of the event. He had long since stopped caring about affiliations to sects that would be destroyed as soon as his lords took control of the world. Damien was well acquainted with the so-called auction house scenario, where plenty of trouble and unneeded attention could follow him, but he had no desire to partake in such annoyances. Rather than face slap this attendant who was probably sick of the shit the many idiots wandering these halls had put him through, Damien chose to be civil. He silently withdrew a thin sheet of parchment from his spatial ring. It was coarse to the touch and had a sort of aura that no ordinary paper could contain. This material was specially constructed for the sake of this event so that nobody could force their way in with fake invitations. The attendant swiftly grabbed the paper that Damien handed to him and perused its contents before a slight smile crept up his face. "Ah. I see the esteemed guests have been invited by our leaders to attend this auction. Forgive my insolence earlier, but it is necessary to stay on guard in case anyone tries anything funny. Anyway, ignore my pointless drivel, I'll show you to your private room." Even the way the attendant addressed the duo had become more formal. But neither of them cared. Rather, Damien was focused on another detail: yes, a private room. Each sect that was invited was given its own private room to use during the auction. It would both conceal their identities and show their standing to the average cultivators that took up the 10,000 normal seats in the pavilion, but to Damien, the former condition was most important. He didn't know exactly how much money he'd spend today, but he guaranteed it'd be in the millions of spirit stones. This kind of wealth was something even he wasn't used to carrying around, as even his total wealth in a pyron only amounted to several 100,000. He didn't even trust himself to hold such wealth. Which is why Ruyue had been in charge of the money during the trip, while he was shuddering at the thought of throwing away what was essentially millions or even billions of dollars. The attendant had led the duo to their private room. "If there is anything esteemed guests need, please be sure to press the button on the left side to call an attendant to the room. They will be sure to fulfill your requests. As for the button on the right, you may use it when you are ready to bid." The attendant retreated while closing the door to the private room, and Damien and Ruyue were able to take a glance at the space they were given, similar to the hotel room Xianlin had taken them to a month ago. This room was also equipped with many formations. From what Damien could gather, there was one for soundproofing and another to conceal what was happening in the room. It seemed the latter formation would work in tandem with the glass he saw previously to totally isolate the space. Now that he thought about it, Damien realized that he hadn't really put much thought into formations or runic arts at all. He hadn't encountered any during his stay in a pyron, so he never bothered to learn. However, they seemed overly abundant on the cloud plane. Damien had plenty of books collecting dust in his subspace inventory that he got way back when he was in the dungeon, when he left Kurt's subspace. He took almost everything with him. He was sure there were books about formations within the pile, since even alchemy seemed to have a small section. Making up his mind to at least gain basic knowledge of runic arts, Damien made his way to the two-seated sofa in front of the glass looking down on the auction stage. Without saying a word, Ruyue joined him. The two of them watched in awkward silence as the guests continued to pile in, quickly filling out the seats of the action. Damien was feeling especially constricted in the weird atmosphere. Witnessing the kinds of activities the devil worshippers were partaking in seemed to take a hit on Ruyue's psyche. She had been mostly silent ever since they entered the convention. But her aura had become noticeably frosty over the past month. Truth be told, Damien would have been similar if it was his first time witnessing such things. But they were doing the same thing on Earth: experimentation, human trafficking, killing of innocents. These kinds of sins were just a part of the tally Damien could make in his head, and the fact that they were happening on multiple planets was even worse. He didn't like it at all, but it wasn't his place to say anything. He was a third class, in this world's terms a core formation realm expert. If he went to Earth, he could dominate as a god. If he went to a pyron, he could become a premier existence just under the level of an emperor. But here? Here he was merely a speck of dust. One of many. He had come to realize that not all beings were created equal, regardless of strength. He remembered his days on a pyron when he was just a second class who hadn't even ascended to this level, but he could still kill mid-level third classes. He remembered the old men from the Burning Sun sect that he had met. Even if they were a cut above the rest, they weren't anything he couldn't handle with his level of strength. But here in the central continent, he would always come across beings that changed his perception. Long Chen, Ruyue, Tian Yang, even Xianlin. Time and time again, he was forced to realize that his genius wasn't as insane as he originally thought it was. Perhaps he was indeed a genius worth celebrating. He was most definitely at the head of the pack, but it wasn't by much. He wasn't anything heaven-defying. In his observation, he realized how much environment could affect strength regardless of level. He realized that with the purity of mana on the central continent and the vast amount of fortuitous encounters one could have here, the third-class existences of a pyron wouldn't be able to match up, and as he thought this far, there was one question that took precedence above the rest: How were Rose and Elena able to match this level even though they hadn't had access to the same benefits as the rest? Chapter 191 Auction 3. Although the question about Rose and Elena's prowess, and even his own prowess, attempted to plague his mind, he decided not to linger on it for too long. This was the kind of mystery he knew he couldn't solve no matter how deep he thought about it. He simply didn't have the worldly knowledge to do so. Perhaps, all his questions could be answered as he climbed up the stages of power. Still, the difference in power between third-class existences on the different planets or even continents that he had been to had been duly noted in his mind. He had to make sure he didn't take his experiences in one world's power scale to define his universal power. Who knows? There might even be a world where their normal third classes were comparable to the fourth-class existences he'd met so far, well, besides Tian Yang. The feeling of pressure and fear he felt from only a portion of Tian Yang's aura that day still haunted his mind. It was a clear wall he could see. A denominator between him and true power, but no matter how high the wall seemed, it didn't seem impossible. He was glad he was given a goal to surpass. As Damien submerged himself in his thoughts, the seats of the pavilion were completely filled and light whispers of conversation were spread throughout its area. At this time, the lights in the pavilion dimmed, highlighting the stage that was still brightly lit. A young woman entered the stage, her every step exuding grace with a slight touch of seduction. Her long blue hair flowed down her waist and her emerald green eyes were calm as a spring breeze. This sort of ethereal presence immediately captured the audience's attention. Isn't that Fairy Lin? Indeed, it has to be her. There is none other who can match her beauty. What bullshit are you spouting? Fairy Tang is much more beautiful than her. Ha! You dare insult my goddess? All sorts of murmurs were spread through the crowd as this Fairy Lin sauntered up to the podium in the middle of the stage. Even Damien's eyes were attracted to her demeanor. Although it wasn't the same idolization the men from the crowd were feeling, he was still interested. He truly had to commend her ability to command attention. Still, he made sure not to stare too hard and to make his honest intentions clear, since he could clearly feel the piercing cold gaze coming from his side, sending waves of shivers down his spine. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this humble auction. Although this one cannot guarantee her experience as an auctioneer, she can guarantee the veracity and quality of items up for auction today. Fairy Lin started, panning her gaze across the crowd. I hope the honored guests will enjoy the proceedings today. Without further ado, I shall present the first item. Two female attendants entered the stage carrying a small tray covered in cloth. Damien sent his awareness towards it to see the item hidden underneath, only to find himself blocked. They truly have their guards raised high for this event. Even if it was merely this piece of cloth that concealed the item before it was revealed for bidding, it was enchanted with the ability to block anyone's senses trying to intrude. It was clear how much preparation was put into the auction. When the attendants finally reached Fairy Lin, they took the cloth off, revealing a sleek black pair of throwing knives, shaped similarly to kunai. These throwing knives are called Shadow Edge. Make no mistake from their stature, these are peak SSS grade artifacts, capable of sneakily penetrating the defense of even an experienced core formation realm cultivator if they are caught off guard. The bidding will start at 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. 12,000 spirit stones. 15,000. The audience in the normal seats went crazy. There were many present who were at the early stages of third class, and even some still within the boundaries of second class. This kind of weapon was a huge boon for them. However, the bidding didn't last too long. Not many were interested in such an item, but were more intrigued about its significance to the auction. If the very first item was an SSS rank artifact, they could only imagine what would come late. The bidding soon finished at 30,000 spirit stones before the auction continued. And as expected, chaos rank artifacts began to show themselves after the fifth item. Damien didn't pay too much attention to the auction, knowing he had to save money for the final item. Instead, he immersed himself in thought about the discoveries they made in the last month. Besides the things he already knew, Damien actually didn't end up learning much. The actions of these devil worshippers almost matched the actions of the dark imps on Earth to the T. The experiments weren't even that different, with the same black substance being injected into victims and similar harrowing results in the end. Even after an entire month, Damien hadn't witnessed a single successful injection. He was also able to learn that rather than a direct connection to the Nox like Nibelheim had, these devil worshippers were even lower. They were subordinates of the subordinates. Most low-ranked devil worshippers even assumed that those at Nibelheim were the so-called lords everyone kept praising. He could only disdain the foolishness of some of these people. Well, then being foolish was a given considering that they succumbed to their thirst for power and traded their home world in return. Still, to not even know the source of their power? To not even understand the murky and tumultuous waters they were willingly jumping into? Contempt and disdain were all Damien could feel no matter how much of an open mind he tried to keep. If there was one thing he gained during this time, it was knowledge of the item termed as the Death Seed. This seed, it wasn't necessarily correct to call it as such. Rather, its name had been altered to appeal to those who didn't know any better. Specifically, those who were now occupying the private rooms. From what he gathered, this Death Seed was actually a living being. It was something that devil worshippers who gained inheritor status would gain access to, granting them a stronger connection to the Nox. However, he couldn't glean much else. The level of those attending this convention openly naturally wasn't high in the hierarchy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have reason to be here. The reason he and Ryue attended the auction was also for the Death Seed. Regardless of what it was, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of any of those sect masters of the wicked sections. Imagining a figure with such power and influence becoming the dog of the Nox made Damien shudder. That kind of development would surely spell the downfall of the world. Anyway, the auction continued without a hitch, with rarer items coming out one by one. Even Damien couldn't completely hold himself back and decided to buy some things. They were 3 Chaos rank artifacts. A shimmering crystalline bracelet, a pair of beautiful sapphire-esque earrings, and a jewel-encrusted ring with a magnificent ruby-colored stone adorning it. Chapter 192 Auction. For these 3 items, although they looked like accessories worn for vanity's sake, were anything but. They were just as functional as they were beautiful. All 3 of these items were defensive treasures at the upper levels of Chaos rank, meaning that they even had the potential to withstand blows from 4th-class existences. Well, their ability was largely subjective. There was a caveat to Chaos rank artifacts, a sort of drawback that made it so possessing them wouldn't make a lower-class existence immune to the attacks of their graders. In their base form, these artifacts had the ability to block a single attack from a 4th-class existence. However, that was under the condition that the 4th class wasn't using all the strength in their body. Still, a relatively powerful blow could be blocked completely, essentially giving the user a second life, or at least a chance to escape. The true power of these artifacts could only be shown when mana was injected into them. At that time, they could block many consecutive attacks and be used as more than just a protective treasure, but as a true piece of defensive equipment. The problem was, Chaos rank artifacts were meant for 4th-class existences. They were made as such. The mana drain to use the artifacts correctly was too great for any normal 3rd class to find bearable. Even if they used all their mana, it would at most last them a few minutes. For Damien, who now had access to an even greater mana pool after binding Earth, the mana drain was slightly less of a problem. Still, he could at most grant himself 15 minutes of continuous use if he was being bombarded. The boost he received in his mana capacity was additive. This meant that regardless of how much more powerful he got, the amount of extra mana he got from Earth wouldn't increase. There would come a time when the added mana capacity would be next to useless. That is, unless Earth became a greater existence. If Earth raised itself in power, Damien would also receive the benefits. Suppose Earth at the moment gave him 2,000 extra points of mana. If it reached the level of a Pyron, he'd receive around 5,000 points, and if it reached the level of the Cloud Plane, he'd receive anywhere from 800 to 10,000 points of extra mana capacity. These numbers were just approximations he made using his current bond with Earth, but he felt they were more or less accurate. However, the artifacts he bought at the auction weren't for him. Even if he had all the money in the world, he wouldn't use millions of spirit stones to buy himself armor. He could reach the point where these armors were useless to him through evolution. That was one of his main strengths. It was for this reason that besides the earring artifact he received as a prize in a Pyron and his sword, Damien never put much thought into buying artifacts. He already knew who these specific artifacts were meant for. He had bought them with those people in mind. A fine jade, sapphire, and ruby. Just from the color scheme alone, it was clear who the recipients would be, and although Ryue was slightly irked that he was spending their money on artifacts instead of waiting for the final item, she didn't say anything. There was a faint hope budding in her heart that she did her best to suppress, but in the end, it got the best of her. She could only sigh lightly and let it go, refocusing her attention on the auction. Many hours had already passed by and countless rare materials, extraordinary pills, and chaos rank artifacts had shown themselves. These items had mostly been snatched away by those in the crowd. But few of them managed to catch the attention of those in the private rooms as well. Still, these people were all similar to Damien and Ruyue. No matter how much the other items called to them, they made sure they wouldn't be spending too much. Their focus lay elsewhere, and finally, after what seemed like an eternity of holding back their greed, those in the private rooms were given the show they came for. Fairy Lin, who had been standing on the stage with a light smile on her face the entire time, suddenly became grave. This next item is extremely important. For this reason, the bidding has only been open to those who have been given the honor to sit in the private rooms during this auction. Hushed murmurs spread through the crowd as people speculated the identity of the final item. Even though many were annoyed that they were being excluded, there wasn't much they could do about it. They were well aware of how powerful those in the private rooms were. They were the people who lorded over the ones sitting in the normal seats. They had no right to compete with those personages even if they wanted to. Such a move was simply courting death. Seeing that there weren't any fools who decided to act up after her declaration, Fairy Lin continued, "The item that is about to be presented was passed down by the lords themselves. Those persons that we cannot even fathom have graced us with such a gift. And since us lowly beings are unable to properly comprehend the words of our lords, we have given this item a more digestible name." A single person came onto the stage as Fairy Lin talked. Unlike the previous attendants, this person radiated an aura of undeniable light. However, even with such power, the individual was acting extremely cautious towards the vial in his hand, the Death Seed. This is the name we have given this item. Even the vial that holds it was specially made to contain its power. The material of the vial alone is star jade. Once again, the crowd burst in fervor. Star jade, who didn't know the name of this material? It was one of the strongest, if not the strongest, materials existing on the cloud plane, and such a rare and desirable material was used solely for the sake of containing the power of the Death Seed. As the man made his way to the center of the stage, he entered the spotlight that had been shining, and those in the crowd could finally witness the appearance of this treasure. It was a small and circular item colored in an eerie darkness. With its shape and size, one could mistake it for a marble or a pill. However, nobody doubted its identity. The devil worshippers may be full of various people with different goals and personalities, but there was one thing they had in common. They never used their lords' names in vain. If Fairy Lin said the Death Seed was given to them by the lords, there was no need to further verify its legitimacy. Now, I'm sure all of you are curious about the effects of this treasure, so allow this humble one to explain. The Death Seed is a peerless treasure that can permanently raise one's stats. For third-class beings, every stat will receive at least a 100-point boost, and for fourth-class beings, their stats will gain at least 800 points each. And these are simply the base values. Depending on one's compatibility with the Death Seed, these numbers could very well increase dramatically. Fairy Lin continued to ramble about the greatness of the lords and the treasure they provided, but Damien was no longer of the mind to listen. After all, Zara, who had been silently residing in his shadow during the journey and convention, was letting out a low and bestial growl that only he could hear. He could feel her emotions and he could see it in her eyes. Emotion she had rarely ever shown before: hatred and greed. Chapter 193 Auction 5. In the few months Damien had been in the cloud plane, Zara had once again been forced to realize how little help she actually was. Sure, she could act as a mount and help him travel, but was that really enough? Back when they first met in that lonely dungeon she used to call home, they were practically inseparable. Even though she had the ability, she would rarely enter his shadow. She was his partner, fighting by his side and helping him overcome any obstacle he couldn't handle alone. Even after they left the dungeon, it was still similar. At least, relatively. As time went on, she found herself becoming useless. She was becoming nothing more than a typical mount that she saw every random cultivator using, and this realization hurt her more than she could ever imagine. She knew very well that Damien had no intention of treating her as such. Whenever he had free time, he would call her out and enjoy her company, telling her about various things. She loved these conversations, but it still wasn't enough. When was the last time she was able to properly help him in a fight? When was the last time she could truly show off her power? It had been years. Zara had been fretting over this problem for a long time, but she didn't want to burden Damien with her feelings. For this, she slightly disturbed the connection they held and hid some of her crucial thoughts from him. they signed an equals contract, after all. This was well within her right. As such, Damien had continued on his journey while being none the wiser. Naturally, just because she hid her complex emotions from him didn't mean she was content with her current life. She had been fretting over how to change constantly, trying to find a solution to her problem, but it was all to no avail. The only way for a beast to gain strength was to kill, eat, and evolve. It was common knowledge, at least, that's what she thought. Until that day when Tian Yang lectured Damien about the truth behind 3rd and 4th class, that was her belief, but all the while, she had been watching what went on in the outside world while she stayed within his shadow. Regardless of how useless she felt, she was always prepared to jump in front of Damien in case there was any danger he couldn't handle, and since she was always watching, she was also able to digest the lecture that Tian Yang had given, the power of comprehension. A new way to gain strength, it was a light that shone in the endless darkness Zara had submerged herself in, a path forward. So, she ardently strived towards success. She sunk deep into her consciousness and put all her effort into gaining a true understanding of her elements. Shadow, ice, the only way she had been using them was the most basic methods allowed to her race, and slowly but surely, she was starting to see a true improvement as she pondered on these two affinities of hers. She couldn't test anything with her ice while she remained in Damien's shadow, but the shadow element was something she could easily test, and when she awoke from her meditative state once again, she looked around to grasp the situation, realizing that Damien was in a room alone with the new woman he had been accompanying for the past few months, although this was no surprise to her. She soon turned her attention to the rest of the setting, the area beyond the glass in front of Damien, and that's when she saw it, a small place marble that seemed inconsequential in appearance, but held an insurmountable power within it. The second she laid eyes on it, all other thoughts immediately vanished from her head. Even her sanity started to dissipate at a rapid pace, as if her intelligence was devolving. She felt an unadulterated fear, a burning hatred, and also endless greed that conflicted with the prior two emotions. She had no idea what was going on inside her own mind. She had no idea why this random object was eliciting such a major reaction from her. But it wasn't under her control. In fact, she was using every sliver of sanity she had left to hold herself back from jumping through that glass and snatching the black marble she had set her sights on. Her whole world was crumbling apart, when suddenly, she felt a gentle hand land on her head. Without her knowledge, she had already left the shadow and was standing next to Damien, who was slowly running his hand through her fur, and oddly enough, the small action alone was enough to pour a bucket of cold water on her head. As he continued to silently console her, she felt herself regaining control over her body, and finally, by the time Fairy Lynn had finished her rant about the greatness of her lords, Zara managed to calm down and come back to herself. Ha. She closed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths before once again opening them. Is everything okay now? Damien's soothing voice entered her ears. She nodded lightly in response. It was all thanks to him that she was back to her senses. Once again, he had saved her, and once again, she had almost become a burden. Damien shook his head with a light sigh when he saw her state. With her mind still confused, he was naturally able to read the emotion she had been hiding from him all this time. He immediately felt a pang of guilt in his chest. He might have been doing his best to not neglect her, but had he ever once considered how she felt this entire time? He had almost forgotten how prideful and battle-hungry the little Zara he once knew was. Did something happen? He felt obligated to ask. The emotions he was reading were a problem that could be solved at any time. Now that he knew of them, he could make a conscious effort to remedy his past mistakes. What was more important was the outburst she just had. I don't know. Zara replied meekly. The second I saw that little black marble, my mind blanked. All I could feel was an indescribable urge to consume that item. She could have said more, but now that her mind was completely open to him, there was no need. He understood everything she had just gone through. The death seed is what caused this reaction. The death seed was still a mystery. Even with all the boasting Fairy Lynn had done, the only real effect she had described was the permanent stat increase. As for everything else she said, it was just flowery speech indicating that one would become incredibly powerful after consumption. It was odd enough that something from the Nox had made Zara react like this, especially since she was born and raised within a dark dungeon that had never come in contact with the alien race, or at least, that's what Damien thought until now. The most surprising part of it all was something Zara had only subconsciously realized. This reaction was caused by her bloodline. 194 auction. 6. Zara's bloodline had been a mystery since their very first meeting. Just the fact that the Damien at that time had no desire to devour her was a miracle in itself. But even after all these years, Damien had found no clues regarding it. It's not that he didn't look, since he had actually done an ample amount of research while on a Pyron, it was just that he was legitimately unable to find any information regarding it. He had seen characteristics of all the wolf bloodlines the Adelair Empire had documented during the 6 months he spent there before leaving to Earth, but none of them matched Zara's. He was of the mind to go visit the Beast Empress to maybe glean something off of her, since she showed some kind of understanding. And even said she felt a connection to Zara when they first met, but the constraints of time never allowed that meeting to happen. It was all but guaranteed that he had to make a trip back to a Pyron at some point. There were many events lined up in the near future that prevented him from doing so immediately, but he swore he'd find the time, plus, he still had to bind a Pyron's world core. It was an imperative task that he had idiotically forgotten about. And by the time he realized it, he was too far away to do anything about it. Perhaps he could warp to a Pyron to do what he needed to do, but as he figured before, there was simply no time at the moment. He just had to remember the importance of doing so and hope there'd be an opening in the future. Sigh, I really need to learn how to not be led around by my emotions. While he was in his thoughts, the bidding for the Death Seed had already begun. And it had to be said, the battle was much fiercer than any of the other items. It seemed the flowery words and empty compliments Fairy Lynn had given it beforehand had truly spurred the crowd. Even with the base price of the treasure being 5 million spirit stones, there were very few who didn't participate in the bidding. Even those in the normal seats pooled their money together to get their hands on the treasure. It was as if they no longer cared to give face to those powerhouses occupying the private rooms. 10 million spirit stones from me, old ghost, don't try to steal away my treasures. 11 million. Ha! Wan Luo, do you think I wouldn't recognize you? First, check if you have the qualifications to compete with me. 15 million, these two were occupying adjacent private rooms, and seemed to have turned the bidding war into their own personal show. Everyone even stopped their objections just to watch it unfold. After all, they didn't need to constantly bid to win the treasure. They could simply bide their time until these two finished their fiasco and then continue. Old ghost, give me some face here. I'll be sure to compensate you handsomely. 16 million, Wan Luo, you still have a world of potential in front of you. Don't lead yourself to an early death. 17 million, are you threatening me? Wan Luo growled. Humph, if you can't even tell that much, then maybe you should give up your position as head elder. Damn old ghost. Wan Luo cursed. It wasn't that he didn't have the money to continue, but he was well aware of the power difference between the two of them. He had lived for hundreds of years already. He had long since learned when to advance and retreat. 30 million. Suddenly, a deep voice pervaded the auction hall. Even if it came from one of the private rooms, it rang in the ears of everyone present as if the speaker was standing directly next to them. Hey, isn't that? Yeah, there's no way we could mistake him for anyone else. That terrifying aura can truly only belong to him. The attention of all present was directed towards the private room that sat in the middle of all the rest, the one with the best view in the entire house. Even if the person occupying it hadn't consciously released his aura, just the power in his words alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Sigh, fellow Taoist can take this one. There are plenty of other ways for me to gain strength. The Burning River sect concedes, it's the same for me. Our sect has a firm foundation and plentiful resources. The loss of a single treasure isn't that big of a deal. The Autumn Wind Abode concedes, same to me. The Crimson Cathedral concedes, the Lustful Fairy sect concedes. Many of the guests in the private room have upped the auction one by one. They harbored endless grievances in their hearts, but there was no way they could voice them out. That was the level of influence the eclipsing Shadow Sect leader held. The bid of 30 million spirit stones comes from the guest in private room number 1. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Fairy Lynn asked, though it was evident she expected the auction to end here. Very well then, if there are no new bids, the Death Seed goes to 40 million. A new voice came from one of the private rooms on the outer edge. Judging from the tone alone, it was clear that it was a youngster who had spoken. What? Someone dares to compete with something the sect master wants? That guy is simply courting death. Damien naturally overheard all their voices, but he said nothing else. His attention was entirely focused in the direction of the first private room, 50 million. A reply came softly. Still, the slight hint of rage in the voice couldn't be hidden, but Damien didn't care at all. Without hesitation, he doubled the price. 100 million spirit stones. With the amount of money he received from Tian Yang, he could still double the price once more and have a good amount remaining, so he had no fear of losing here. Young lad, are you sure you want to do this? The opposing side questioned. The voice was contemptuous, and it was evident he was warning Damien. Yet, Damien once again paid it no mind. This is an auction, isn't it? If I want something, I will naturally bid on it. Very well. If that is the path you chose to take, so be it. You can blame nobody but yourself for the consequences of your actions. The eclipsing Shadow Sect leader was a man who didn't take any disrespect, let alone a blatant slap to his face such as this one, but he wasn't an idiot. Who didn't know that he was the most powerful person present here? Who didn't know that he was someone who could commit atrocities without batting an eye? This wasn't the righteous path. Regardless of his status, regardless of his power level, he had no qualms with crushing an ant if it slighted him. And what need was there to waste money? If the other party wanted to grab the death seed, he'd allow them to take it. The only question was how long they could hold on to it before it inevitably fell into his hands. Then, that settles it. The death seed goes to esteemed guest in private room number 16 for 100 million spirit stones. There was no raucous applause or excitement within the audience, only mockery towards the idiot who offended such a massive figure. Without suspense, an attendant entered Damien's room with the vial holding the death seed in hand, and judging by Zara's barely controlled reaction, he was sure it was authentic. Honored guest, please submit your payment before I give you your item. Damien nodded and tossed over a spatial ring containing the entire 100 million spirit stones. The attendant quickly grabbed it and did a sweep with his consciousness, confirming the contents within. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. Please be careful with the item, as you can never be too sure about what will happen in the future. The attendant cast a meaningful look towards Damien, handing him the vial before exiting the room. So this is the death seed, huh? He murmured. He was well aware of the connotation of the attendant's words. Even the man he had offended hinted at what he would do, so only a dunce wouldn't understand. Nevertheless, Damien was still fearless. It wasn't groundless confidence, it wasn't even confidence in himself. There was no way for Damien to resist even a normal fourth class, so how would he resist the strongest one present? Damien's confidence stemmed from his master, and the talismans he had given them before they set out. With them, he was assured of his escape. So why was it that no matter how much mana he and Ryue injected into the talismans, they wouldn't activate? Chapter 195, Fleeing. 1. Damien stared at the talisman in his hand as a sense of trepidation entered his heart and took root. Every time he tried to inject it with mana, it would flash and spark, but show no result in the end. What was the cause of this? What was going on? There was no way Tian Yang would give him a faulty talisman, and even if he did, there's no way he'd do the same with Ryue. Panic had already begun to set in even though it had only been a few seconds since he first started fiddling with the talismans and a terrifying idea sprouted in his mind. There wasn't time, he had to test it. Grabbing Ryue's arm, Damien spread his awareness until he could feel the surface and willed the mana around him to invoke teleportation, and soon, they disappeared from where they stood, and reappeared only 5 meters away, still within the confines of the private room. Damien gritted his teeth, a flash of worry flashing through his eyes. Damien, what is happening? Ryue asked as she pulled her arm away. She was naturally perturbed by the talismans failing as well, but she didn't feel the same dread he did. Well, it wasn't her fault since she didn't have any insights on space. That was the exact reason Damien was panicking right now. The situation itself hadn't reached that level, but the implications were much larger. Although he hadn't yet touched upon this particular aspect, he was well aware of the possibility. He had even been planning to incorporate it into his sword art soon. Grinding his teeth, Damien muttered in answer to Ryue's question, spatial lock. For all normal cultivators, a spatial lock was simple. It was a method used to prevent escape using escape talismans while at the same time limiting their movement. The latter worked similarly to the concept of gravity, while the former was even more simple to explain. If the spatial lock that was cast was directed solely at Damien, he'd know. He'd just have to peer into the layers of space and he'd find out. But even when he had done so, he found no indication of spatial nodes or outside interference. This could only mean one thing. The entire area was locked, and while whoever cast this lock had most likely done so to trap all those present in this convention, he was the one who was affected the worst. Spatial lock was a concept that was most useful against other practitioners using the space element. Damien was well aware from the fact that he could barely even teleport that the person who cast this lock was above him in comprehension of the space element. This meant his abilities in battle would be supremely hindered, his void sword art, vector control, and many other arts would become largely unusable with the other party locking down space. Especially vector control, which dealt with points in space, would become virtually useless in such a situation. Still, he wasn't out of options. Just as his combat capabilities were restricted, his evasion capabilities could still be used. As long as he could properly wade through the spatial layers, escaping was still viable, even if it became infinitely harder to do so. Damien's gaze became grim as he explained all this to Ryue, and her expression soon followed. They both knew it wouldn't be long before all hell broke loose, and as if answering their call, such events began immediately. Boom, with none the wiser within the convention besides those fourth-class existences in the private rooms, a storm came crashing down. The ceiling of the massive cavern they were occupying came crashing in, large pieces of rubble fell everywhere and clouds of dust obscured everyone's vision. What? What's happening? The light of day shone brightly in the cavern as a swarm of people descended from the sky. Each and every one of them was wearing uniforms of pure white and gold, with similarly colored masks adorning their faces. Hear my call, vile miscreants hiding in the shadows. Today is a day of inquisition. Today is a day of judgment. None shall leave here alive. In the name of justice. In the name of justice. The figure at the head of the crowd started and all those behind him followed, chanting incessantly as they gazed upon those below them. They cared not for the hundreds of people that had been crushed by the rocky fragments of the cavern's ceiling due to their domineering entrance, and they cared not for distinctions between man, woman, and child. There was only scorn in their eyes, and without wasting another breath, they charged. Those white-cloaked figures spread out within the large cavern and began a mass slaughter. With no respect whatsoever, from their auras alone, it was clear these people were all high-level third-class and even fourth-class beings, but they slaughtered those first- and second-class beings like pigs. A rain of blood descended on the convention, accompanied by ghastly screams filled with fear and unwillingness. Heads and limbs became scattered across the floor, not a single person being spared. Hell, even those innocent victims being sold in the slave market were cut down without being given the chance to resist. Damien watched it all happen. Oddly enough, those so-called inquisitors made no move on those within the private rooms. And throughout the entire ordeal, all he could feel was disgust. Who were these people to decide justice? They were just cowards who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. If not, how was it that those in important positions were still safe while tens of fourth classes slaughtered their juniors for no reason? And even worse still, he was well aware of this massive farce. Regardless of how angelic they dressed themselves and regardless of how many passionate speeches they made about slaying the wicked, could they hide from him? No matter the words that come from one's mouth, their aura tells no lies. This was a lesson Damien had learned long ago, and the auras of these fools, black and putrid. They held the same stench as those devil worshippers, only much stronger and to a much higher degree. There was no mistaking it, these people were those so-called priests and inheritors that the Nox appointed. Damien narrows his eyes as he shifted his gaze away from the atrocities being committed down below, his gaze centering on a certain private room, and even though he was sure that the glass partition was still doing its job to conceal him within it, he was almost certain he could feel a cold stare gazing directly back at him. There's no other choice. If anything, this is the only way we can escape with the talismans being ineffective. He felt like a hypocrite. Wasn't he the one who had said he wouldn't allow any injustice as long as it was happening in front of him? Wasn't he the one who said he couldn't bear the suffering of innocents in large conflicts like this one? But it wasn't something he could change. When emperors fought, it was the common people that suffered. Damien took one last look at those white robes figured. He stared daggers into their angelic forms. Only their eyes were visible behind their masks, but even then he could clearly see their glee. They were feeling ecstasy while being soaked in the blood of those weaker. He seared their auras into his memory. These atrocities, I will remember them. And then, the space around him twisted once again, as he and Ryue vanished from their prior position. Chapter 196, Feeling 2. Within a separate private room, a large man sat calmly as his gaze panned across the chaos that had descended on the convention. Even with the pandemonium and festival of blood taking place, his expression didn't change. Instead, he focused his gaze on a private room far removed from his current location. Even with his strength, he couldn't see through the glass wall, but that didn't mean he wasn't aware of the happenings within. There were 3 strong life auras that he had been keeping track of ever since the auction ended. Once again turning his attention to the slaughter taking place below, he let out a light snort. Those idiots. Did they truly think such gaudy tactics were enough to mask their identities? He knew very clearly who they were, but he said nothing. They had even approached him before beginning their act, so he had no reason to be surprised. Still, he didn't expect that there would be someone bold enough to oppose him previously, and with the start of the show he was forced to take part in, he had no time to retrieve his possessions with his own hands. As he was thinking, he noticed the life auras he had been tracking vanish, reappearing a few meters away. It seems he's trying to run, first shadow. He called, seemingly speaking to empty air. The shadows on the walls behind him danced and transformed, coalescing into a hooded figure. You called, my lord? Tell the 5th through 12th shadow to move out. Their goal is to reclaim the treasure someone dared take from me. As you command, my lord. Would you like that person to be brought back? No need. Just kill him and be done with. First shadow voiced his confirmation before retreating once more. Without looking back, the large man stood up from his seat. It was time for him to put on a performance. He had received a hefty offer in return, so he figured he should play along. Besides, it was a good way to waste time before he inevitably got his hands on the death seed. The man's aura billowed, attracting the attention of the 4th-class beings among the Inquisitors. And without further ado, he entered the stage. Damien spared no effort in fleeing. At the moment, he had no thoughts other than maneuvering through the complex maze of spatial layers in front of him. Ever since he was in the dungeon, he had been able to easily sense and even physically see the spatial layers, but he had never done such in-depth combing of them before today. For the most part, his moveset was based on wider-scale destruction. It was crude and with a singular motive. This kind of action was much more methodical and graceful than anything else he had put his mind to. He weaved through the fabric of space with his hand grabbing Ryua's arm, pulling her along with him. There was nothing else he could do at this juncture. He couldn't even alert her of his plan. His entire attention was focused on the task ahead of him. As such, he slowly forgot his surroundings. He waded through the intricately spaced layers like a snake, reveling in the feeling of spatial fluctuations around him. And by the time he snapped out of his trance, he had effectively dragged Ryua to the cavern of the main convention. The scenes of slaughter hadn't spread here, but he was still within range of the spatial lock. Due to this, he decided the best course of action was to make a run for it. There was a sinking feeling in his chest that he couldn't get rid of. It had been a long time since his danger sense and intuition had rung alarm bells like this. This was the feeling of true life-threatening danger. In his hurry, he finally made it out of the main convention, using the same route he used to enter. And seeing the light of day in the thick fog that befuddled even his senses around him, he was hoping to feel comfort, but even still, he was unable to do so. Abruptly, his facial expression changed. He grabbed Ryua by her waist and twisted his body, narrowly evading a projectile that flew past. It impacted the trunk of a nearby tree, instantly corroding it until it became a withered husk. Ryua's face paled at the sight, but she was quick to regain her bearings. The entire time so far, she had been too confused to act herself. She had just let herself be caught in the momentum. But seeing them be targeted in such a way, she was able to come back to her senses. What the hell was she doing? Perhaps it was the scenes of slaughter from before that left her in such a state, but it was no excuse. Damien had gotten them this far with her only acting as a burden, so there was no more room for her to sit still. She made her way out of his grasp, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for the perpetrator. Swoosh, a thin arc of blue fire left her fingertips, aimed at the air in front of her. And surprisingly, a set of needles was caught and melted, but was that the end? Multiple concealed attacks followed, barraging the duo from all sides. They evaded ceaselessly, but it was evident they were at a disadvantage. They had no opportunity to counterattack. Blades flew through the air and the smell of poison wafted into the atmosphere. The sheer amount of projectiles being dispatched was enough to terrify any normal cultivator, but just as suddenly as it had started, the onslaught slowed to a halt. From the murky atmosphere of the forest around them, 8 figures emerged. Since the two targets obviously weren't susceptible to sneak attacks, a head-on approach was the best move. Who are you? Damien growled. He already had his speculations and didn't really expect them to answer, but he needed to stall for time somehow. Their auras were entirely concealed, but they couldn't hide from his sight. 6 of the 8 figures were high-level third-class beings, while the foremost 2 were at the peak of the class, perhaps even on the cusp of ranking up. And from the density of the mana surrounding them, Damien was sure they weren't weaklings. Perhaps if he was on a Pyron, he had a slight chance against this number of opponents, but it was different here. He had just recently realized the difference in strength between the two worlds, so he was in his utmost cautious state right now. He was sure he had no chance to beat them, make no mistake. A dead person has no need to know too much. I shall only say one thing. It will be your eternal regret that you have offended our master. An altered voice came from the cloaked figure in the middle. Damien was surprised that he had actually elicited a response, but there was nothing more. He had already made his decision on how to act. He looked over at Ruyue and noticed her gaze on him as well. He didn't need to do too much for her to understand his intentions. There was no hesitation in their actions. Turning swiftly, they dashed along the Bloodstone River, hoping to make distance from their opponents. Damien first thought to flee out of the forest, but it currently wasn't a liable option. If anything, the myriad illusion veil was something that could help him in this situation. However, there wasn't much room to run. They could only follow the river in one direction or the other. Since the distance between the river and the edge of the forest wasn't large enough, the 8 shadows glanced at each other and smiled. Although their lord had given them the order to kill, he hadn't made any comments on the speed at which they did so, and knowing their lord, he was quite meticulous about even the smallest details. He would never leave out something that needed to be said. There was only one conclusion they drew at this point. Their lord wanted the target to suffer. Watching the target turn and flee, they thought this was the perfect situation, with only a single glance. The shadows were able to hatch their plan. Their figures turned into streaks of darkness and spread out, melding into the shadows and chasing their prey. The situation was eerily similar to Damien's encounter with a certain wolf many years back. However, this time the danger had multiplied by many times. Chapter 197, Feeling 3, A Sea of Darkness. That was all Damien could see behind him and on both sides as he rushed through the maze of trees that lined the side of the Bloodstone River. 6 black-cloaked figures constantly trailed after him, expanding their influence on the surroundings. He could only grit his teeth and push forward, constantly making sure Ruyue was following his pace. And luckily for him, she didn't seem to be lacking in the speed department. He had no idea how long they had been running for, but regardless of time, they had been unable to escape the clutches of those hooded figures. The sea of darkness that was gradually encroaching on him was proof of that. Damn it, the spatial lock that had been placed on the surrounding area was still in effect. No matter how far he got from the original location of the convention, his main strength remained impeded. It was evident that this wasn't the work of a single person. Rather, a formation must have been at play, but none of this mattered. The only point he could focus on was the fact that teleportation wasn't an option. Lightning cracked and trails of flame decorated the path they left in their wake as Damien and Ruyue burst forward at full speed. The only indication they had of direction was the river adjacent to them. Thousands of black tendrils emerged from the surrounding darkness, shooting towards the duo at speeds untraceable by the naked eye. The trees they touched were withered into dust. The ground was cracked on impact. Lightning burst forth from Damien's body as he continuously attempted to evade the tendrils charging at him. It burned everything in its surroundings, but he wasn't able to block them all. Luckily, he wasn't alone. Blazing blue flames ignited even the air it touched, driving back the encroaching shadows. In any other situation, the duo would have had no problem in escaping. However, this time, they were heavily outnumbered. For every tendril of darkness that was destroyed, 10 more would emerge and charge at them. And for every 10, another 100. Still, they pushed forward. If there was one thing Damien could be thankful for in this situation, it was the myriad illusion veil that perpetually decorated the jungle. The veil heavily limited one's awareness and even slightly disturbed their thoughts, leaving the duo some slight leeway. Otherwise, their pursuers would have caught up to them long ago. However, slight leeway wasn't enough. The darkness soon caught up and passed them. Painting the grassy ground black, the tendrils of darkness multiplied exponentially, soon becoming accompanied by other constructs that attempted to corrode them. A rain of black spheres showered the area around the duo, once again forcing them to go on the defensive. Their momentum was rapidly slowed until they could no longer move forward. Every route of escape was blocked. Damien's eyes narrowed as he tried his best to peer into his surroundings, hoping to glean even the slightest chance, but there was none. His eyes were powerful, but they were almost useless in this situation. He could see through illusions, but there were none at play. He was hoping to find traces of the enemy's aura within the encroaching shadows. But it was also futile. Every bit of the darkness was created from their own mana, and they had melded with it perfectly. It was virtually impossible to single them out. He might have been able to pinpoint something if he was able to calmly analyze, but the enemy didn't give him the time. His attention was occupied by the constant barrage of attacks that fell on him. Swords, spears, tendrils, bullets, and many other coalesced forms of darkness charged without pause. He took a quick glance to his side and realized Ryue wasn't any better than him. Waves of blue flame continuously surged from her person, clashing with the waves of darkness that surrounded them. A blood-red moon had already manifested behind her back, empowering her flames and distributing lunar energy into the atmosphere. It was incredibly frustrating. No matter how much those cloaked figures attacked, they never used their full power. There's no way the combined power of 6 high-level third-class beings only amounted to this much. They're toying with us. It was the only explanation he could come up with. How the hell am I supposed to get out of this situation? It had been too long since he had faced such a hopeless situation. Or was it better to say that it had never happened at all? He had become too conceited, wholeheartedly believing that he would always be able to escape danger as long as he had his spatial affinity. This was the kind of mindset that a skill like Warp had instilled in him. Yet, now that the skill and many of his other abilities were locked, he had become nothing more than a lamb waiting for slaughter. It was unacceptable. What had he been training for all this time if he was just going to become prey for someone else's convenience? What was the point of power if he was unable to use it? His fury burned so brightly that it was almost tangible. Was there no hope? No, as long as the enemy was underestimating them, they had a chance. He slashed his sword wantonly, no longer caring for style or grace. The black lightning coating his body lashed out, constantly strengthening itself. He increased the intensity of his attack, superheating the lightning and causing massive beams of plasma to impact the ground. He had to melt the shadows around him. Argh. A sudden cry of pain echoed through the silent jungle. Looking down at his own body, Damien realized that he had been pierced by a blade without his knowledge. His danger sense didn't activate, nor did he sense movement around him. Before he could react, tens of slashes landed on his body, causing his blood to spurt out in every direction. What the hell? If it was an ordinary blade that had been harming him, he would have already healed with his regeneration. But strangely enough, it didn't activate. He did a quick sweep of his internals, and his face immediately paled. A foreign substance had entered his bloodstream and was corroding his system. That was when he realized. 6 pursuers? That wasn't right. There were 8 cloaked figures that he first saw when he exited the convention, or had the other 2 gone, he hadn't had the time to think about it before. But being put in such a predicament, his mind slowly cleared. I let my guard down. Not only did he let his guard down, but he had also become too narrow-minded to realize how faulty his thought process was. Spatial lock? Sure, it could hinder his abilities, but was he completely cut off? The poison in his body burned. It felt like he was being branded from the inside. But this pain had cleared his muddled head. The myriad illusion veil. Why was it called that? Its main purpose, the reason many people had lost their lives to a mere fog, wasn't it because of how it messed with their minds? I'm an idiot. From the beginning of his journey to now, he had constantly improved himself. But he had always neglected training his mind. He figured that the will he forged so far was enough, but the events of the village prior, and the events taking place now, had shown him clearly that there was something he lacked. He didn't have the wits to engage in a strategy. He didn't have the brain to quickly innovate. Instead, he had been backed into a corner and confused until he ended up in this situation. No more. He wouldn't allow himself to be beaten so one-sidedly any longer. He closed his eyes, ignoring everything around him. He called Zara out of his shadow to protect him. Up until this point, he had thought her shadow affinity would be suppressed by the enemies. He had thought she would only become a burden, but who was he kidding? That was the stupidest thought he could have had. If there was one advantage he possessed against these enemies, it was Zara. With her protection, he was able to properly concentrate. The burning feeling in his veins slowly faded. The only thing he could perceive was the light thumping of his own heartbeat. Celestial authority. His mind was flooded with feedback. Flames danced, the ground froze over, lightning crackled and the winds roared. But this was nothing more than an illusion. Only Damien could see such scenes. He ended up grinning. When was the last time he had used this move? Even though he was so excited when he created it, he had almost forgotten about it until now. His eyes opened once more, blazing with fighting spirit and killing intent. And without any suspense, he opened his mouth. Starfall, Chapter 198, Fleeing, for the same move he had once used to slaughter Jean had once again made itself known. However, it wasn't the same as it was before. This time, Damien had coupled the attack with his celestial authority, vastly boosting its prowess. Boom! Hundreds of kilometers above the ongoing battle, the atmosphere shattered like glass and caved in, leaving only an infinite void in its place, and from that void, a massive meteor shot down toward the ground, its velocity not being impeded the slightest bit by the new environment. Even though the friction led flames to encase the meteor, it only served to increase the destructive power. The surroundings were subjected to the immense heat of the flaming rock. Even though the myriad illusion veil still hid the incoming danger from their sight, any sane cultivator would be well aware that something wasn't right, and even the myriad illusion veil couldn't stand the pressure of the oncoming meteor for very long. After all, they were still on the outskirts of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, where the strength of the veil wasn't up to par. The perpetual fog that blanketed the jungle was burned into nothingness along with the air, giving way to a bright sun and the streak of light that was charging towards their location. The sun itself was a major weakness to any element dealing with shadow, as it encroached upon the area of influence that had been laid down. Those cloaked figures could no longer stay still. Their attention was refocused on the new danger, charging volatile spheres of darkness and shooting them towards the meteor. But even with all the power that attacked it and threatened to break it apart, the meteor held strong. It wasn't its inherent defensive capability or even Damien's work that did this. Instead, there was external help at play, Moon Goddess's blessing. Ruyua's murmur went unheard by those around her, but its effects still stood. The massive blood moon that stood at her back was compressed into heavy rivers of lunar energy that charged towards the meteor and merged with it. Its density was increased by a large margin, the flames surrounding its body were tinted blue, and it gained a defensive property that allowed it to withstand the assault of the cloaked figures. On the ground, Zara was continuously barraging the tendrils of darkness with her own shadow element, not allowing them to gain any ground. Meanwhile, she used ice to freeze the ground and prevent the enemy from setting a new domain. Damien didn't sit idly either. Now that his mind was clear, he was well prepared to make a counterattack. Sunfire blazed on his palm and arced through the air, setting the vegetation ablaze. Heavy beams of plasma penetrated any shadow that dared arrive near him, disallowing their encroachment. His sword art and vector control were still unusable, but he didn't mind it much. He had a vast arsenal that he had rarely taken the time to tap into, only ever displaying the crudest methods he could. His comprehension of space had reached a magnificent level. Otherwise, how could he possess such a thing as dimensional magic? It's just that his horizons were never broad enough to make full use of everything he learned, but he was in a rage right now. He was venting his frustrations by returning to the enemy a greater bombardment than they could have ever expected. His celestial aura encased his body, and his awareness spread unimpeded through the portion of jungle where the myriad illusion veil was burned away. He exerted his will on the surrounding space, using his consciousness in an attempt to both comprehend the properties of spatial locking as well as impose his own authority onto the atmosphere, with all the interference taking place. The enemies were no longer able to focus on their targets, this time being forced on the defensive. However, even through all this, Damien wasn't safe. The poison racking his body continued attempting to spread, but it was being combated by his regeneration. Still, it wasn't able to completely stop it, only suppressing it. And with his regeneration focused on defending his internal body, his external wounds were forced to fester. Arg. Gritting his teeth, he allowed his lightning to once again take form, using it to sear his wounds and artificially close them, temporarily solving the problem. The only obstacle left were two unseen opponents that were still hidden in the shadows. It had become evident how much greater their prowess was in comparison to their peers, but Damien didn't need to focus on them right now. The opportunity to escape was directly in front of him. Zara. The wolf could read his thoughts clear as day, so he didn't need to say more. Her body shifted positions, abruptly arriving under him and placing him on her back. In the next instant, Ruyue was transferred there as well. Seeing her condition pained Damien a bit. He was the one in possession of the Death Seed, so he was forced to bear the brunt of the force against them. but that didn't mean she was entirely out of harm's way. Numerous cuts and gashes covered her body, and many areas of her clothes had become ripped and bloodied. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Focus on the battle ahead," she said when she noticed Damien's gaze, but her pale and weary face betrayed the conviction in her eyes. Her condition only caused Damien's fury to burn forth ever brighter. Zara didn't dally after catching the two of them on her back. She immediately spread her wings and took off, speeding through the jungle. They were still in harm's way. Exiting the jungle through the sky was never a viable option, as the myriad illusion veil was continuously attempting to repair itself. Zara streaked through the maze of trees like a comet of darkness, dexterously evading all obstacles. She moved forward without destination, but there was no need for one. As long as they got far enough from their original position, they'd eventually make it out of the spatial lock. And at that point, it'd be smooth sailing. Boom! A loud explosion and dust cloud could be seen from behind them, as the meteor finally landed on their previous location. The prior events had happened too fast, leading to such a late reaction. They had already retreated far into the veil. Damien turned his head halfway, attempting to peer through the veil. I wonder if that did any damage. Well, it doesn't matter. Regardless of their survival, he wouldn't forget the debt from today. This grudge would be paid back 100-fold. The eclipsing shadow sect. I vow here and now that one day I will raise it to the ground. Surveilling the rapidly changing scenery, Damien suddenly noticed that the Bloodstone River was no longer in sight. And with the restrictions on his awareness, he had no way of telling how far from it they had gone. Luckily enough, he saw a glimmer of hope. Rather, it was a shimmering translucent wall that marked the edge of the barrier. This formation was meant exclusively for locking space. There was no way for it to have a multitude of effects if it was able to carry out a spatial lock on such a grand proportion and to such a frightening degree as well, so he was sure of it. This meant they would face no obstruction in leaving its area now that they had found its end. Zara streaked forward without hesitation when Damien gave her the command. The second they passed that wall, they would activate their escape talismans and transport directly back to the Celestial Star Palace. However, fate seemed to have other plans for them. Mere meters away from their destination, a powerful aura sprung out before a world of shadows once again descended, but there was something intrinsically different about it this time. "This is a domain," Ruyua commented as she wearily glanced around. Damien's eyes widened at the revelation. To date, the only domain he had seen was Rosa's illusory throne, but he was well aware of their power. But the base concept for creating domain wasn't unfamiliar to him, as they also manifested when the caster imposed their will upon space. But if the enemy was able to do this, didn't that mean? Damien grinned. He couldn't ask for a better feeling than what he felt right now. He ignored the festering wounds on his flesh and the poison seeping through his body. He ignored the sense of danger that hadn't left no matter how close he was to safety. "Charge forward," he commanded. Zara didn't need to be told twice. Furiously increasing her speed with reckless abandon, Damien raised his hand into the air, and as if commanding an army, dropped it down once more. Spatial collapse. He didn't spare any effort this time. He poured all his mana into the skill, and instead of creating a massive black hole like the last time he overclocked it, he took a different approach. 1, 2, 5, 10, a total of 15 vortexes manifested in the shadow domain, throwing the ambient mana into chaos. The space twisted apart and shattered, leaving countless swirling entrances to the void that threatened to consume everything. Before the caster of the domain even had a chance to attack, his entire authority was thrown into oblivion. The domain shattered without suspense, and Zara triumphantly charged past the cloaked figure that had been revealed in its wake. Ruyua raised her arm and pointed it at the exposed figure with hatred in her eyes. Erase. Yin was an interesting element. Darkness, cold, and any negatives were classified as Yin-natured forces. Due to this, the main strength of the Yin element, and its most prominent characteristic, was the ability to negate. Such an ability would usually be used to negate attacks or force, but Ruyua decided to try something she'd never done before. Today, she was going to erase existence itself. The essence of erasure left her body and impacted the cloaked figure, who was still in a stunned state due to the destruction of his domain. And without even having the ability to scream, the figure vanished, his existence denied by the very person he was tasked to destroy. With no more obstacles in the way, the trio successfully charged past the shimmering barrier. And soon enough, they were greeted by simmering and blinding rays of sunlight. Whether by coincidence or design, their escape from the formation was their escape from the myriad illusion veil, but they were in no way pleased with this development. After all, Directly in front of them was a beautiful mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a mountain range that no human had ever been able to leave with their lives. They had somehow been thrust into the 3000 Beast Mountain Range itself. Chapter 199, 3000 Beast Mountain Range. 1. Towering mountains broke through the clouds and threatened to challenge even the heavens with their breadth. There were only 5 mountains out of the 50 total that could be seen at the moment, but any of these 5 could be considered unrivaled in the outside world. Each mountain seemed to carry its own habitat and ecosystem, completely varying depending on the location. Some areas were scorching deserts, while others were raging tundras. It all seemed unpredictable, but had a certain balance to it that could only be admired. Beautiful trees with trunks thicker than the combined width of several men stood proud among the everlasting scenery, radiating an aura of ancientness and wisdom. The ground was covered in various flora, ranging from beautiful iridescent flowers to the most common of grasses, but for some reason, even these seemed to carry a weighty presence. An unruly jungle spanned as far as the eye could see, adding an air of untamed savagery to the ethereal environment. And encasing it all was a massive wall of fog that blotted out the sky, the myriad illusion veil. Strangely enough, the veil didn't impede on the internal environment in the slightest, stopping at the edge of the surrounding jungle as if it was a defensive mechanism set up by the heavens themselves. It was faint, but there was one final piece of notable scenery that Damien could see. On the horizon, there was a massive tree incomparable to those in the immediate vicinity. Its branches alone spanned several kilometers, its canopy cast an unseen amount of space in perpetual shadow, and the aura of life it gave off could be felt even at the outskirts of the environment where Damien and Ryue were currently standing. But none of these features could be called the crowning achievement of the tree. That award was reserved for its mountainous size. Indeed, mountainous was the only word that could be used to describe the breadth and height of the massive tree that competed with the surrounding mountains in their bid to challenge the heavens. So this is the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, Damien commented in awe. Ryue nodded her head absent-mindedly, too focused on taking in the scenery to fully concentrate on his words. Even Zara, who usually didn't care much about such novelties, was stunned. This kind of scene wasn't something she had ever seen. Even though her travels with Damien had taken her far and wide, such pure natural beauty was still new. Her feelings now reminded her of a time back when she was still naive and unable to converse, when she first exited the dungeon with Damien. At that time, they landed in an ordinary forest, but it seemed to be an immortal spring to them. But this time, they were truly in a place magnificent enough to be described as such. At least, the environment itself seemed to suggest it, but it didn't take long for Damien to come out of his reverie. The second he spread his awareness, a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. He shuddered at what he was seeing. His awareness, no matter how large its reach had grown, could only cover a bare minimum of the surroundings. Hell, he couldn't even reach a single one of the nearby mountains, a testament to the sheer size of the area. But he didn't need to do so to understand the true nature of the mountain range. He couldn't comment on its entirety, since even now he could only see January 10th of its total size, but it was enough to form a preliminary impression. Countless thousands of beasts swarmed the ground level, filling in the unruly jungle with their presence. Among those thousands, there were hundreds, if not more, third-class beasts. Evidently, they were quite common in the mountain range, though it could be said that it was to be expected. The reputation of the mountain range stemmed from the 3000 beast kings that were rumored to reside within it. There was no way such a vast number of powerful entities could rise without this kind of competition. These beasts were at each other's throats at all times. Even now, there were numerous battles and skirmishes taking place within the range of Damien's awareness. Beauty and savagery coexisting in harmony to create a stable ecosystem. It's like a natural embodiment of balance or yin and yang. He could only count himself lucky that there were so many beasts present. As if the amount of activity was any smaller, such a large scan of the terrain would have been easily pinpointed and traced back to him. Neither he nor Ryue was in any condition to battle these beasts. He still had to find time to deal with the poison inside his bloodstream, as well as recover the mana he used in his final attack. As for Ryue, although her injuries weren't as severe, she didn't have his insane regeneration and needed time to inject healing pills and recuperate. The only one with proper strength at the moment was Zara, and although this kind of place was perfect for her, it wasn't somewhere she could strut around without caution. The first thing the trio needed to do was find a safe spot to set up residence. Until then, they were out in the open and completely susceptible to the hostile environment and raging beasts. Any one of the three would be great nutrition for a beast aiming for 4th class. Zara immediately set off. she concealed their presence as best as she could, but refrained from using mana otherwise. Such a move would only attract attention. Instead, she used the natural power of her body and wings to silently propel them forward, streaking through the terrain. Damien and Ryue remained silent throughout. There were plenty of things to discuss, from the prior battle to the death seed to a plan for escape, but neither was in any condition to do so. With the immediate danger subverted, their adrenaline was slowly waning, allowing them to feel the true pain their injuries had brought. Luckily enough, it didn't take more than a few hours for Zara to find a secluded cave for them to set up camp. The cave itself was partially covered by dense vines and shrubbery, making it nigh invisible to the eye. It was only through other forms of detection that one would be able to locate it, but it was enough for a temporary solution. Arriving within the cave, Damien and Ryue dismounted Zara's back and sat against the wall, using their own means to begin healing. Damien focused his attention within himself. The spread of the poison hadn't been too fast, but it had still happened since his regeneration was being curbed by outside factors. He sighed lightly at the scene. Until this point, any foreign invasion within his body had been swiftly taken care of by his void physique. This left him with the subconscious notion that his internal body would always be safe from this kind of attack. But he now knew that it was just wishful thinking. It wasn't actually hard to figure out the theory behind it. Every foreign invasion so far had been energy-based. Whether through evolution or even the foreign mana from Elder Baba's residence on the way to the convention, it was always a matter of mana. However, the poison in his body now was different. He could tell that much by scouring it with his awareness. This poison was entirely natural, created through herbs and plants in a similar vein to alchemy. Such a poison wouldn't alert his void physique at all, since it didn't use foreign mana to attack him, since his regeneration had been passively fighting off the poison all this time. It had been stuck in a stalemate, unable to advance and unwilling to retreat. But with his conscious effort, it was relatively easy to expel. He had expert control over his body after all these years of evolution, so separating the poison from his bloodstream wasn't a problem. He guided it all to one point in his hand and coagulated it. The next step was the simplest but most excruciating. Taking the coagulated mass of liquid, he pushed it through his skin, attempting to excrete it through his pores. Shit. He cursed, gritting his teeth in an attempt to stop himself from screaming. Perhaps his idea was stupid, but he was a reckless person to begin with. This was the quickest and most efficient method. So he would endure the pain and finish the job. Slowly but surely, the poison exited the skin on his palm. However, in the process, his skin, muscles, and even a bit of his bones ended up being corroded and melted by the vicious poison, but in the end, he succeeded. He gently maneuvered the floating blob of liquid in his hand and stored it in a jade flask he had lying around in his subspace. This poison is truly vile. Still, it might come in handy in the future. With that out of the way, the rest was smooth sailing. All he needed to do was recover his mana and allow his passive regeneration to do its job. Chapter 200, 3000 Beast Mountain Range, 2 hours later, Damien finally reopened his eyes. With the help of his mana circuits, he was able to rapidly refill his mana capacity, fueling his regeneration and recovering from his injuries. His skin had been scanned and burned by his own lightning previously in his quick bid to close his wounds, but the scars left behind in their wake were nothing major, so he didn't fret too much. In actuality, he didn't mind the scars. It reminded him of the old days when he was weak and helpless in the dungeon. Back then, his body was riddled with scars head to toe, and he was even missing an arm. Over time, as his regeneration skill continuously evolved, his scars faded and left his skin pristine again, but it would have been a lie to say he didn't miss them. Battle scars were mementos. They were proof of struggle. They held a slight bit of sentimental value in his heart. Shaking off useless thoughts, he surveilled the interior of the cave once more to check on Ryue and Zara. The former was still in deep meditation, but the wounds on her body didn't seem bad anymore. She would be healed soon. As for Zara, she was dutifully watching the cave entrance for any potential threats. They hadn't been in this ecosystem for long, so it was unknown whether the cave had an owner. Damien decided to think about their future plans as he waited for Ryue to heal. Taking the escape talisman out of his subspace, he injected a trace of mana into it to see if he could get a reaction. However, to his chagrin, it was still unsuccessful. Well, I guess I shouldn't have expected much. Even if we're out of the spatial locking formation, it doesn't mean we're in a better situation. Logically speaking, it'd be more of a surprise if the talisman was actually able to properly carry out its function. The 3000 Beast Mountain range had been a danger zone for thousands of years, and in that time it was only natural that countless cultivators would have entered to try their luck, if such things as escape talismans were functioning within the mountain range. The stories and rumors surrounding it wouldn't be nearly as overblown. Cultivators were beings prone to danger, but they equally feared death. Nobody wanted to die a meaningless death before they were able to flesh out their potential, so it wasn't uncommon for a cultivator to carry around talismans or other escape treasures on their persons. The degree and quality of treasure would obviously differ, but it was impossible to think that nobody with a treasure able to teleport them back outside the mountain range would have come to the danger zone. The myriad illusion veil must have some sort of property preventing long-distance spatial travel, Ryue commented. At some point while Damien was thinking. She must have finished recuperating, and it wasn't difficult to guess his thoughts after seeing the talisman in his hand. That's the only explanation. Perhaps the spatial locking formation was only necessary on the outskirts of the jungle, where the veil isn't as powerful. Most likely, we had already left the effects of the formation while fleeing, but we didn't notice it. If that's the case, the question remains as to what the ethereal wall we passed through before arriving in the mountain range was. If they had already left the formation, then the wall they had assumed was the edge of the formation was an entirely different mechanism. Was it another formation? If so, it was of a terrifyingly large scale. Whatever that wall was, it was easy to infer that it was the reason the myriad illusion veil didn't encroach upon the true 3000 Beast Mountain range. An easy way out was never viable. Damien muttered in resignation. It doesn't matter. I, for one, refuse to spend the rest of my life secluded in this mountain range. Ryue responded. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for questioning. Damien nodded in agreement. No matter how beautiful this place is, it isn't somewhere I'm willing to spend the entirety of my life. Damien was someone who yearned to explore the universe and see the myriad worlds it held. There was no way he'd disagree with Ryue. The convention was cut short after a month by those idiotic self-righteous inquisitors, so we have roughly 8 months left before the secret realm opens. Leaving aside 2 months for travel, we have 6 months to find a way to escape. No, there's no need for that, Ryue interjected. The location of the secret realm is common knowledge to those within the sections. And with your ability, you should be able to teleport us there as long as you know the location, right? Noticing the hint of provocation in her tone, Damien grinned. Of course. There's no way something as easy as that is outside of my capabilities. Then it's settled. Have you tried using the messaging talisman to contact Master yet? Truthfully, Damien had completely forgotten about it. The escape talisman was the more valuable of the bunch, so he placed more importance on that one. Taking out the second talisman, Damien injected his mana. Surprisingly, he elicited a positive response. The talisman crackled and alarmed as if it was having trouble operating, but in the end, a startled voice was projected through it, albeit slightly jarred by interference. Damien? I didn't expect you to contact me this early. Master, the situation isn't good. I don't think this talisman will last long, so allow me to speak before anything else. Damien didn't waste any time. He immediately summarized the events leading up to this point. From the month they spent at the convention to the chase that left them stranded, what? Those eclipsing Shadow Sect bastards dared? Alright, I've heard your story. I'll arrive there in a few weeks and take you both out of that damn danger zone. Wait. Damien looked at Ryue in surprise. She had let him take the reins for so long that he didn't actually expect her to speak at this time. Still, he didn't really mind it, handing her the talisman and allowing her to say her piece. Ryue? It's me, Master. I know it might be presumptuous of me to ask, but please allow us time to figure things out for ourselves before you charge in here. Damien's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. Noticing her staring back at him. Her eyes were filled with a sort of conviction he'd never seen from her before. Can I ask why? Tian Yan replied. His voice was oddly calm, unlike what one would expect from someone who had just heard something so absurd. The reason is simple. As it is now, we are too weak. Damien furrowed his brows at the overarching statement. but in the end, he couldn't help but agree. Indeed, they were far too weak in the grand scheme of things. If they had been besieged by those cloaked figures in any other circumstance, without the outside help from the veil and other natural factors, it was unknown whether they would have been able to escape relatively unharmed as they did. The 3000 Beast Mountain Range is an incredibly dangerous zone, I'm aware of that, but such a zone is precisely what we need to foster our growth. This environment is perfect for practical combat experience and continuous leveling. I may be cutting it close, but allow us 7 months to do as we please within the mountain range. If we haven't contacted you after the allotted time, you can take it as failure on our part and come save us. I have never asked for too much or been too willful since you started training me, but just this once I'd like to truly experience the harshness and cruelty of reality. I want to temper myself in flames and be reborn as a being with true strength. Tian Yang was silent for an entire minute before responding. Okay. I can sense your determination even through the talisman. I would be a fool of a master to refuse you. All who desire strength must test themselves in true combat, and it's the one thing I've refrained from allowing you all these years. Perhaps it's my old age getting to me, making me so overprotective. Since you've spoken as such, I'm sure that both of you are in agreement. Just remember, if I don't receive any update after 7 months, I will charge in there without hesitation and drag the two of you out, whether you like it or not. The talisman erupted in sparks once again as it died out, leaving the conversation unfinished. Luckily, they had been able to convey what they wanted and get a positive response. Damien had been silently listening to the conversation between master and disciple. Although he also counted as Tian Yang's disciple, he never placed emphasis on such formalities. It could be said that the bond between the two was still relatively weak. However, it was different for Ru Yue. She had been more or less raised by Tian Yang for many years, and their bond was clear as day. From Tian Yang's tone, he could even infer that their connection was borderline familial. He saw no reason to interject in such a relationship or conversation. Besides, he agreed with everything she said. This was indeed a perfect environment for continuous leveling. And it might even grant him a new trait if he was lucky. Unlike her, he had already been tempered by countless battles, but he still had things he needed to improve. If not his strength, his mind needed heavy improvement. He has always been a brute. He accepted that and truly had no way to deny it. He was the kind of person who charged with overwhelming force and achieved domineering victory, but recent times told him this wasn't enough. He needed to learn how to use his wits and be clever in battle. He needed to learn how to strategize. These 7 months, they would be his first step on that path.